that you think, it's not too bad. The fact that these rather powerful cars actually struggle to get into top gear up here. Like the TCRs, you're best off being in 5th gear, because if you pull 6th gear, you start losing speed up here. It is absolutely incredible how steep that is.
It's it's a fair walk up that hill. Just going to say that. Thankfully, I didn't walk over that side of the circuit because I'm again not that fit, so it wouldn't have gone too well. Did also see a question as to which car Gal Valero was in, which is obviously the Obsidian racing car, which is in the TCR category, and they are running as the race leader. Gal Valero behind the wheel at the moment of that one. So Obsidian, which is a bit odd to see. Not going to lie.
Well, I mean, it's certainly working out for them. Gal Valero's been able to pull that gap out in the last stint or so, as your GT4s come onto pit road from the leaders of that, so Pete Berryman, Sven Hasse, Vlad Kimachev, and also a couple others as well onto pit road from GT4. But yeah, Gal Valero, he's certainly doing a good job behind the wheel of that Honda, and he is keeping a really, really good pace, I can tell you right now. His average, 5-lap average, is a 901.7, which is just up there with the absolute fastest laps for TCR.
It's a bit quicker than at least quicker than what I would do. I'll go with that.
During the week in a sprint series, I was doing 9:12, 9:11.
Still quicker than what I would do. It's fine. Obviously, part 2, by the way, is up on YouTube now, so if you want to jump over into part 2 and drag all the hilarious banter over with it, where you can really see what the dealio is. Of course, still a long time left to go, plenty of banter left to go. You've got 50 more minutes, though, to deal with both myself and Paul, and then we're having a breather. What time are you back on?
I'm not back on.
You're not back on? You're just doing this 4 hours and bailing?
Well, I mean, I did make myself available until about 2 o'clock in the morning, but I was only selected for 4 hours straight.
Sounds like an Arjuna problem. We hate this Arjuna game. No, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. We'll throw him under the bus.
But one thing I will say is that that this really. It is a fun race, but it does spread out. Now, we did have a chat earlier on, a message in the chat earlier on saying that, there's too many car categories in this race, and that it's only small classes in the grid. And yeah, I get that. You're talking about between 9 and 12 cars per class in this grid, with 5 different car categories. But I'm sorry, just having 2 car classes in this race in particular would not be fun at all.
No, I mean, look, the most important thing, and it is one of these things that's actually it's the more difficult problem to get around, right? And this is obviously because for the Nürburgring 24 hours, it's been a thing for a while. Adding more cars being available in the race. I mean, I remember when it was just like 4, when you could only have 4 cars in the race, the same time, 4 or 5. And it's now, what is it now? Is it unlimited
12
yet? It's 12, yeah, and they're not far away from making that just basically whatever.
Moving to 13.
Yeah, right.
Moving to 13 next build, yeah.
And that's great. Adding on to that is great. And what it means for the most part is that we get multiple classes. We also get to have pretty much all of the cars in each of their classes, which is obviously great because we used to have where it was just the TCRs and it was just the Honda, and you're looking at it being like, it's better having like both that. GT3s, we only had like 2 or 3 of them. Having 5 classes does work around here. The second problem that I'm alluding to, which is the harder one to deal with, is the amount of cars that you can have on circuit, right? That's the big one, is that we are limited in basically how the sim's running and server capacity and people's computers. There's only 53 cars in this race. Now, obviously, in an ideal world, if you want to make this race really interesting, you'd have it close to the real thing. You'd be pushing triple digits. how many computers can really deal with that, and how many servers can really deal with that. That's talking about a big change at the back end.
I know for a fact that one other sim that has just recently added the Nürburgring Nordschleife to its title. Everyone can work out what that is if you're a sim racing fan. The official guidance for their servers is that it should be no more than 80 concurrent users in the server. Any more than that and it becomes unstable, and lo and behold, 9 times out of 10 it falls over if you have more than that. Right
Good
on
timing.
cue, we have a car just disappearing there. Sky Valera. A little bit of an internet issue there. But, it just goes to show that even other sims struggle to have big grids that would suit the Nürburgring 24 hours. And it's all to do with stability. iRacing have limited the servers for this to 55 cars. Yeah. In theory, the maximum amount of cars that you can have in a server on iRacing is 62, but when you get 62 cars in server, it does get a little bit funny with the physics. Yeah. And that's where people's computers can start struggling with it.
And this is the thing, is that you're quite right in pointing out the other thing. Do you know what? I was going to say anyway. ACC. This is not the only. This is not a problem just with one sim. This is a problem with current kind of gaming in a sense. And this is why, like, even in first-person shooters, for a long while, like, you would see it, the maximum number of clients you'd have, really, with the exception of like PlanetSide 2, was 64. And fairly recently we've added, bumped that up to 100, 128, that kind of bit. Still, you're not really seeing too much more than that because it's hard for servers to load, it's hard for this, it's hard for that. And when you're dealing with like car physics and close quarters stuff like this, stability is the most important bit. And it's why when you look at this, and it has been a thing for a long time, the most you'd ever really get is around the 60 number. You don't see many endurance races in sim racing as its entirety with more than 60. Yes, there was on AC when they did the first round, where they raced around here, they had 75 or something like that. And I remember thinking, oh, that's cool. It's just not common that they can really get away with doing that. And it's one of those things that is nice to see more cars on the circuit, but at the end of the day, you'd rather a more stable server so that you can actually do the race and have faith that the race will run. That's why it's limited to 55, and it's why that is a good decision at this present moment.
Yeah, and that's it. It's exactly right. I mean, you look at the development blog that was put out recently. Again, there's some really, really big positives going on. Bruno Heinrich, this is 3rd place in class. Oh, that's a big accident there.
That's a big shame.
Adnar Forest, Foxhole into Adnar Forest. Yes.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Because Adnar was the chicane just after that. Right, interesting. Well, we need to see what's happened to that. Tier 1 taking another visit to the, well, at least for a spin. Anyway, they've had a couple of issues today. That's a big shame, though, for the Garicki Motorsports Cup car.
It is. I would love to see it from that BMW's point of view, because that BMW was up on 2 wheels through the left-hander at Foxhole. And let's just say, be thankful that they've still got the old curb there and not the new curb, because that'd be bye-bye suspension.
I did think it was the Williams Esports Academy car that was the one on the inside. Stefan Hjellvik, who was there, as we got some side-by-side here climbing up the hill a little bit further down in the order. That's going up towards Mukova, as we can see the onboard catch it. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest here. Going around the outside of a GT4 at that corner, that corner is definitely one line. It's really narrow, because it's such high commitment. That was not the wisest moment.
It's such a sketchy corner. Yeah. At the best of times, trying to go too wide through it is next to impossible without having contact. Just a couple of weeks ago in the GT4 race, I had somebody who'd made an absolutely god-awful start, to the race, was bump drafting me through compression, and going into there, decided he wanted to stick his nose into Foxhole when I was turning in, and it's like, why?
Yeah.
You're obviously quicker. Why? Just wait.
Just be patient. Sim racers don't have patience, though. That's the important bit. Although there has been some patience displayed, at least in this battle, because I don't think they can separate each other. Again, back into the lead of the GR86s to see exactly what's going on. Forger TV, Nürburgring Esports still. I was going to say battling, but this to me doesn't constitute as a battle. This is just two people driving fairly closely around the Nürburgring, ticking off the laps.
Yeah, it's all about just time, fuel, tyre management, just going about their business, trying to hit the fuel numbers. As long as they're up there towards the end of the race, they've got a great opportunity of winning their class, because they've got such a big lead over the rest of the class after the various incidents that have happened in their class. Not including it's tier 1 again. This is on to the north side. Oh, that's a big hit.
I don't want to be that guy, but it's not exactly tier 1 driving, is it?
Lewis McLeod, everyone.
Good day, good day. What was the one I dropped earlier? I can't remember what it was, but I do distinctly remember getting instantly in chat. Great. Or whatever it was from Dane. He was not particularly pleased. I thought it was great. I wasn't that impulsive with it either. That's a bit of a stretch. There's one car on the team that's it's impulse. There's impulse on the grid. Whatever. Fine. I'll think of a few more that are actually better zingers to chuck in there.
You do that.
Are you not into them? Are you not into them?
I have to be in the right mood for certain things. When I'm in a bit of a, if it was a 2 o'clock in the morning and the commentators haven't turned up that were meant to take over from me, and I'm in that type of mood where I'm a bit giddy from tiredness, then yes, I'm a bit more like that. But right now, as it stands, I'm all right.
I feel like you're speaking of a specific moment where someone has let you down.
I think it was the very first Nürburgring 24 hours that we broadcasted on Racespot TV, and we were meant to have 2 commentators coming. Actually, I'll tell a lie, it wasn't at 2 o'clock. It was meant to be at about 7 o'clock in the morning UK time. I'd been on from about 1 o'clock. At
it was 6 hour
doing a 6 hour stint.
Yeah.
When we used to do 6 hour stints on commentary, I was getting a bit tired, and basically 2 commentators who were down that should have turned up didn't turn up on time. One of them then turned up about an hour late. Was profusely apologising. He could not stop apologising. Fair enough. We all miss an alarm clock on a Sunday morning. It's happened. I can deal with that. So to punish them, it was just when all the Finnish drivers were jumping into the car. So I said, oh well, what we've been doing on the hour is going through the entire field, including all the drivers that are in the cars as well. And I forced him to read out the entire field with all the drivers as well as a punishment.
You dirty dog.
An hour and a quarter later, the second commentator, who was the lead commentator, showed up. And again was profusely apologising. So I punished him as well with that, and then said, "Well, I'm staying." Yeah, same thing. And I was there saying, "Right, well, I'll just commentate for a little bit more, and for 20 minutes to punish you even more to keep you off the broadcast." And then I went off after 9 1/4 hours of broadcasting. Yeah, it was. I think Randy ended up doing about 11 1/2 hours in total. Randy Cheneth, who was on that one. I will say it was Scott Scott Lewis was the first one. He was only an hour late, to be fair to him.
He was a lot later than me.
Well, do you mind?
Was it really? Was it really?
I wasn't in a good mood, and so I kept them off the broadcast a bit more.
I honestly, I know, I respect that. Look, I think most people have been late at some point when doing endurance racing.
Absolutely.
I will say, I have only ever, so far, knock on wood, obviously I'm going to be late now for my stint in the morning, and now then Dareth Thacker will have to do a stint by himself, sorry. It's fine, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I've only ever been late for one stint. And I was very lucky because I woke up about an hour and a half after I was supposed to be on. And I remember I threw myself out of bed. I opened up Discord. I messaged. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm late. Blah 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 blah. I'm ready to jump on. They were like, don't worry about it. And I'm like, oh, you're very calm about this. They're like, yeah, the race was red flagged and cancelled hours ago. And I was like, oh right, well back to bed then. See ya. There was a significant server problem. And no, I'm not talking about Le Mans Virtual. I went back to bed. So I got extremely lucky the one time I've been late. Meanwhile, there are certain people, Cam Roger, who has been late multiple times on my stints, and it's actually worked out as a benefit, weirdly enough. But that's fine. Great camera angles coming in from Dame Bed there. Love that.
I will say, last year working on the Le Mans Virtual Porsche broadcast. Was an interesting broadcast to do. I think I had about 4 different hats that I was wearing on that broadcast. I was technical support, I was a camera person, I was wrangler of drivers to get for interviews. I was all sorts on that show. Yeah, that was an interesting broadcast to try and fill, wasn't it, Lewis?
Yeah. I mean, I think when it first died, I was getting ready to go off for my slightly longer break. So I was getting ready for dinner, and I was going to go and have a little nap, and blah 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 blah. And then red flag. I'm like, okay, I got to sit here for a little bit and just chat. That's fine. It happens. It certainly does happen. But like that's sim racing for you. Sometimes things just don't work out. And again, it is the thing. It's like some things don't work out on different sims in different ways. I distinctly remember, a couple of issues for this team, Team Redline, back in the Sebring 12 hour, where I'm pretty sure, through absolutely no fault of their own, nor any fault of anyone else's, I think they had 2 or maybe 3 cars removed from the race through certain just like game-related problems here and there, right? Which, it's never just one thing, right? There's always a couple of things that kind of add to it, and it's kind of like it's slightly avoidable. It's the same as, again, we always say, same as like an engine failure or whatever in a real car. But you're kind of looking at it being like, great, that's a retirement for them for no reason whatsoever. That's awful. So now I've brought that up, get ready for that in this race. That's not true. The commentator's curse doesn't exist.
I will say, pointed out to us by Vince, Will Chadwick on the lap before his in-lap was very close to his qualifying time. So he's been on it as they come onto pit road right now, does Will. But he's not got that much of a lead, though, if I'm honest, over the LTC Sports team. So it's all about consistency of pace around here, is what you need. So yeah, getting one quick lap, great. String them together, which, to be fair, looking at his average lap times, he's been about consistently 0.2 of a second quicker than LTC Sports.
Yeah, and just piecing together the laps very nicely as he works his way onto pit lane. Don't think it'll be too long before we see the GT3s into pit lane, at least as far as I'm aware, which should be a fair switch within the... I guess it's probably a few more laps. You always forget, you're like, oh yeah, I think they're about 3 laps away from pitting, and you think, oh yeah, that's like nearly half an hour. But I am wisely informed that Max Verstappen has joined the session and is probably likely to take over this car at the end of the stint.
Yeah, you're looking at a few more laps. Yeah, you're looking at another 3 and a bit laps for the GT3s. So you're talking a good half an hour. Well, just short of half an hour yet. It's crazy when you think about it. Oh yeah, 3 laps. Yeah, that's half an hour, mate.
Yeah,
it's nuts. Is this place? So it's why I love it.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's be real. It's 24 and a half minutes if you're quick. So you know, that's not quite. But I'm starting to think, I'm like, that's an episode of American TV once you remove the adverts. So you know, that's okay. Yeah, fair enough. It is a long time. It is a fair long time. You can watch an episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine whilst we wait for the laps to be finished here, and then we'll potentially see Max jump in. Are you going to say you're not a fan of Brooklyn Nine-Nine now?
Oh no, I love Brooklyn Nine.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
I'm going to actually disagree with Vince Cusi in the chat because Florian is only on lap 5 of his stint. So they're 8 lap stints. So Florian's still got another 3 laps. So they're not pitting this lap.
Unless he's short fueled.
Unless he's short fueled, yeah.
Yeah, so there could be
40 seconds, which has been what they've been pitting every time, they haven't short fueled.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'll take it as like we're still probably about 20 to 30 minutes away from the pit stop. 7 lap stints actually, apparently. Well, I mean, hold the phone. Let's have a gander and see what the deal is.
Yeah, 7 lap stints. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Okay, 20 minutes then.
I was going to say, I've just looked back. Diego Pinto did 14 laps. Lallam did 14 laps. Florian Labiga probably, based on that, is going to do 14 laps, of which he's still got a few more. Wow, we're getting corrected by the Lord of Wet Toast. Goodness me.
Which we have already said is a fraud because he's never actually had wet toast. So how can he possibly comment about it being better?
That is true.
Just saying.
You reckon he's had pineapple on pizza though?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you? Which side are you? I mean, this is a good time to just bring this up very quickly. We've got half an hour left to go of both yourself and me. Pineapple pizza, yay or nay?
I it's not my preference,
right?
But my opinion is you can have whatever you want on. If you want pineapple pizza, fine. Okay.
Yeah,
it's up to you.
That's fair.
It's not what I would choose, but that's just me.
I'm going to say I don't actually mind the Hawaiian. Right, there's a bit of the you obviously got the sweetness from the pineapple, you got the saltiness from the ham. It kind of it works. Like, don't get me wrong. Again, it is not my preference. It is absolutely not my preference, and I would genuinely just take a pepperoni pizza over one. But if someone puts it in front of me, I'll eat it. And I have this opinion, and I said this to Arjuna, and Arjuna's like, no, I have had it, and I don't believe you. Most people that say I don't like pineapple on pizza have never had pineapple on pizza. Yep. They're just saying they don't like pineapple on pizza because that's what all the cool kids say. Yeah, get out. Don't be a sheep. Anyway, I'm not angry. You're angry. Back to this battle between Drago and Simufy.
Listen, I am only a sheep for one thing, and that is the WWE wrestler Bayley. That's the only person that I'm a sheep for. Anyway,
iRacing
champion. Yep. Get a zoomed-in shot of the iRacing logo on the track.
I don't know if that was intentional from Dave. That would have been very impressive.
At least it's better than the official Porsche photo that was taken a few years ago on this track.
Is that the one where there was a significant bit of graffiti?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I am aware as to which photograph you're talking about. There's a certain bit of graffiti, very specific and unmistakable, and big. Anyway,
how they didn't spot that, I don't know.
I honestly no idea. In the era of Photoshop, that is kind of unacceptable to just leave that in. Anyway, we'll refocus on Simufy Drago Racing. This is the battle for 5th in class in the GT4 category. Of course, it's the 2nd highest Porsche and the 4th highest BMW, because BMWs seem to be pretty strong round here at the moment.
Yeah, they were actually the preferred car of this stint here. Let me just bring it up again. I did actually put down a breakdown at the start of all the different cars. It was 9 BMWs and 3 Porsches. That was the GT4 class at the start of this race. It was 2 Audis, 8 BMWs and 1 Porsche in GT3, and 4 Hondas and 5 Hyundais in the TCR class.
Which TCR would you take?
I've always gone better with a shorter wheelbase car.
Right, fair enough.
I would pick the Honda myself.
That's fair enough.
I prefer a TCR car that's a bit more lively at the rear.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. I mean, I prefer the Elantra in both looks, sounds, and the way it drives. Which, even then, to be fair, I'd say I'm always better in a slightly shorter wheelbase. But then I actually went really well in the Super Tourers. Back in the day, those are. I normally drove in a Laguna, which is a fairly long wheelbase comparatively to the Hondas.
I was a Vectra. I was always a Vectra.
I'm okay with
that. That was because of John Cleland.
Yeah.
I was a big John Cleland fan, so
I can't remember what cars I drove in the Mushroom Trophy. It was the Volvo first. I think I was Volvo both seasons I did in the Mushroom Trophy, which is it was a Super Touring series with like Broadbent and that lot, where I did mediocrely. I think I finished 5th in both championships, but I'm pretty sure I was a Volvo. I was a big fridge boy. And no, I prefer a slightly longer wheelbase. I distinctly remember with the Elantra. The reason why I generally picked the Elantra is because after driving the Audi for ages, it went to Road Atlanta, and I was always like, well, these TCRs are fairly equal. When I drove the Audi for a few races, and I kept finishing in like 8th or 9th out of like 25, and thinking, well, maybe I'm just a little bit slow, blah 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 blah. And then I bought the Elantra and gave that a go, and went, understandable, have a nice day. And then my average result was like 3rd. I was like, cool. It almost felt like a completely different class.
Animal. Yeah.
While like you're taking a completely different gear into various corners. But I don't know, I do quite like the RS3 though. Miss it.
I will. It's just. I will say my favourite moment of being in the Elantra was when Knock Hill was released on iRacing. And I was in a Discord chat with 2 of the iRacing broadcast crew, so Cisco Scaramuza and Drew Hansen. And they were like, they'd never seen Knock Hill. They'd only ever seen like they'd only seen the renders that were in the game from like external shots, and I was like, "Oh, let me take you on a lap," and straight away I knew exactly where to brake. I knew exactly what lines to take in that car. That's how good that Knock Hill is. I think it's one of the best renditions of a track on iRacing. And as soon as they saw the line that I was taking through the chicane, their minds were blown. It's like, "I'm sorry, you're doing what?" Like, "Oh yeah, this is the line. Have you never seen this before? Have you ever seen touring cars around here?"
That chicane is... it's a chicane. If you don't know Knock Hill, it's a chicane going uphill over the crest of a hill. There's tyre barriers either side. There's a gravel trap on the runoff. And it is full commitment. It is insane. I remember when we did it in British Formula 4 Esports, seeing the likes of Luke McHugh and Gordy Much, of course, taking it down. Pete Berryman really struggled that round because of the weirdness of how you take that curb. And they were told that basically Gordy was telling me in an interview, seen quite a bit of bump drafting here in the 992s. Gordy Much was telling me, he was like, basically what I'm doing is I'm going up the hill and I'm balancing on the brake, not to slow the car down, but to make sure the weight is in the right place when you absolutely ram it over the curbs. I'm like, that's so cool. That is just so cool. Great track.
Yeah, it is a fantastic track, and one that I absolutely love doing laps around, and it's one of my favourite tracks on the service. I will still forever be an Alton Park boy, but that's partly because that's the track that I've been to the most in real life, and it is just spectacular to go and watch motorsport at, is Alton Park. Not the greatest for actual racing,
no.
especially if you're in GT cars or now the British Touring Car Championship as well. The cars have outgrown the track a bit, but get it in lower formula cars, things like that, it can actually be quite fun.
That said, I commentate on GB3 round there, which is what can only be described as quite a lot too quick for that circuit. And that said, this year we had an unbelievable move. A guy called John Bennett did a move around the outside of Louis Sharp going into Island Bend. Very fast left-hander in the pouring rain. Like inches between the pair of them. Excellent move, like one of the best moves that I've ever commentated on in motorsport. Absolutely incredible scenes. Great move from John Bennett in a car with a McDonald's logo on it. 10 out of 10. Honestly, best moment of my time.
I saw
it's not quite that, but loved it. Loved it.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've just had a look at my track map that I've got on my timing, and everybody seems to be either on the Dottinger Höhe or on the Grand Prix loop going on to the Nordschleife. There's very little traffic elsewhere on the track. It's amazing how everybody is congregated to one section of the track.
Yeah. I mean, that happens in endurance racing. We've said this, if you've done ever any racing at like Le Mans, right? Even though that's obviously less than half the length of this, there are times even in that with a still a 60-car field or whatever, you have you head out onto the Mulsanne and be like, there's no one around. What's happened?
Team RSO have just lost a place, by the way. They were stood still for a moment going on to the Nordschleife.
Oh, here we go. Let's find out what happened to RSO. I think they're assisted round by the Visceral car. Certainly well. That was a little tap. That was a little tap.
It was a little tap, but it was still enough to send the car around.
Yeah, exactly. I will say the RSO car was slightly wide at that point. Not saying that's obviously a good excuse for the contact, but was slightly wide. Please don't tell me there's more to it. That's Valkyrie making their way through, and that's where they lost the position. Please rejoin better.
Yeah, that's. I can sense Conor Maddox somewhere suddenly just ears pricking up, going, "What was that?" he does not like a dodgy rejoin, does Connery, I can tell you.
So, yeah, I will say on the dodgy, I don't like a dodgy rejoin, but I had this brought up with you and O'Leary in a Friday night prime time at Interlagos in the Formula 4 car. I think it was still called the IRO4 at this point, and I decided, I was like, I'm going to take part in this race because that will be fun, and I spun at turn 5, and then I don't know what came over my head, but I just went straight back onto the racing line. And you can imagine what happened. I have, even up to now, in my more than 10 years of sim racing, I have never felt worse. Never felt worse than in that. Well, actually, no, to be fair, when I ran out of fuel at Sebring in a Sebring tour, we'll not talk about that. It's the second worst that I've ever felt in sim racing. I've just bombed it straight back onto the racing line, knowing that this will have been watched on a Race Spot broadcast and commentated on, and rightfully so. They tore me a new one because it was unacceptable.
In 2015, it would have been. In a BSRTC race, I was hit off the track at Copse Corner, and I did a team Brit and rejoined basically at 90 degrees as somebody was coming around, and I felt so bad. I was like, oh, this is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. It was just awful. And I could not stop apologising to the person that I'd wiped out with that one. And I said to the organisers, I said, if you want to ban me for a race, go ahead, I deserve it.
Yeah, right. If it was a league race where I'd done that move, I'd honestly be like, I deserve the biggest penalty in the book for that, because that's poor. But like, yeah, again, it's hands on Weber. And also to allude to the Team Brit that you're talking about, it's of course the Silverstone race last year where there was a bit of an incident in British GT.
A bit?
It was a bit of an incident, and I believe after that they were politely asked to it's not only not do that again, but take your car elsewhere. Obviously, it was. I really like what Team Brit are doing. Obviously, it's a big focus for disabilities in motorsport and stuff like that. But there is also a line that has to be drawn that it has to still be a safe racetrack, and that was not safe. Very big crash going into one of the fastest corners in the world. obviously down at Magus Beckers and Chapel.
Part of Beckett's, yeah.
It was indeed, yeah, indeed. It was rejoining at the. If you imagine Magus Beckers and Chapel was the whole sequence, it was the second left-hander, just coming after the right-hander, and then going into the second left-hander. I remember I was there, obviously, thinking, what have I just seen? Why? Good memories. Ugh.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, indeed. The weather there was actually the weather there was actually all right on that Sunday, if I remember correctly. It was terrible on the Saturday. We had a race rained off, courtesy of just British weather and Silverstone's absolutely god awful drainage, which is thankfully a thing we have to listen to mostly.
You say that, but can I just say that a couple of weeks ago the GT3s were racing at Bathurst, and it was raining for that, and iRacing had claimed that, oh, don't worry, the intensity of rain and the amount of water that will be on track will never get to the point where the race would be red flagged. It'll never get like that in official races.
Oh, I'm assuming it did.
I was racing in this, and quite frankly, it was all about who could actually keep the car on the track, because even going into turn 2, so the right-hander after Mountain Straight, just touching the brakes, and I mean literally a quarter brakes, suddenly your car's firing off into the barrier. It was undrivable.
Yeah, which people will be like, yeah, but that's realistic, isn't it? And blah, 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 blah. And it's
But
like,
it
yes, but I mean, yeah, exactly. The reason why it isn't realistic is not the fact that the car wouldn't necessarily do that or whatever. It's the fact that this race wouldn't be happening right now. Yes. That's the bit that's unrealistic. This race would not be going ahead. That said, in GB3 we were aquaplaning a little bit on the start-finish straight, and they were still like, oh well. And I was like, okay, fair enough.
I was aquaplaning down the Conrad Straight in 5th gear.
Yeah,
it was scary.
That's not great. That's not. I mean, to be fair, again, it's something about that's pretty cool. Like if you were just doing it for a little lap, well, there's no risk. You know, just drive around or whatever. Is what it is. Yes, I know you can see some windscreen wipers on this car. Rain is not on in this race because too many of the cars in this, i.e., more than 0, don't have weather, so we can't have rain. Sorry.
Florian Lebigra is on lap 7 of their stint right now in the BMW M Team Redline race leading car. It's lap 41 of that car. They've got they've built that lead back up to about just short of 10 seconds over Phil Denez, so that gap has been slowly increasing, and we are thinking that a certain driver, and we've been asked in the chat, is Max Racing. Not yet, but we think he's coming in next.
Is he in the split?
Amazingly, he's in the split, yes.
He is actually in the split, yes. No, yeah, we believe he'll be taking over. I don't know what the minimum drive time will be for this race. I think is it 4 hours?
2 stints will be fine.
Okay, so he could just do a double stint. We're seeing a lot of double stints. So he could do a double stint and then bail, whatever. Obviously does have a slight other commitment, and as Arjuna called it earlier on in the broadcast, a side quest, i.e. the Imola Grand Prix, which I thought was very funny. But obviously, you know, he's got that to focus on, and it's the whole thing of like, in the articles I was reading, he's described this as his free time, which it absolutely is. But it's about that there is that whole thing of like being responsible, is that you still got work to do tomorrow, and as much as this is all fun and games and stuff, you've still got to make sure that you're getting a decent night's sleep for that race. So I'm curious to see as to how many stints he'll get away with doing before being like, cool. I mean, I can see him doing like 3 hours and then going, cool, that's me done for the race.
I mean, Central Europe time right now, it is 20 to 9.
Yeah.
So I think a couple of stints here. As onto pit road comes the race leading BMW. Exactly the same amount of stints between the drivers, as that was lap 42 in the books. So will we see a certain Formula 1 world champion jumping into the car? I'm saying the answer is yes, because Florian's done his 2 stints right now.
And the other main reason as to why I think he will be is because, when it comes to the amount of time that Max can actually do in this race, there's not a big window for Max. There he is. He's jumping into the car.
There we go.
So Max Verstappen is behind the wheel of that car, as expected.
I don't think that picture's accurate, though.
I don't think. No, still not. Still not. Max Verstappen has changed his look for this race. Still not. Dane Bear desperately trying. No, Max Verstappen. He's changed a lot about himself. That's fine. That's fine.
It's all right.
But no, obviously
we'll do it live. It's fine.
There's not too much he could, like, too many stints that he can really do in this race. So it makes sense that he would do this one out of the pit lane. Let's try the graphic. He's not. He's scared of it now. He's terrified.
Our producer is like, no. Oh,
that'll do.
Do we not have a licensed photo of him? Somebody get a photo of him, quick.
So true, so true. So he's going to be opening up Photoshop and getting the cutout going. So obviously we'll see the first laps then of Max Verstappen jumping straight out right into the GR86 lead battle as well. So that's a little bit of fun as he'll navigate his way around. How long will we see him behind the wheel? Not sure. Obviously not really too long, but it would be pretty funny if he picks up 2 wins tomorrow, basically at the same time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much at the same time, yeah. So to answer everybody's question, yes, Max Verstappen is in the split. He's behind the wheel right now. So there we go. So, yeah, this is going to be intriguing now to see what pace he can do, because I wouldn't imagine he's been able to do too much practice. Although, to be fair, when he was racing in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecke series, get the words right.
DNLS. Easier.
DNLS, yep. They were all amazed at his pace around here, and it's like, well, yeah, he's quick in the sim.
Well, I mean, Luke. I've had this conversation with Luke Crane a few times, and this was obviously before he was even doing the community streams and stuff with Redline. So it was like working directly with them. I went having a conversation with Luke Crane. I actually stand by this as well. Is that he said if Max Verstappen was a full-time sim racer, he would be the fastest person in sim racing. And I know that doesn't obviously, right? But it's just it is what it is. So he's just that quick. And I absolutely agree. I think if he was a full-time sim racer, he'd be by far the fastest person in sim racing. I'm not saying he's going to go, a second quicker than Sebastian Job or whatever. He'd have this pace. He'd have the same pace that he's got now, and he'd have the same consistency that he's got now. It's just he'd do more sim racing. So read into that way you will. Again, navigating some more of these pesky GR86s and heading back up towards Flugplatz. I mean, let's be honest. Redline right now, disgustingly strong in sim racing, aren't they?
Oh, they're the best team in sim racing at the moment. By far.
Yeah.
It's just the level. It's not just the level that they're at, it's the strength in depth that they have as well. And I think that's what is scary about Redline compared to some of the other teams. It's just the level of talent that they have in that team is just scary. And it's been sort of well put together by them, and they deserve everything that comes to them. Yep.
I said this on ESLR1 last night when I was obviously Luke Bennett ended up taking victory for Redline, being a 1-2 for the squad as well. Obviously a very impressive drive, very impressive race, very exciting, yada yada yada. But I said in that, when Redline picked up Red Bull Racing Esports, obviously Sebastian Job and the likes with that one, and also they took on quite a few drivers from the now defunct Urano team, right? When they took up Urano, I said, thankfully never publicly, so now I'm pulling the band-aid off on this one. I said I didn't think it would work. I thought they had too many drivers with too much of an ego, that it would cause massive fractures within the team. Maybe there are fractures behind the scenes, I don't know, but looking from the outside, from where we are, we don't get that inside look from the team. Looking at them in every championship they do, yeah, sure, they're at the front. They're where we would expect them to be. But the most important bit that you hear in basically every interview and watching them drive, there is a big team vibe, right? That they all seem to get along really well, and they all seem to be playing the team game. And honestly, I didn't think it was going to work. I thought it was going to be too many egos, and I thought it was going to crumble. Yeah. pretty wrong on that. It's done very much the opposite thing. It's got them close together again. Like, it's ridiculous. It's crazy.
It's very difficult to get a team together of highly competitive people who are used to being the best at what they do, and to get them all together in one team. I mean, look at over the history of motorsport. Look at how many team partnerships have been absolute disasters when you think that, oh my god, this is a super team. You know, think of Vettel and Webber, how they never got on because of multi-21 Seb, and also of Turkey and other incidents that happened.
Yeah, you got a list, Andy?
Hamilton and Alonso, 2007.
Paul Smith,
that was just. No, I was going to say Lewis McGlade, Arjuna Kankapati, but
that's true.
But also you've got in the past Nigel Mansell, Nelson Piquet. Nelson Piquet was hiring people to try and get dirt on Nigel Mansell and putting things out in the papers. Senna and Prost. There's so many teams over the years who have had people who are super competitive that are used to being demanding that they are the sole centre of attention, and yet Redline just, like we said, from the outside looking in, it appears to be that they've just got a cohesive unit right now, and it is paying dividends to them.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's crazy. Like Redline's strength in sim racing, it is one of those ones where I'm just sort of like, I'm looking at it being like, it's a bit boring, isn't it? Because they're just a bit too good. And again, I think it is the strongest team we've ever seen in sim racing when it comes to the entirety. And I've always said, like, you can't say that the current crop of sim racers, like the fastest driver in sim racing, whoever you may think it is, you can't say that they are the fastest driver in sim racing that's ever been in sim racing, because you can't compare them to 3 years ago, right? Because of how quickly it all adapts and changes and stuff like that. So you can't really compare it to that. Mm-hmm. But when you compare just the amount of drivers in this team that can all... If we did a championship, right, with everyone, you know, from Redline in this race, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you're talking of like hundreds and hundreds of drivers in this grid, so fair enough, like, this is never going to happen. But all of them are capable of winning races, basically. Pretty much all of them are capable of winning races at the highest level. And that's not to say that, like, Apex don't have that, because, of course, you know, they've got a whole host of drivers that are capable of doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Williams also do. It's just the fact that Redline just have more drivers that can do it.
Yeah, it is, like I was saying, that strength and depth that they have right now is just, it is scary for the rest of sim racing. But that's for then the other teams, your Coanders, your Apexes, your Altus, all these other teams. It's for them then to step up and go, oh, you're saying all this about Redline? Oh, we'll show you. We'll show you what you know, commentators. Which, quite frankly, I've been told many a times I don't know what I'm talking about. So,
you don't know what you're talking about.
Why not change the habit of a lifetime?
Well, I mean, we've already seen it in the special events so far this year, you know, where Redline have been bested. Obviously, Sebring and of course, there's the first one of the year when we did Daytona, got bested there. Williams, very, very strong in that one. Williams started out very strong in this. They were running 1 and 2 for a while until various things. It is just the case. Don't worry, you've got 2 more minutes of us waffling. But I don't know, it's very interesting. I think it's very interesting, the strength of Redline and sim racing, and now we get to see them do it again in this race. I agree with someone in chat though. Redline are not complete until they win all 5 classes of this race. Agree. Why aren't they in all 5 classes? Why aren't they winning all of them?
Do you know what? When I competed in the top split of the Nürburgring 24 hours, and this is the last time I'll mention this, mainly because I'm not going to be on the broadcast in 90 seconds' time, is that the GT3 winners and the Kia winners of that year were both pure racing team. Mm-hmm. So they won 2 of those classes that were in that particular race that year. I think that's the most that we've seen of one team do, is do 2 classes of this race.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, to be fair, I mean, I don't think we've seen more than, because I don't think too many times teams enter with more than 2 classes. But yes, according to Ewan O'Leary, 2 is the most in 1 year. So at least we have that one ticked off. Obviously 50 seconds until we pass the first quarter of this race complete. Very quickly, Paul, thoughts on the race so far?
It's been really intriguing start to the race. Few incidents, 1 or 2 that could have been avoided if people had just had a bit of a sensible pill and got off the throttle, but otherwise it's actually been a relatively low rate of attrition.
Yeah, we had a few dramas early doors. Obviously, Williams having their ejections from the GT3 category. A couple of issues from some of the various classes, as you would expect around the Nürburgring 24h. But the night is going to be something very different. So stay with us all the way through here on the iRacing Network. And, of course, in Race Spot from myself, Lewis McGlade, Paul Smith alongside the commentary. We're going to hand over to the Short Kings. It is, of course, Ewan O'Leary and Darragh Thacker to take you through the next couple of hours.
Don't ever want to be called that again. Dear me. Anyway, thanks very much, Lewis. Thanks very much, Paul, over the last couple of hours. And it's now myself and Darragh, as we say, to take you into the night. I don't think many people were told at the start of this one that this is a 24-hour race, for goodness sake. Still 18 hours to go. We're only over a quarter of a way through the 2024 edition, the 9th edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Good evening, Darragh. Good to be alongside you once again for a special event. And good to be here at the Nürburgring, under the lights. It's got dark quite early today. We started about 4:15 virtual standard time, which is just less than an hour later than they start in real life. It's meant that we've got to darkness just 6 hours in, but goodness me, have we had some excitement so far in the opening daylight hours of this 9th edition.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of drama, haven't we, so far? Opening stages, it looked like Williams Esports were holding the race relatively well, and of course Team Redline coming through with the pit stops, and then incidents that unfolded meant that they are, I think, one car out of the race and the other a long way down. So work to do, but again, as you said, early stages, only 6 hours in, and with it getting dark so early, it just feels a little bit unnatural, doesn't it? Because only 8 o'clock here in the UK, 9 o'clock in Europe, and that means, 3 o'clock, I should say, on the East Coast of America. So a little bit early to get dark.
It is indeed. It feels especially weird here in England, considering the sun is beaming in to my left at the moment where I'm sat, which is something odd to get your head around. There it is, 10:20 in sim at the moment, 20 degrees in the air, not much warmer on the circuit either. We've already talked extensively about what that's going to do to the tyres, especially in the 992 category. As we complete another hour, let's just run through some of these categories at the front of the field, because we are not in a pit stop cycle in any of them. So it's as good a time as any to run through the order with a quarter of the race gone. It's Team Redline leading the way, and 3-time Formula 1 World Champion Max Verstappen has an 8.4 second advantage over Norby Kiss. Oliver Steinbratten makes it 2 Team Redline cars in the top 3 at the moment, with Marlow Racing Team not too far away either. Then you get to those who have had more problems today. Falcon's Sim Racing Team haven't had too many, but they haven't quite had the pace of the front 4. Neither of Dory Sports Academy. Then you get in the overall standings to the Porsches, because only Williams and Coanda are still left of the remaining GT3s. We've got Williams, Apex and Grid & Go all out the race. We'll cover what happened to those guys in a few moments time as well. Share Esport are leading in the 992 Cup category. It's been a really engaging battle so far between them and Altus Esports Nürburgring 24. Now Ganoso Testelen, who is at the wheel of that one. Ollie Peacock is a further 80 seconds behind for Visceral Esports, who have recovered to 3rd. Valkyrie Competition and Garaika Motorsport Cup, despite hitting the wall backwards at Adenauer Forest about an hour ago, are still 5th, excuse me. So doing well considering the trials and tribulations of their day. Apex Racing Team are, though, winning in GT4 despite their problems and their DNF in GT3. Peter Berryman has done a significant portion of the driving in the first 6 hours for them, and he still is right now. Sven Harster is trying to chase him down for Grid & Go. Drago Racing are on the podium right now with Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, trying to hold off Drago Racing and Simify Esports, as we've been talking about for quite some time in the last hour or so. In TCR, Obsidian Racing are still leading and have been for quite some time now, with the race favourites, Team Hoisingveld, down in third. Impulse have slipped in between in second place with their other car also inside the top 5. They're fourth. Then you get to those who have had problems today. Whiskins Racing are fifth. SimCity Racing are sixth. That's the last car on the lead lap. In fact, they're not even on the lead lap anymore, are they? They're one lap down, in sixth position. And then in Toyota GR86 land, it is Nürburgring Esports leading Forgia TV. A still close battle despite the field being decimated about an hour and a half into the race. Roland Alonfredson, which is actually Roland Alfredson, but he's just named himself quite cleverly. He's in third at the moment, and as the name may suggest, he's doing this race on his own. Team RSO have been so successful in this type of category in the past that we're going to lump together as the production car category, I think, as far as the record books go anyway. They've won this class 3 times. They're fourth, looking to make that a record-breaking 4. Going to be quite a job from that distance with Ava Veratic, the team that stopped them in their tracks from making it 4 in a row a good 5 years ago in that 5th position. So that's your current running order here, Darragh. Paul was saying just over the other side of the hour there that the attrition has been relatively impressive so far, in that there's been a lack of it compared to what you might expect. What have you viewed from this opening 6 hours, attrition-wise?
Well, it was quite. There was quite a lot of attrition in the early stages. When I'm thinking of there were a lot of instances between the GR86s and the GT3s, weren't there? That led to a couple of the 86s having to DNF from this race. But generally, it's been all right. There's been a couple of times during the race where I've looked across back to the stream and I've seen a car going end on end. I think that was in the first few hours. But yeah, just in general, it's nice to see that we've still got so many cars left in the race. Normally, the attrition comes at the start, but still having at least 46 cars currently on the track from a 53 starting, it's a good start really. 6 hours into the night, it may change a little bit, but hopefully not too much.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a whole first hour before we got any retirements and before we got any major repairs that had to be done. Then, unfortunately, a lot of them came very quickly. Got 6 confirmed retirements as far as I'm concerned. 3 of them are GT3s. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car that was being driven by Daniel Lafuente is definitely out. So is the Apex Racing team. They came together, of course, about 3 hours ago. It was the GridandGo.com Esports car that fell first, though, in GT3 after having internet problems and then decimated some of the GR86 field, which we're currently viewing right now. This is the leading battle. I mean, how impressive is it for these GR86s to still be running 1 and 2 right now, absolutely lockstep, nose to tail? I personally think this is so impressive, considering the way that the field has been decimated. I think only these two haven't had problems today. Maybe Roland has been able to get away without any problems. He's just driving on his own, so obviously can't quite keep up with these guys who are sharing their cars around. But so impressive to see, in my mind, that they first of all survived for this long, which is no mean feat in these cars, but also that they're still running so close together. We've still got a battle for the lead 6 hours in, as we did at the very start of this race.
Yeah, it's so far been 6 hours really of tight margins, hasn't it? I mean, pole position to start in the GT3s there was only 5 thousandths in it over an 8-minute lap. In GR86s we saw, I think, an hour or so in, an hour and a half in, we had the top 7 split by less than 3 seconds. So it's a shame that it's broken up in general, but we said it all the way through as well. The GR86 is great format, great type of car for racing, really, because they work really well side by side, going through this green hell, and hopefully we'll start to see these guys stay relatively close together over the coming hours. But it will become ever so slightly more difficult, of course, with a bit of lack of vision with the night falling.
Absolutely. Speaking of GR86, by the way, we're going to have a chat with one of their drivers here in a few moments' time. Don't forget, if you are a driver and you'd like to have a bit of a chat with us here in the stream, you're more than welcome. We're on the Racebot TV TeamSpeak. Some of you mentioning how old TeamSpeak is. TeamSpeak is still the premium audio application, in my mind. Anyway, that's neither here nor there at this stage. But just join us. We've got a waiting for interview room. Pop yourself in there. I'm sure you're familiar with how to do that. And we can bring you in for a bit of a chat. We'd love to hear from you, especially over the course of the night. We'll be chatting to a lot of you, and it would be great to hear what's going down on the ground. One driver who has done that, though, is Wang Xilin, who can now join us. Welcome in. Good to have you with us, and good to speak to a driver, as I say. I mean, let's start with the good good stuff that came at the start of the race for the team. It was extremely exciting from a spectator's point of view to witness the opening GR86 battles, I've got to say. Thoroughly enjoyable in that sense. And going well for your team as a whole as well. Just tell us about your opening stint in the car and what that was like to be involved in such a wonderful and huge battle at the front. Oh, well, that's not gone very well. I don't know if he can't hear us and we can't hear him at the moment, but we've had some slight problems there. That's gone very well. I was fully lining up for that, and I think he can hear us, but we can't. Oh, he's not getting audio from us. Well, I'm not sure how to solve that really, because we can hear each other, of course. But there we go. We'll stall on that for a moment and try again in a few moments' time. But yeah, hopefully we can chat to Wang Shilin in a few moments' time. Hello again. Can you hear us now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Thank goodness for that.
All right.
Very glad.
Hello.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about those first couple of stints when you were involved in such a great leading battle at the front.
Yeah, I mean that's really why I signed up to this race as the Toyota GR86 class. I feel like it will have the most exciting race as long as nothing goes wrong. You know?
Yeah. I mean, what were you expecting in that regard? Because I've got to say I was not surprised particularly to see a lot of the GR86s fall by the wayside. Some of them through no fault of their own as well. What was your expectations as a team going into this in terms of survival today?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, it was a big thing that Toyota's to fuel save because the fuel tank is just a little bit short to make 9 laps. You have to save about 0.2 of a liter per lap, and also it's like it's so hard to outrun another Toyota. And then once, if you just sit behind and lift, you can save a lot of fuel and jump the car ahead in the pits by seconds. I think that was what a lot of people were doing the first stints. But I was on TV time, so I just went for the lead really early on, and my pit stop didn't go well, and my race also ended pretty early.
Yeah, I mean, tell us about that. You're obviously not in the lead anymore and quite a few laps down. Just what happened to put you in that position?
I think we just got really unlucky, you know. What is it? I believe from what the information I've seen by far, the Grid and Go GT3 car, they had a local internet disconnection. Like all other cars are not showing on their screen, but he is showing and colliding into our cars on like everyone else's screen. So I was really unlucky. I was the last car he hit before the game disconnected him. Like he kind of drove through the second place car, but apparently the game thinks that he's already disconnected. So that didn't give him much damage. They got really lucky.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I didn't realise you guys were actually caught up in that one as well, but it was it decimated a lot of the GR86 field, unfortunately. I mean, what are your hopes for the rest of the race now? What I've got to commend, first of all, is the fact that you are still in the race, because a lot of teams that would have those kind of problems and fall so many laps down would just quit the race, to be honest. And we do see that fairly often, although a little bit less in this race, to be fair. We've got plenty of people continuing. But so first of all, hats off for that. But what are your hopes for the rest of the race now, with still 17 3/4 hours remaining?
Regarding to the topic, after the crash, we had 33 minutes of required repairs and another 7 minutes of optional repairs. So we sat down to talk about it, and we decided to continue because we didn't finish the race last year. We only survived 9 hours, and I think out of that incident, we were the car that got the biggest damage out of all. So we are like, I believe we are 40 minutes behind the race leader. I think at this point we're just driving around the circuit and enjoy the race. nothing much we can do, and the whole others make a mistake, I guess. But I think at this level of competition, even in the Toyota class, people don't make many mistakes.
Well, we'll wait and find out. Props to you, as I say, for staying in, and I hope for your guys' sake that you can get to the end of the race this year and experience the feeling of finishing the Nürburgring 24 hours. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. It's been great to hear from you guys once again, and good luck for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me in the broadcast booth.
Absolute pleasure. Wang Qilin joining us there for a bit of a chat here this afternoon in the Nürburgring 24 hours here on iRacing. It is 17 3/4 hours remaining. As I say, that was Wang Qilin of the Moya Regards team, currently 8th, 5 laps down on the GR86 leader. Well, that's been going on. The GT4s have made their pit stops, or some of them have. Well, I say some of them, nearly all of them, apart from Door Esports, and Tim Yarshall is now leading the race. Salva Talons is first out of those who has pitted, then Steam Ledger out of the pit lane, having made a driver change, and now all of the others are trickling their way out of pit lane as well. It's still somewhat remarkable to me, given some of the chaos that we've seen so far here today, Dara, that these GT4s are able to pit all at the same time. Suggests a clean race for them, suggests they're all pretty well aligned on strategy, which is really not always the case after 6 hours.
No, and it really kind of means that we're keeping this relatively tight in terms of the difference between the drivers. They kind of know exactly where they sit. There's no real factor of these guys got an extra pit stop. We're going to have to try and push to make sure that this team, who are maybe doing one less pit stop, aren't going to be able to jump us over the course of the race. Really, it's just generally just a race to the end, because everyone's pitting around the same time. No one's really going to gain too much of an advantage through those pit stop phases, but it's nice to see, and it's good to see that we're having somewhat of a regular pit sequence from a lot of these cars, because it helped us a little bit in the booth, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Thankfully, actually, this race is one of those that's actually pretty good for that in terms of keeping everybody together, because it's very difficult to get off strategy in terms of saving a lap. You're just not going to do it around this circuit. I mean, I know that we were just talking there about GR86s getting to a 10th lap. Well, yes, but almost everybody gets there. Goodness me, I shouldn't have said anything about GT4, because we've had a big crash, I'm afraid. I think that's the Drago Racing BMW, isn't it? With the Simify Porsche piling in to the side of it. Now, that was up over the curbs and the chicane. Where was that? Was just after Callenhard, was it? Just before Miss, I think. That's not the real name, but it is a name. We'll call it that. This is the onboard. Ricardo Rico, it is. He just bobbled over these curbs. I was talking with Arjuna earlier about which ones you can hit and which ones you can't. There's a lesson in why you need to get that dilemma absolutely right.
And there's really not any really worse feeling in sim racing than spinning around and then seeing headlights coming the other way, knowing that there's a car that might make the damage even worse, and you might even damage the race of the car coming through as well. So scary moments. Lucky to really kind of get away with that with the other cars coming through behind, but really not what you want as we get in towards that. I mean, with it starting to be like, we're looking at being June, so we're looking at 6 or 7 hours really of darkness, not too much more than that. So I can definitely see this getting back to first light in the morning around 2 a.m. UK, 3 a.m. European time in terms of when the light will actually start to rise, if not slightly earlier than that. So it's not ideal to have these mistakes so early on in the darkness, but you're just going to have to make sure you're going to keep yourself on the straight and narrow, because it is quite narrow around here, isn't it?
The figure I got earlier on sunrise was 5:50 in sim. I can't remember how many hours sim is ahead of us at the moment, to be honest.
It's about 3.5.
Yeah, I thought it was 2 and a bit.
We're going to have to go back and check, huh?
Very good at this. I think you're not too far away with 2 a.m. UK, maybe 3 I'll go for. But the thing I always find difficult with finding the sunset time and basing it off that, or sunrise time indeed, is that long before the actual sunrise time, especially with sunrise, the long time before you get to proper sunrise time, you can actually see a lot of where you're going, because sunrise suggests that the sun is visible, but of course light does not only come from the sun when you can see it, it always of course comes from the sun. So it's not quite an exact science, of course, in which case makes our lives even more difficult. But I think, yeah, it's going to be early is the point. And the point I was making earlier on, actually, about this and the lack of darkness, which you just referenced there. Normally, in my mind, in an endurance race, you see the sunrise, you think, right, I've got about 6 to 8 hours to go. This is the final push now. This is the home stretch almost. Now, I know 6 hours is not an insignificant amount of time, and plenty of endurance races are shorter than that, but it does very much feel, in the context of a 24-hour race, that is a home stretch for just 6 hours at the end. At this race, we're going to have about 11 hours left. That's no home stretch at all. You're going to be seeing the sunrise and thinking, goodness me, we've still got a very long way to go here today.
Yeah, and of course, if anybody watching along has got any physics exams coming up, Ewan O'Leary is free for tutoring with some
Have you got some?
with some great insight about how the sun works. But yeah, and I mean, with it being summer, of course, you're going to have extended periods of twilight, so there is going to be more light around, so it won't take too... there'll be a long period where it's getting light, and then we can properly see the cars in full daylight, so hopefully not too long in the dark, because it makes it a little bit easier for us up here to see who's who, especially when you're the third car on the train. You can see the headlights there, nothing else. Of course, we know who it is from the timing screens, but it's not the most helpful of situations for us to be in up here, but... I mean, it's good at this at the front of this GRA6 battle, isn't it? Because we've got this bump drafting going on. It means that there is still 2 cars very close together. The gap to third might be large, but at least we've got a race for the lead.
Exactly. That's all I'm really worried about, to be honest with you. The list of retirements, by the way, has been extended to 7 as far as I can see. SimCity Racing's 992 Cup car becomes the first 992 Cup car to be officially out of the race, by the way. Still not sure about some others who may be out of the race, namely the Carlar TCR that I'm not sure is rejoining, but I've still got faith in them that they will come back again. The others, though, unfortunately, will not be. The bottom 7 there in the standings, all with DNFs next to their name. I think 992's been a really interesting class so far, though. That's another one very much like GR86, where we've got 2 leaders and a big gap back to the rest. We've got Share Esport at the moment leading somehow, even despite William Chadwick, who is in the car at the moment, and O2C Sports, who are currently chasing them down nearly 8 seconds back. Oh dear, as we see more GR86 pain, I'm afraid, for Andreas Bertoni, who is teammate to Wang Xilin, who we were talking to not a few moments ago. Don't be discouraged, drivers, by the way. That's not what happens when you come and get interviewed by Racespot TV. That's just a coincidence. Thank you very much. But yes, 992's been very interesting so far in my mind, but it is becoming a 2-horse race between, you could argue, the 2 big favourites. So certainly the big favourite in my mind was Share Esport coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen this moment again. I think it's another moment for Bertoni, who's really not having a good lap. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? For these cars, particularly these GR86s who've been in the wars quite a lot so far, just to keep it going, really, especially if that confidence may be ebbing a little bit lower than you'd hope for it to be doing. But, I mean, you got to give credit to Roland Alfredson, who's still up in P3 in his class, and I saw in the YouTube chat about 20 minutes ago that he might come in for an interview at some point, which would be lovely. And we'll see how he's getting on and how he's getting his food to him. Maybe just down that back straight, maybe, is where he's getting most of his nutrition.
Yeah, maybe a pit stop. They're not insignificant in terms of length, actually, in GR86 lands. Just under a minute, I would say. So that's a fair amount of time, which is probably the amount of time they spend on that straight, isn't it, really? Nearly a minute, I would say. I think it'd be fine. The problem, I would imagine, for him is going to the toilet. That would be the problem that I would have, because I always get that problem when maybe if it's 24 hours it'd be a bit easier, but goodness me, I always got, that feeling of you don't really need to go, but you just feel like you do, one of those. It's terrible, but anyway, maybe that's too much information for this broadcast. But there you go. I've said it now, so it's out there.
It's only 8 o'clock, you in here. It's a bit early in the evening for you.
Yeah,
to be,
maybe it is actually. Yeah,
things like that.
It's probably be a bit more serious at 8:15 in the evening, 9:15 over in Europe. This is 1:15 a.m. kind of chat, isn't it, really? But there you go. We'll save that stuff for later. Save that stuff for the morning, of course, when we'll be back. I know you're up very bright and early, actually, for another stint in the booth. About 8 hours to go or so. So look forward to that. But there's a long time until we get there. I think exchange of positions there for 7th place as Sontec Racing get ahead of Williams Esports Academy and Stefan Hjelvik, who is at the wheel of that one now. Lasse Järinen now driving for Sontec there. And over the line for them. Surprised a little bit that Sontec find themselves so far down the field in 7th, especially the gap to Apex, although it is Apex, I suppose, leading the race. The fact they are a minute off the lead, though, is a bit of a surprise for the new team, who have really taken on sim racing very well indeed in their relatively young life so far. And fortunately, 7th is maybe a little bit below where you'd expect to see them, but you can't take anything away from the class of GT4 this year. A very, very strong class indeed.
No, and like you said, they're only just over a minute off the lead, so they're not a million miles away in the grand scheme of things, and kind of in there as well. A couple of instants further up could put them right back into it. Quick mention of all of those leading gaps. I was just noting down that 3 of the 5 classes have 10 seconds or less as a gap between first and second, so we're still seeing some close battles all the way through. I think the closest bit, of course, being the GR86s, but then Verstappen to Kish, that is starting to grow, actually. I noted down when you were interviewing our wonderful GR86 driver just about 20 minutes ago that Nürburgring Kish had gained 8 tenths on 1 lap, and then by the end of the interview Verstappen had crossed the line again and gained 1.2 seconds. So maybe took a little bit of time to get himself out of Imola mode and back into Nürburgring mode, but he is going along at quite a nifty pace and increasing that gap back to the BS competition car.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we've made a lot about this balance that he's striking between getting in that the F1 car, which he will do tomorrow afternoon, and of course he was in there this morning and this afternoon as well to put it on pole for are they calling it the Imola Grand Prix? Is it the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix this year?
Yeah.
It seems to change. But the point being, whatever happened to San Marino? Anyway, the point being, our opinion in the large scheme of things is a bit irrelevant, but it's good to discuss this anyway. What's your view on this sort of balance that he's having to strike up between, of course, being professional and doing his day job, as much as we like to joke that he's a part-time F1 driver and a full-time sim racer? That's not the reality, of course. It's very much the other way around. He'll have a job to do tomorrow, very much. But what's your opinion in terms of him striking that balance and trying to juggle both of these things in the same weekend? We know he's done a lot of driving away from race weekends, but this is the most notable race in my mind that I can remember anyway that he's participated in during a Formula 1 race weekend.
Yeah, well, I think, a lot of the drivers, they'll go back to the hotels, they may play, Call of Duty with their friends on their little mini Xboxes, PS4s that they bring. So I don't really think it's too different for Max, particularly, to be...
But it's like it's still driving though. I think that's the difference. It's still driving, and that's the. I don't know if can you say fatigue would come into it after that. I mean, I don't know, but it just feels different, doesn't it, in some way?
I guess it does. I mean, he had help from Nico Hulkenberg today, didn't he? They've both said to help him on his way to pole. Maybe he's just been recruiting in some people just to give him a little bit of respite to make his life a little bit easier for tomorrow. When it's already probably going to be relatively easy. Let's be honest about that. Well, I mean,
hear that.
Well, when the fellow front row sitter gets demoted to P5, it's a little bit easier. But we've seen many drivers do other activities. Yes, I think this is a little bit arduous because he is having to focus, but at the same time, Max Verstappen, we know how nonchalant he can be about some of these things. I don't think this is going to faze him too much, or he's going to see this as being any different to driving an F1 car. And really, once he's in the zone, he doesn't really snap out of it until he gets out of the car, and he'll go to bed, wake up in the morning again, and be ready for the race.
I suppose he is quite nonchalant even in an F1 car sometimes, so there you go. That is a good point. It does just feel different though, doesn't it? And you hear about this mostly in other sports. Actually, I don't hear about this too much in motorsport for whatever reason, but in other sports you hear maybe a manager of a team getting onto a player, let's say, for not concentrating and these days it's podcasts are all the rage, aren't they? And people getting angry at other people for having podcasts when they should probably be concentrating on their sport is the general thing thrown at someone who's not done very well these days. But this is sort of almost a step up from that, isn't it? I don't know. It just made me wonder earlier on. I wonder what people at Red Bull are thinking about this at the moment. I wonder what people within the sport are thinking at this moment. But who are we to have any complaints? We're not complaining, by the way. Well, I'm not. We're very glad to have him back again and have him racing at the front of the Nürburgring 24 hours. And a race he's won before, of course. Looking to add to his list of iRacing 24-hour races that he has won in his career so far. Now then, we've had a lot go on so far here in the Nürburgring 24 hours here at iRacing. 6.5 hours have passed, and so let's have a look at some of the highlights that have gone on so far, stretching right the way back to the daytime and the start of this event. It was Elvis Rankin who was tipped into the first spin of the day by Alejandro Sanchez. His rear wing came off as he backed into one of the red line BMWs that fortunately got away with it. He would run most of that stint about 20 seconds off the back of the rest of the pack, but he wouldn't need to pit immediately. A little bit of a brush on the wall here at the very front of the field as Williams were trying to push each other away from the rest and did pretty well in the first stint. In fact, this was the onboard shot, and what a save this was from Velicilos Pelliciotis. Up not quite on the curve here through the curver, but so much opposite lock. Such a lucky boy, and he got away with it in the end. A bit of a fake into the pit lane here as the GR86s provided the entertainment through the first hour. Unfortunately, though, this was the kind of entertainment we didn't want to see. Johnny Vecchio trying to chase down the leaders, hits the Carlar TCR. This was, in fact, the first big incident we saw of the day, the first big crash. 1 hour 25 in. A few crashes later, the biggest of the race so far happened. This is the Apex Racing team on the outside of the only remaining Williams car at the time, smashing both of them into the wall just through that long flat-out section through Kesselsen. I mean, pick the bones out of that one. Who do you put at fault? There'll be much discussion about that one, and there already has been, indeed, for those two. Into the darkness and into the barrier, I'm afraid, for Ricardo Rico. This was a few moments ago in the Drago Racing GT4 car, and that was around quarter of an hour ago, indeed, just before Miss Hit Miss. And that brings us up to the present day and where we are right now. The big talking point and the big thing that stands out for me there, Dara, is the crash between Apex Racing Team and Williams Esports. We already saw one of the Williams cars out of the contention anyway at that point because of a crash for Alessandro Bico as he was trying to lap a GR86. We've already seen that incident at length. That left just one of them at the front. They were battling with the Apex Racing Team, and then that happened. I mean, I really don't know which way to call that one in terms of where you'd place the blame. It's one of those incidents that is just going to be remembered for years to come, discussed throughout the entirety of this race, I would have thought.
Yeah, it looked really, didn't it, initially like it was a misjudgment from the Apex Racing team to put the car around the outside because they were never going to make the move around the outside there. So I think it was maybe just a slight misjudgment, maybe just the angle at which the contact occurred created the kind of spin, but yeah, not the easiest one to call there, is it? And I think you're right. In lieu of too much action over the next 17.5 hours, that might be something that we delve into quite a bit. But I don't think either camp are going to be too pleased with the other regardless. And even though we are 7 months away, Christmas cards may be being unsent. But yeah, I mean, you always get these kind of incidents, don't you, in a 24-hour race, especially at the Nürburgring, where, you know, we always said how tight it is, how difficult it is to overtake, and a little misjudgment like that can lead to an incident, and a big incident like that.
So are you definitively placing any blame either side there?
I wouldn't say definitively, but I feel like the Williams Esports car was driving its own race. Apex made the miscalculation, but at the same time I don't really think the blame can be totally placed there, because I don't think the miscalculation was right to say that then they'd spin. It's a difficult one to call because there's different what's the word I'm looking for, different conditions of the move and of the contact, but yeah. Have you made a definitive point?
No. No.
Try and chuck you in there at the end.
Yeah. Well, I chucked you straight under the bus, so you're welcome to return the favour. It reminded me, actually, I was discussing this off air, of an incident. I don't know if you remember it. I don't even know if you watched VHC because or did watch at the time. It was about 10 years ago. There was an incident on the Gold Coast where it was a very big crash at almost terminal velocity right over the start-finish line, if you're familiar with the Surfers Paradise circuit over there in Australia. Two drivers came together. I can't remember who it was, to be honest with you. So that's good information. I'll find the clip later. But it was a very dramatic moment at the time. It was one of those moments where you would always remember it. One of those really iconic moments, and one of those moments that gets more iconic almost the further it goes away, which is of course a decade now, which is a bit scary. Oh dear, as GR86 wants to get a taste of Max Verstappen a little bit too eagerly maybe, and fires over at Adnan Fast. It was one of those incidents that nobody could quite work out who was really at fault for as well, and about 50% of people would blame one driver and the other 50% the other, and you couldn't really get to the bottom of it. That's what it sort of reminds me of, in a sense of we're all going to have lots of discussions and lots of opinions about this. I mean, in terms of whether it's a good idea to do that or not, I don't think there is much discussion to be had. I really don't. But I think in terms of who's at fault, we could discuss this for another 17 hours and 25 minutes and not really get much further than we're at the moment.
Well, I mean, there is one driver in this race at the moment that I can think of, which may have a couple of these incidents that people may contest. Obviously, not naming names or anything, Ewan, of course, but there have been many. One that's just been handed to us. Two, actually. Vettel and Webber at 2010 in Turkey, Hamilton Rosberg 2016 at Barca. Thanks to Lewis for those.
They're more memorable examples, I should probably point out. They're good examples as well of those ones where have we really got to the bottom of who was at fault for any of those, even 14 years on? Not really sure, but yeah, they get more examples really of the same kind of thing. And I don't know if we can get to the bottom of those, or if we'll ever get to the bottom of that one. It's just one of those. But the bottom line is neither of them in contention anymore. I think that's the top and the bottom of it, isn't it? Really, that they're not going to be winning this year's race. That's it, really.
Yeah, difficult position to be in, really. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. There's still 17 hours to go. Lots of opportunity for a lot of these guys, but when you're looking at a couple of teams being 4 or 5 laps off the lead in their own category, you'd have to say they're just kind of driving for pride and just for the experience rather than anything else.
Do you remember 2010 Turkey, by the way?
Now, right.
Now,
I remember it after watching the race. I think in 2014.
Oh dear. Okay, that's not good news.
If it helps you, in my first memory of watching Formula 1 was the 2009 Brazilian Grand Prix.
Okay.
If that makes you feel.
I remember that race too. Lewis doesn't remember it either, by the way, but he wasn't watching F1 at the time, so that's fine.
He still doesn't today.
That's true. That's true. Hugo's. I think Hugo means he was in Interlagos for the Brazilian Grand Prix of 2009, because that's the one you just mentioned. Otherwise, he's just yes, he does mean that. That would be odd. 2019. So there you go. I remember that race also. I think the first race I definitively remember is Monaco 2009. Don't know why, but Jenson Button won 3 in a row, and that was inconceivable to my very young brain. so
which year was it that Glock went on top of? I think that was 2011 or 12. But there was one year that Glock was on top of another car.
Where? In Brazil?
No, at Monaco.
Oh.
I can't remember what year.
Oh, goodness, that's a memory.
I know it sticks very clearly in my mind, and I do not know why. Lewis just put in the chat at Raskas. Yes, at Raskas. I'd like to look that one up. A couple of driver changes, I believe. Those be a couple of these 992s make their pit stops. And I believe Lewis has come back with 2010, and we'll double check that one.
Yes, you get to the bottom of that. We'll just cover these pit stops first in 992, this pit stop. It's Liam Runninger who's getting into the Visceral Esports car. Is he on his way out, or is he on his way in here? Is anyone in that car? I don't know if I can see anyone in there, or is it just dark? We'll try and work out, but on my timing screen it's showing no one in the car. That can't be true. I wouldn't have thought, but no, I've refreshed and it is still nobody in that car. Well, oh no, well there clearly is. I just can't see, it's in the dark. So Liam Runniger makes his way back out again. Apologies for that. He's making his way back out. So Share Esports still lead, although they've just pitted along with Otis, so they're now 8 seconds apart. Dino Lombardi has gotten into the Otis car. Luca Alper has gotten into the Share Esports car, and because they've made a driver change down there at Share Esport, it means it frees up our favourite Share Esport driver, not picking favourites, but we are, William Chadwick, to come and join us. We're welcoming. Good to have you with us again. And great to speak to you, and great to see you out on the circuit again, I should say. How are you feeling now that you've completed your first stint in the car? It was a strange moment to see you qualify and then not start the race, but you've got the first stint out of the way now. How are you feeling?
I feel good. I think I'm really happy with how my stint went, to be completely honest. But yeah, the reason I didn't start the race, but I qualified, was just because of I think it better splits the roles up. So when one person focuses all morning on quali, and then the other focuses on the strategy of the race, which is quite extreme in P-Cup, I think it splits it up a little bit better. So yeah, no, I was pretty happy with how that stint went. I achieved everything I wanted to achieve and got a decent gap to Altus.
I just want to present a counter argument to you for that. I'm not questioning your strategy because you're winning, but I will just say, some people might think, well, doesn't that leave the starting driver a little bit cold? Whereas you're sort of, I know you're in qualifying mode very much, but you are warmed up to the car. Was that ever a worry? I'm presuming not.
No. I mean, throughout practice, we were all very close in terms of times, and Luca's amazing on the tyres. And the first stint demands incredibly heavy tyre saving because of the way that the track is at that time. There's no rubber down, the tyre wears a lot higher, and I knew that if he focused on that and I focused on the qualifying, it's a very different style of driving. The difference between driving in the race and driving in qualifying is completely different, so I was never in doubt of Luca's ability to put an amazing first stint down, which is what he did.
How much of this is, in my mind, and the mind of a lot of people, I think, the most tyre... don't say tyre heavy category, that's not quite the right phrase, but where tyre strategy is most important, you could say, since they change tyres and fuel at different times in this class. Just how much work pre-race goes into sort of working out what's going on in that respect, and how much does the previous bank of knowledge come into this? You know, how much did you learn in terms of this race since... I mean, Share Esport won the DNLS, you know, that not exactly new to the Nürburgring. How much of it is newfound knowledge? How much of it is sort of in the bank from before?
I think the way that you set the car up is very key to achieving a good car balance across the stint. And, you know, all of our prep was down into stint driving. It was never a case of, we need to go as fast as possible every lap. That's just not how this track works in this car. But of course, we did focus on speed as well. But I think, you know, the guys' knowledge was really high before I came here. It was just a case of me teaching them what I know about the car. But also them teaching me about what they know about the tyre strategy and how they achieve the optimal strategy for this car, like they did, that helped them win last year's race and the DNLS championship.
Does that make you feel a bit more nervous than you otherwise would if you're stepping into a new environment in that respect, or an environment where obviously you weren't with them for the DNLS, etc. Does that make you a bit more nervous than normal?
No, I think something I've worked on a lot over the last year is understanding how to perform under pressure and really feeling up to the task. And I've never come into a race feeling more confident and more of my ability to do well. You know, I felt like I was going to be on pole. I managed to pull the lap together, and I felt like I was going to have a good stint, and I had a good stint. And I think that is a massive difference from where I was 2 years ago, is the confidence step up, and just achieving a high confidence and working on the mental side of things has really helped me to produce some better performances as of late.
What about the rest of the race for you now? I'm sure you'll be getting back into the car. Is your plan a lot of night driving? Are you going to sleep soon? What's the plan?
Well, I guess my plan is to drive as fast as possible while maintaining the strategy. I'll be getting in probably in, I think, 2 or 3, 4-ish hours. We're splitting it up into just 2. And I'm just focused on doing as good job as I can do, and flashing Max Verstappen when he comes around and overtakes us.
It's not very often in the 992 since it's so quick these days. But there you go. That's another issue. Just to clarify as well, you are a 3-driver team again this year, aren't you?
Yeah, we are 3 drivers.
Yeah. Okay, thought so. In keep with last year. All right, thanks very much, Will, for coming to chat to us again. Great stint, as always, on circuit. I know we slightly take the mic, but we don't really mean it. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us, Will, and hopefully we'll speak to you again later.
Thanks, Ewan. Enjoy the rest of your stint.
Thanks very much. Will Chadwick there, chatting to us from Scherer Esport, joining them, as he says, for the 3-driver lineup that they have this Nürburgring 24 hours. They're doing really well so far, Darragh. I don't think we can say anything other than that. They won last year, as he referenced there, with an all-German 3-driver lineup. That's not going to be the case this year, whatever happens, because Will Chadwick's not German, but it is a 3-driver lineup, and at the moment they are I think controlling the race might be going a bit too far, but they are in the lead. 6.8 seconds. It's going to be a fight for sure, but they've started off well.
Yeah, they haven't they? I mean, it looks relatively comfortable at the moment, but you can be comfortable going around lap after lap, forgetting that P3 is only 10 seconds behind you. So there is that sense of maybe a bit of a false sense of security, but they've been so consistent, haven't they? Last year and so far in the opening 6.5 hours this year, and Nico Ralph just continuing that good work for the 116, and we'll see how far they can go. But you were right about them not being lapped too often, the 992, because I believe they are still on the lead lap.
Yeah, they are. 6 minutes 12 off of Max Verstappen at the moment is the Porsche Cup car. By my maths, that makes them, 2 laps down at the end of the race, maybe 3. But I wouldn't have thought 4. So really remarkable. I think the thing that isn't helping that is the lack of GT3s. I mean, we're already down to half of the GT3s on the lead lap compared to what we started with 11. We're already down to 6. That can't be helping the pace at the front of the race, but also the Porsches are just very quick these days. Their best lap, an 8 minute 11.2, is only 2 tenths slower than Dory Sports Academy's fastest lap in GT3. So that says a lot about what you need to know in the Porsche 992 Cup class as we join this battle for 6th place. In the meantime, they won't be seeing Max Verstappen very often in that case, but it does change the dynamic of traffic a little bit when we do get to it. It makes them a good deal more difficult to pass, and it makes the closing speed from these cars to the others a good deal larger than it used to be as well when we had the previous generation of Porsche Cup car, when this class was introduced right from its we had a proper Porsche, shall we say, all those years ago. It just makes things a good deal different to what we previously had.
Yeah, it does. That was a great view, I should say, out of the back of that 404. I didn't actually know where that camera was pointing for a good 5 seconds there, but it was just these two going down in towards the final couple of corners of the lap. But yeah, it's nice to see a relatively high pace from these 992s, because it also means that the GT3s and 992s, the GT4s, they all gap out a little bit, and there isn't too much lapping. Of course, we love to see multi-class racing where, there's a few classes and there's quite a big pace difference between a few of them, but when there's not too much pace difference, it's quite nice because you can see the separate races going on independently, and there's not really any crossover.
Max Verstappen is into the pit lane now, by the way. That's the big BMW you may or may not be able to see because it's very dark, as I demonstrated earlier on by not being able to see a driver that was sat right in full view a few moments ago. In he pulls, and the front 4 will do as well. A bit of a fact that I'm going to recycle, by the way, about Kai Kashubi, who also pulls in for the Marla Racing team. He is going for a record here today, along with a couple of others who aren't actually in this race to my knowledge. He is a 3-time winner of this race, Kai Kashubi, 2 in the last 2 years with 2 different teams, by the way, and he is going 4-4, which is the most that any individual driver has been able to win. It's not quite the most that any team has won, but it is the most for a driver, or would be the most for a driver. He currently shares the record with 3 others, who, as I say, are not in the race today, but he could possess that record on his own if the Marla Racing team could get to the front. and possibly win this race. It's got to be a bit of a motivator for him, maybe, over the course of the day. It could be a record holder. That record, by the way, starting right the way back in 2016 when he won the inaugural edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours on iRacing.
Yes. And keeping up a good record, hopefully he can get his fourth. I'm sorry, I was just looking at the pit stop times quickly, because the Team Redline 21 car of Steinbraten has been gaining on Norby Kish, and he is only now 3 seconds behind. The gap when they came into the pit lane was about 4.5, but about 0.6 gained on in the pit lane for the 21 car means that they're closer. So, sorry, I was listening to you, but I also was keeping an eye on the time ticking up for that pit stop. But in the end, not too much change there.
It's alright, I was just waffling about statistics, as I quite often do. I love a good statistic, but I realise I do waffle on about them for a little bit too long sometimes.
So do I.
I've got some more, by the way. Don't think they're going unused over the next hour and 10. Or maybe in the morning, when there's a little bit less to talk about. But I find it interesting, so everyone else is going to be subjected to them, and that's fine. As you say, out of the pit lane for the GT3s, the top four are really the ones in contention. Ola Steinbraten is a bit closer to Norby Kish. 3 seconds is the gap. Can we really call this a 4-horse race already? I mean, the thing that is pushing me towards that is the fact that Falcon Sim Racing Team and Tory Sports Academy, who are 5th and 6th at the moment, haven't had any issues today. They've just not quite been up to speed. And when the 4 at the front are going at such a speed, and the other 5 who are not in that top 6 are so far back, and some of them out the race, I just don't see a way in which they can actually catch those leaders, to be honest with you, unless something monumental happens over the course of the day, which it never really seems to happen for absolutely everybody. So I don't know, it feels like it is down to those 4 at the moment, and I don't see a way back for the others, really.
No, I think you're right. I mean, they're going to have to be gaining those guys further back, the likes of Falcon Sim Racing and Dory Sports Academy. They're going to have to be gaining minimum half a second a lap, every single lap to the end of the race to be near the lead. So, and with them still losing time, I don't really see that happening, unfortunately. So I think likely to be 4-horse race. 23.5 seconds between those top 4. That isn't a big gap. That isn't too large, especially if there's a couple of incidents for the number 20 car, the 89, the 21, the 2 red lines, I should say, and the BS competition car, because they may be able to fall back into Marla. Battles may start to form, but I don't think it's really going to be enough for the rest to gain back. But we have seen some attrition in these GT3s with only 6 running at the front of the field.
Yeah, and this is the last of them, the Dory Sports Academy car. 2 minutes and a half off of race leader Max Verstappen for the moment, and a minute off of the top 5. I can't believe all these top 6 would get to the end on the lead lap, though, to be honest with you. Arjuna posed me some questions just before I left for my first stint after a couple of hours this afternoon. He said, how many cars do you think will be on the lead lap in GT3? I think I said about 10. By the time I get back, I meant, it is what he asked me. And I said 10, I think, or about 8. Anyway, I got it wrong, that's for sure. I said 2 in GR86 and didn't even get that right. Meanwhile, Valkyrie Competition are being overtaken right now by Leon Runninger, who is indeed in that car, as contrary to my beliefs earlier on. Fisher Elite Sports do indeed move forward, though you can see the bit of damage to their car from when they went backwards straight into the Armco barriers early on, by the way, but it's clearly not holding them back too much because they're back on the podium.
Yeah, and a nice little move there for Runninger, not really giving too much concern.
Sorry, could you say Jonathan Poulet chickened out?
God.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Is that your Duolingo French coming to the fore there? It's probably smart not to really fight that one too hard in the 977, because especially as you could see that it was the Visual Resource car pretty keen to get through and had a little bit extra pace backing that as well, so probably smart for the 977 just to sit in behind and carry on. But we'll have to see if this gap grows or whether they stay relatively close together, but I do see Visual Sports gaining away a little bit in P3.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed in how funny I found that joke, and I hate myself for it, but I did find it very funny, so I just had to say it. So there you go.
If that's the level, then I've got some in my back pocket to use.
Okay. Oh God, 17 hours to go. 17 hours, 6 minutes remaining here on Racebot TV and on iRacing as well. Pleasure to be along with you here tonight, taking you into the night here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Lots of traffic here, but bit of congestion, if you like, for Jesse Telkala, or at least you can see a lot of it in the Frozen Speed by Quid and Go BMW. One of the many BMWs you got in the field today. It's been the popular car of choice in both GT3 and GT4, and at the moment he's on the back of the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car. They are the number one. Jack Sedgwick, not sure whether that was intentional or not, but they are the reigning class winners in the Nürburgring 24 hour, the GT4 class winners. Bit of a surprise to me in that case, and Jack Sedgwick, by the way, was a part of that 4-driver team. Bit of a surprise to see them down in 8th place now as a result.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit further down than maybe we were expecting, and with Telkala right on the back, it might get a little bit worse, but they look to be relatively evenly paced at this stage, but that can all change in a heartbeat, especially if there's a couple of wide moments, a bit of confidence lost, maybe dipping a wheel into the grass, momentum is gone, and then through comes the number 2 car for Frozen Speed by GNG. But I mean, it's nice to see that we are, 7 hours in now to this race, and we are still seeing quite a few close battles on the track. I mean, still that GR86 battle, less than a second at the front. We've got the GT3s, the top 4 still quite tight. This battle in the GT4s. We saw the move in the 992s as well. So in all of the categories, really, we are seeing some nice quality racing and some nice storylines building. Even in the TCR, 5.5 seconds between the leader and second. So good to see.
It certainly is. It's always the fear, isn't it, in the middle of the race when you signed up for commentary stints, that you're going to have no gaps below 10 seconds in the field. That's certainly not the case this year. We've got plenty of those and plenty of fights. Fight for 3rd place going on that we were just watching in the Porsche Cup category. This one as well that we're currently on board with. Battle for the lead in GR86 is still ongoing, although it's well, we can tell you what's going on in there with almost without looking at the moment, to be honest with you. They're running around together and not attacking one another, as you may say is a smart idea at this early stage in the race. Do always find GT4 a very interesting category in terms of the Nürburgring style of racing when there's 5 classes like this, because they are bang in the middle of a very, very busy traffic interaction, if you like, and they are one of the most healthy classes in terms of numbers, especially at this stage in the race. They've actually got away without too much attrition so far today. It's about passing the GR86s, who you are closing on quite quickly, passing the TCRs, who are a little bit more of a task, and then watching out when the GT3s and 992s come by at quite a speed, because they're quite a lot faster than you as well. It's a real head-on-a-swivel car that you've got to take care of, and you've got to get to the end of here in GT4, and we've seen, unfortunately, already quite a lot of incidents for GT4s as a result of just the sheer challenge that they have to go through for 24 hours in this class.
I think to an extent it helps these GT4s that the GT3s and the 992s are relatively evenly paced, where there's not too much difference in the time, so you kind of get into a rhythm of how to let the cars through. You're not really having to adapt, oh, this is a GT3, this is a 992. You can kind of react in the same way. So in that aspect it helps, and then of course you've got less cars to then overtake in the TCRs and the GR86, so you're not having to worry about any other class. So it's probably you could say the nicest in terms of traffic consistency. GT3s, of course, they have so much pace that it's more difficult when they come up to the back of the GR86s and the TCRs. But for the GT4s, it feels a bit more of a comfortable ride, really, because you know what the fast cars are going to be doing. The slower cars aren't that much slower, so you can kind of gauge that a little bit better as well. So yeah, it's nice to pound around, I think, in these GT4s, and it's why we've got a relatively healthy lead group of, that's 9 cars inside 97 seconds.
Don't you notice with that onboard camera as well, just how much taller the BMW is? The way we have to mount the camera on that car compared to the Toyota? Goodness me. Well, I suppose I'm the Toyota, but the Porsche Cayman, who is just up ahead of us there on that onboard camera, it's quite noticeable. It's quite difficult, I suppose, in that car to really crouch behind the Cayman and get a slipstream from it, because it's very slim and sleek compared to the rather tall and almost apartment building look to the BMW M4. Not a good looking car, is it? But,
Well, I certainly don't look like a tall, sleek apartment building, so therefore I don't look like a BMW M4. So I'll agree with you there that they look awful.
okay. Yeah, I mean, the GT3's worse, but goodness me. I mean, thank goodness it's dark, can't see the front of it. Anyway. I don't think BMW will be giving me any money anytime soon for anything, as it turns out.
Well, they had the email written. They had the email written. They had all the money to send to you, and now they're just deleting it. It's gone out of the draft.
Can't put money over your what you believe in. Anyway, now 17 hours and a minute remaining. About to get to the end of the 7th hour of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours in 2024. Yes, Itelka still trying to crouch behind the winners 1 year ago in the GT4 class. There was cooking racing adventures. It was Jack Sedgwick, part of the team, with Josh Thompson, Sindre Setsas and Wiltshire Gertha actually at the wheel of the... And do you want another stat, by the way? It's just reminded me. Wiltshire Gertha was... I believe, anyway, you might have to correct me if I'm wrong, either you, Darryl, or somebody else at home. Wiltshire Gertha was the only winner of the drivers in winning cars last year to be a real-world driver also, or have done some competitive real-world driving at a certain level, and that kept a record ongoing right the way back to 2020. That was the 4th year in a row at that time that at least one real-world driver at some level had been also a winner in the Nürburgring 24 hour every year since 2020 up until last year. I wonder if we can keep that going again. I'm not going to list them all, by the way, because there's actually a very extensive list of real-world drivers that have won this race, but that run started with Philip Eng of BS Competition all the way back in 2020. Wiltshire Gertha was able to keep it going for Was Cooking Racing Adventures last year, so I wonder if we can keep that going this time round. I'm trying to look up and down the order really for real-world drivers who can keep it going, and I'm struggling past Max Verstappen, to be honest.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. It doesn't look like at the moment on track that there's really anybody else. But
even earlier, I'm struggling.
Yeah. Well, we've still got some drivers maybe not having any stints just yet. But we'll wait and see. But I think you're right in that. I'm looking at this list and I really cannot say anybody except for Max Verstappen, and he's at the top of the list because he's winning the race, of course. But yeah, hopefully we can keep that record up. But you know, not necessarily going to hold our breaths on that one because there's still a long way to go, and a lot could happen. But I'm sure if that is still on the cards, Ewan, as you are. You know what, you've got a stint on commentary, I think we're only with like 3 or 4 hours to go, so I'm sure you will delight us with that stat once again.
I'm not sure delight's the right word, but I might use it at some point, yes. It's been one driver a year, by the way, for the last 4 years, hasn't it? I suppose Lauren Heinrich also does driving, doesn't he? In the real world these days, we'll count him. I don't know if he was at the time, but I'm counting it anyway. So there you go. The two of them were sharing car along with Alexander Voss that year. The BS Competition, one of the more successful teams, by the way, in this race, certainly over the last few years, since we moved away from this race. Sort of comes in eras as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the MX-5 era and then the GT4 era, if you want to put it like that, but that's not really what the eras are defined by, I suppose. We've had GT3 the whole way through, and we've had some form of the Porsche Cup class all the way through as well, but all the other classes have been fairly fluid and interchangeable. But I do like having some of the other classes in there for sure, and I'll explain why in a few moments' time, because I've got another stat for you, but that can wait. We're 7 hours into the race, and so let's have a little run through as to where we are and the movers and shakers from the 24 hours of the Nürburgring so far. Max Verstappen is leading the way. The Team Redline BMW qualified on the front row, and now they are ahead of the field and ahead of the BS Competition car that didn't really qualify well at all, and neither did the Mahler Racing Team car, to be honest. They've both been moving forward to fourth and second. So it is Redline BS Competition, Redline Mahler inside the top 4, and then Falcon Sim Racing Team inside the top 5. Then Door Esports Racing Academy Door Esports Academy, to give them their proper name, in 6th position. I can inform you that Williams and Coanda are still going. Williams are 13th overall and 7th in class. Coanda are 17th overall and 8th in class. we were talking earlier about how much the 992s are getting lapped. Well, that it makes it even more difficult, Dara, for the GT3s to work themselves back through the overall order again, rather embarrassingly.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm looking at the time page now, and the number 2 car, the Williams Esports, at the moment is only about 37 seconds off the back of Visceral Esports in P3 in that second class, of course. So they've not got too much more work to do in the grand scheme of things. They are gaining a consistent chunk every single lap. I think it's fair to say 5-6 seconds is the time page. Looks like the times have gone slightly awry, unless Max Verstappen's last lap was a 9-minute 8.5, but I feel like that isn't correct. But regardless, they have got the work to do, but they're still on the lead lap just, so chances.
Another real-life driver has been staring us straight in the face, by the way. Norby Kish is in second.
Of course.
So that's rather embarrassing.
You kind of look down the audience, see Max Verstappen, think, yeah, and then you just keep looking down.
Yeah,
and forget
exactly. That's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. And I missed Norby Kish. Sorry about that. He is, of course, a real-world driver. And Vince Kusley reminding us that Arjan Guven is driving for Coanda today, but he says they're definitely not going to win. I'd laugh if they do now. Kind of want them to, just for that sake. But there you go. They're currently running down in 8th place to try and keep that run going. Let's go to 992, where we've got now a 3.6 second gap at the front of the field. Now, Hugo Louise drove against Norby Kiss about 15 years ago, he says. That's quite a good stat. There you go. Luca Upper is leading in at 992. I say 3.5 seconds. It's getting serious in the second fastest of our 5 categories this evening. Dino Lombardi, the chaser right now. Leo Runninger is in 3rd, just ahead of Jonathan Poulet, who's driving for Valkyrie Competition. And then, having taken a slightly shorter pit stop last time round, Garaika Motorsport are in 5th place, although they would have been anyway because they've got half a minute back to Carlisle Esports GT3 Cup, who I don't think I've seen all day, and they've just been passed by the Williams Esports Hoisting Road GT3 car. That shows you how far back they are. But in the actual class order, they're ahead of Effect Simulations, Visceral Esports, and Prospect Sim Racing. Pro Sport Sim Racing, who are 9th, and then SimCity Racing, unfortunately, are out. That makes up your 10 from Porsche Cup. In GT4, Sauber Talens is leading after a fairly well thought out opening to this race. Apex have taken this one by the scruff of the neck now and lead by nearly half a minute. VirtuaCoach.gg by Grid and Go are in second, ahead of Door Esports. These are equidistant 10-second gaps, by the way, between themselves. Drago Racing, Team 75 Bernard by Simol C, Simify, Sontec, and then a little bit more of a gap back to this battle for 8th place between Was Cooking Racing Adventures and Protospeed by Grid and Go, which have been following for the last few moments' time. Drago Racing's only car in contention is 10th, and I'm unsure as to whether the Ricardo Rico driven GT4 will actually return again. Currently not a confirmed retirement, but they may be in the not too distant future. In TCR, we've got Obsidian Racing leading the way. Patrick Hingston, an increasingly strong lineup for them. They've already had Michael Polosek and Gaio Valero, two TCR stalwarts driving their car. Impulse Racing are chasing them down and have brought that gap back to the smallest it's been since the first hour, I would say, outside of pit stops. Jan Boll at the wheel of that one. Fabian Siegman 50 seconds away. This is a surprise for me as Team Hoisingveld go for a record-breaking 4th in a row, something that's never been done before. 3 in a row has been done 3 times, including once by them, and they've got the chance to make it 4 here in TCR. At the moment, they're nearly a minute away from doing so. Impulse Racing are 4th and are in the pit lane for a concerningly long time. I don't know what's happened to Miguel Freitas, but they are not visible and they are tumbling. Oh, well, there they are. My eyes again. Where are... Ah, there's damage there. Even I can see that. That seemed to be damage on the front left. I don't know what's happened to Impulse Racing, but the 222 car seemingly might be out of contention now. We might be down to 3 in TCR.
Yeah. It doesn't look ideal in this. I mean, you can see the gaps already. I mean, 48 seconds back to Heisinckveld in P3, and then it's just 4.5 minutes and increasing back to Impulse. So if they stay in here for any much longer, then it's going to be nearly 5.5 minutes between P3 and P4 in this class. So quite a big gap. As this will be why, oh my word, that looks like some kind of technology issue.
Good grief. That's an odd place to go off as well.
Yeah, that car, like, it looked like the car just turned left. Just left hand down.
Yeah, I guess your assumption is the correct one in that case, yeah. Because it is an odd place to go off. Let's go to GR86 before we continue. Forgia TV racing team are ahead of Nürburgring Esports, who were competing in fact, the only team in today's race who competed in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Didn't win that championship, but they will have gained the experience of being among a lot of these teams who are in this race too by competing in the 5 rounds of that championship. They're currently in second. Roland Alonefredson is actually Roland Alfredson, but he's cleverly named himself. He's doing this race alone, as the name suggests, and he's on the podium at the moment. Team RSO are going for a record-breaking 4th team victory in the same class. Wouldn't be a record overall, but it would be a record among one class. And at the moment, they're going to have to do it from minutes and minutes and minutes back in 4th position with Eva Veratic Tuotini, who broke their 4 in a row back in 2019 in that 5th position just behind them. So that is your run through with 7 hours gone. There is the battle in GR86. I really hope, Dara, by the time we're off in 50 minutes time, that this battle is still close and it's still just as exciting as it is right now, as the two of them continue to not really battle. I think that's a stretch, but run closely and challenge one another for the win in this race.
Yeah, hopefully these guys will stay relatively tight together. There were a couple of mistakes that we saw from the Forgia TV racing team car. Just a couple of wide moments, nothing too major, but clearly being kept on their toes by the 487. I'll say in 50 minutes time, I really hope that you're going to ring up a local spec service to make sure you book an eye test.
Thanks.
Because it's it seems overdue, that's all I'll say.
Overdue, but that's good. I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I've been, so you might be right.
There we go. You might have to.
I can
you might not need an eye patch though. That might be a good thing. I needed one of them when I was 3.
Did you?
I did. Yeah, I had all those big. Yeah, I had all those big, almost like posters on the wall where every day you put your old eye patch on and you made a little art piece. Anyway, yeah, goodness, I remember that very nicely.
I've never seen that happen in real life.
Have you not?
No.
I have. Well, I barely did though, because I couldn't see without my glasses on, and that's why I need the eye patch.
Well, that is. Please let me know if I'm the only one who doesn't know what on earth is going on, because that's bizarre.
I have to look this up now.
Yeah. Lewis doesn't know either. I need. I need some verification that Dara's not the only one who knows this. what's going on here? I need to find someone else who understands what's happening here. But yeah, maybe. I mean, the problem is that they only show you letters, and I can read. That's not a problem. But apparently seeing drivers.
It's just general seeing, just not reading. The reading's fine. just generally looking around.
Seeing drivers in the dark, I'm hopeless. I haven't got a chance. Or cars in the dark, or anything in the dark. I haven't got a chance. So there you go.
Eat more carrots.
Yeah. Lewis said it's not my eyes, it's my brain. That's well, aren't your eyes controlled by your brain? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Science?
Biology with you. You need to just do chemistry, and you got the full set now. So you can do a full science GCSE there, combined or triple.
I did triple actually, by the way. Would you believe it?
I can't believe that actually.
True. Thanks. Thanks for that. Anyway, we're going quite off topic here, but that's what 24-hour races are for. As we continue to watch this battle for 8th place. Yeah, ever since I stopped learning about them, it's completely exited my mind very quickly indeed. Which I guess what school's for, really, isn't it? Just forgetting entirely about the 18 years that you spend there. So that's good. But anyway, moving on. I noticed at the time of the rundown that the gap was coming down in TCR. Well, not only has it come down, it's come crashing down, and it's come with a change of lead too. Jan Bol is now at the front of the field ahead of Patrick Hingston of the Obsidian car. I would imagine that would have been at the Tiergarten or into turn one maybe, because that happened a few moments ago, but that gap has come down very quickly indeed. I mean, look at the last lap times. 9:02.9 for Jan Bol, 9:06.5 for Patrick Hingston. I'm not sure at what point this becomes a concern.
Mistake, damage maybe on that Obsidian car, the 111. I'm not unsure on that one, but either way, the 122 very pleased to be up into the lead now, I'm sure, and hoping to build on that advantage, hoping for a similar lap time from the Obsidian car this time around, but yeah, not looking too promising at this stage if you are sitting in P2, but for Impulse Racing, this is a fantastic little opportunity to try and pull away into this kind of 1/3 of the way through the race stage.
Yeah. I can't help but feel it's a little bit of a concern. I mean, I talked about this earlier on. How Obsidian going to sustain this? Because Michael Parsek started that car, drove really well for the first few hours, as he normally does, and always does, in fact. And he always does a lot of driving too, but there is a point at which you have to fair share. And so what happens then? That was the question at the time, and unfortunately, I think we've got the answer in some way. 1 second the gap as Jan Bol pulls away. He's now flashing the lights, is Patrick Hingston. It's got to be a huge moment of pressure, hasn't it, for a drive? I mean, I can't imagine what it's like. We were talking to Will Chadwick earlier on about stepping into a team that you're not especially accustomed with, and you're not especially, you're not in with the rest of them quite as much as they're in with each other, if you see what I mean. And you're joining them not for the first time, but you're not a regular either. I can't imagine the pressure on Patrick Hingston here, being handed the car in the lead by two of the greats of TCR driving in Garvalero and in Michael Polasek as well, who started that car. And all of a sudden, you're sent out there to try and protect a lead. I can't imagine the pressure he's under, indeed, to do that. And it might well be getting to him at the moment. I mean, the amount of time he lost on that last lap there is a difference in lap time that I've not seen for quite some time.
Yeah, I think part of these 24-hour races is not letting your teammates down. There's really not much worse. I mean, if everybody else does exactly what they need to do and you're out in front, and then you maybe lose the lead, you maybe make a mistake that costs a lot of time for the rest of the guys. It's less so that you've lost the time and that the car's not in the best position. It's more of a feeling that you've just let the others down, and that's exactly what you want to avoid. But I'm sure the guys will corral behind the P2 man of Patrick Hingston and try and get him further up the order, and I'm sure they'll have the confidence to try and put themselves back into the lead. The gap really hasn't widened, has it? It stayed pretty much as it was. So that lap last time around for Patrick Hingston, maybe a bit of an anomaly, and not really going to be a bit of a trend as we work our way through, because that gap, still 6 tenths of a second, doesn't really look like it's increasing too much.
Yeah, into the pit lane for a lot of these drivers in GT4. It's the familiar whirring of that siren on the N3 to pit lane going off. I do wonder how Door Esports have managed to get themselves off strategy here. Timmy Arshall's going a lap longer than everybody else very often here. Not sure whether that's going to prove crucial towards the end of this race, because we're so far away from the end. But if it does, then just note that we mentioned it here first, and we noted it as important. It may well not be by the end of the day, you just never know. Salva Talons makes his way back out there again in what will become the lead of the race again. There is the 75 Sim RC car, but Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, to give them their full name. Adam Isaacson at the wheel for that one. Stephen Ledger makes his way out in the BMW. There he goes. I think it's pretty much as you were as we commented on this about an hour ago, Darren. I don't think too much has changed, really, other than the fact that about an hour ago, Drago Racing had just put themselves into the wall and became our first GT4 car to go off the lead lap. Other than that, not a lot has changed in the last hour.
No, it's kind of just been a little bit stagnant, hasn't it, this race? Not really moving anywhere, but hopefully it'll burst into life over the closing hours when the sun does rise once again. But good for quite a lot of these teams just to keep their head on and just keep going, and not really worry about what others are doing. Keep the gaps relatively similar to the cars around. I'm looking at the GT3s for that. There were a couple of laps recently where everybody was in the 8-minute 10s in the top 4. Max Verstappen just setting the bar a little bit lower, an 8-minute 9.9, quicker than a 10.3 for Norby Kish in P2 and 11.2 for Steinbart in P3. But it has allowed the Marler Racing team with a 10.2 to try and close that gap up to second and third as well. So it's just been realistically an hour where the drivers have been quietly going about their business, just getting laps in, trying not to have any kind of collision in this night phase.
Yep, and the small gaps changing, I think are still notable, but it's very minor at the front of the field. Norby Kiss has lost a bit of time to Max Verstappen, but not too much, and you'd expect that just as easily as that gap can grow again, it can come back. PS Competition are experienced winners in this race, but Team Redline are too, having last won back in 2021. Chris Lullum and Max Verstappen drove together that day too, by the way. They are again here today. Max Benneker no longer with Redline, of course, and so not driving with them today to maybe go alone as well. He's got the chance to become a 4-time winner next time he decides to join us here on iRacing. It'd be nice to see him back again at this event, maybe at some point in the near future. There is Max Verstappen making his way out of Brunchen, and now over towards Flansgarten, where we saw his teammate, well, not in his car, but his teammate Gianni Vecchio have an incident with the Carlisle TCR earlier on. We've seen a number of incidents actually at Flansgarten today. It's where a lot of the GR86s went into the wall earlier, as Grid and Go couldn't see where everybody else was on the circuit. Nobody's fault really, just one of those technical issues, and thankfully none of that happening just for the moment. Here is GR86. Speaking of, this is all that's left, unfortunately. I know we said that before, but it was a real shame. I don't know if you were watching earlier on, Dara, for that 8-car battle in GR86 that was just so enthralling for that first hour. It very much brought our minds back to the Mazda MX-5 days from when we used to have that car in place of this one. It was such an exciting opening lap, especially. 3 wide moments were common, and it was like going back to those days, really, with the GR86s on the opening hour of the race. It was wonderful to watch. Unfortunately, it didn't last nearly as long as we were hoping.
Yeah, I mean, it's been it's somewhat disappointing, of course, that they spaced out in a couple of drivers or a couple of teams really not being able to continue this far into the race. But it's still nice to see that despite all of that breaking up of the train, we've still got these two at the front, locked as close together as they can be and have been for quite a while at this point. So it's always nice to have that, little carrot dangling in front of us of an impending battle that we might be seeing with Kleinecht still trying to find his way through on Franco Lugerli, but there's still 16 hours to go. We were talking about the opening couple of laps because with Coanda going out in the GT3s, maybe there was not necessarily a need to be so aggressive on the opening laps. We're still at this stage of the race, but not even a third of the way through. There's still no need to be aggressive. You can still sit here for a while, maybe try and draw out a mistake, but you don't need to force the issue because you've got ample time to make the move in due course.
Yeah, and probably quite a while until they come into the pit lane as well. I think there's another 20 minutes left here. We were talking to Guangxi Lin earlier that it is a bit of a struggle to get to 10 laps, but if they do, then they've got another couple of laps remaining. If not, they're still probably about 10 minutes away from a pit stop. The lap time for them is a 1:47. They are actually going very quickly at the moment. They are not setting new bests because I'm going to guess they got an off-track on the previous lap, but had they not managed that, they both would have set fastest laps of the race so far on that previous lap there. I guess that shows the conditions are absolutely ideal at the moment here, Dara. We are in the night time. The temperatures are pretty much as low as they are going to be as we approach midnight now in Sim. We're about 20 minutes away from midnight, in fact, virtual standard time. And as long as you can see where you're going sufficiently, your car will be performing at almost its best.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there is a certain element of rhythm for these guys. They're, particularly these front two. I haven't seen too many cars come past them in quite a while, so they've been allowed to kind of get on with it themselves, just get the lap times in, get the apexes done, just keep moving forward. And it's helped them in that aspect, and they are improving, you can see, and that'll also just come from just getting ever more comfortable in the car. Of course, when you jump in first time in the race, or just at the start of a stint, you know, it might take a couple of minutes to get your eye, as we saw with Max Verstappen. He was a little bit off the pace of Kish, but it is so far now quicker. And it's the same for these guys further back, Ruggieri, and well, both of these cars no different, and it's nice to see that they are settling in nicely and really pushing each other.
Yeah. So they make their way out of Arenberg and down the hill now to the Vauxhall, in English anyway. I shouldn't really translate these German words, should I? But there we go. I just have done, as you're aware. Up into Adenauer Forest, a part of the racetrack where we saw a pretty big incident. I think it was for Gereica Motorsport earlier on. So they tried to go around the outside of a GT4 car up the top of the hill there. Not sure if it was them, but it was someone trying to go around the outside up the top of the hill there, and looking not to get away with, or lucky to get away, I should say, with the amount of damage that they did in the end. So there you go. This is a replay of goodness knows what going up into the Muck-Curve. Side-by-side moment as Jack Sedgwick works his way through. He's in 7th place now. We've been seeing him in 8th for quite some time, but he's caught Gabriel Streckmatter and passed him. And so they are now 7th and 8th in the field. Jack Sedgwick moving on up, but that's by far the closest gap actually in GT4, as none of the others are below 10 seconds at the moment. We're at that stage of the race very much so.
Yeah, it was very apt, wasn't it, that I was talking about how not too many cars had come through on these GR86s for 2 to come steaming through, isn't it? But yeah, these guys still coming around, and we just are at that stage of the race, with it being nearly midnight. We must be approaching that kind of time. I just feel like I remember it being 4 o'clock when we started this race, virtual standard time. Yeah. So I mean, we're going to have so much daylight, aren't we? I know we've talked about it already, but we think about places like Daytona, don't we, where kind of when the sun's up, there's not long to go. It's the final stretch, a couple of hours left to the end. But here, I mean, I think first light's going to come before halfway. Sorry,
that was not a good line through Bergwerk there for the Nürburgring esports car, and the reason I let out a squeal is because I might lose the draft here if they're not careful. That's the worry. Although I suppose earlier on one of the two. Oh, contact! Huge contact for Nürburgring esports Pipperman, seemingly out of nowhere in the darkness at Kesselchen. The second place running GR86 is into the wall out of nowhere, and from second position they are toast. Sparks fly from the bottom of the Toyota as they try and limp their way back to pit lane, but Forgia TV Racing Team are going to be alone at the front as big contact in Kesselchen separates the leading duo.
Was there another car there? I don't think I saw another set of headlights when they spun. Maybe I don't know. Maybe a bit of lag there, a car that isn't there on our screens but is there on someone else's. That is a bizarre incident, really came out of nowhere, and they are just limping home now. Let's see. Oh no, there was another car. Oh my word.
What is that?
Well, I don't think they're going to be anybody's good books after that one. Oh my word.
How
the closing speed there was scary.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still trying to identify the car. It's not painted them in a good light at all, whoever that is. Certainly that rear-facing shot there. They're still going here, by the way. Fair play to Joel Klegnecht, who's still limping this car back to pit lane. And with relative... here we go. Dennis Ronsdorf, I'm afraid, has got that all wrong into Kesselchen. That's the 5th placed running Porsche Cup car, Gereica Motorsport. Not the first incident they've been involved in today, I'm afraid. About 15 seconds off the battle for a podium place, and I get they're chasing for that podium, but you've got to pay more respect to the slower classes than that.
Yeah. We really did not see that coming, did we? We were both looking at the onboard, looking forward, then all of a sudden we were looking at the wall. So I can only imagine it was a relatively similar feeling for the 487, the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman team. But, I mean, Kleineknecht is doing an incredible job getting this back. I mean, the gap back. Oh no! Say that, and I shouldn't have said anything, should I? Oh, got to be careful. Those on the car coming through. Well, everything's going to be avoided. But I mean, that gap behind is so big to Roland Alfredson that I mean, they still may be able to come out in P2, if not P3 here.
I don't think they're going to manage that. I think there's going to be some big damage repairs happening here.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry. I left them out of my calculations completely.
Yeah.
Put some new tyres on, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
They would have lost more time towing, is the upside, is the silver lining, if you can find one from this. He's done an unbelievable job getting this back, by the way. Not only the fact that he is still going, but the fact, normally when somebody tries to do this, they do it way too quickly and they look absolutely... well, what's the right word? They look like a liability, to be honest, on the racetrack. But at the moment, the Nürburgring Esports cars, save for that spin a few moments ago, they've looked okay. I know it looks a bit wobbly and there's sparks flying absolutely everywhere. Could start campfire with all that. But they are getting it back all right. Despite what looks like rear suspension damage to me, that's what's making the car wiggle about so much. The rear left tail light is gone. I wonder whether the rear left suspension piece is also gone. Can't get into the carousel. I suppose you wouldn't be able to.
It's not the straightest looking car, is it, realistically?
No.
Here, I mean, Kleineknecht probably shouting referee when that happened.
Bring that up, really?
Sorry?
No, never mind. Yes, I know. It's the difficulty with these ones, though, isn't it? Because what can you do, in a sense? Even if we did suddenly have penalties in iRacing special events and whatever, and if this was an organised race, let's say, this doesn't change it for Nürburgring Esports. This is that they're in that by the looks of things. Forgia Racing Team have also made their way in, but this doesn't change anything for Nürburgring Esports. A penalty for someone else doesn't change anything for Nürburgring Esports, and the fact that their car's now really, really damaged and they're surely out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it, really? I mean, one man who has absolutely no sympathy for the 487 is Roland Alfredson, who I've seen in the YouTube chat just put yes into the chat. Clearly delighted that his competitors
I'm not sure how he's
fortune.
I'm not sure he's chatting to us, to be honest.
Sorry?
I'm not sure how he's chatting to us in YouTube.
Neither do I. But I have to say, I remember I was doing a broadcast before at Le Mans, and Aidan Neat was typing in the chat down the Mulsanne. So very possible that something similar is going on there.
Yeah, I suppose there is quite some time to type as well, but still, I wouldn't do it myself. That's why I'm only. It's the only reason I bring it up. Into the pit lane though for Nürburgring Esports Wipperman. I mean, what a shame for them. We were lauding that two-car battle for the lead, and now up on the jacks, Nürburgring Esports go. For how long is going to be the question. There'll be a driver change. Ben Kelly Macaulay will be taking that car out, but just in how many minutes' time?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one just to see how this plays out in terms of the pit stops. I mean, we're probably looking... I mean, we're not too far off. It's been quite a while since we've had pit stops, particularly for the GT3s. Max Verstappen got in that car about, 1 hour 50? Or no, 1 hour 45 or so ago. So they're probably heading towards another pit stop in the GT3s. 992 is probably around that similar kind of pace, but... yeah, we'll have to see, but I think within the next 15-20 minutes we're going to see a lot of the cars into the pit lane.
Yeah, GT3 won't be in this time, but next time round, based on maths, but they are a good 5 minutes away from the line for the penultimate time, so no need to worry about pit stops for another 15 minutes nearly in GT3. This is the battle in third that the Porsche Cup car of Garaika Motorsport have just trying to chase down. They actually came into the pit lane there. I wonder whether Garaika Motorsport got any damage from that. Never really looked at the incident from their point of view in terms of damage, but it wasn't an insignificant whack for them either, I suppose. No, they didn't end up in the wall, but the car-to-car contact wasn't insignificant there, so I guess they would maybe have got damage too.
It was a hefty hit, wasn't it? Realistically, so I'd be surprised if they got away with it scot-free. But it's possible that the damage could be, there would be damage, but it doesn't really affect the pace too much heavily, maybe just a little bit more cosmetic than anything else. But it was quite the closing speed was high, and so difficult to really judge that one. But yeah, hopefully for everybody's sake, we got some nice straight panels, and everyone can really maximise their pace in the car.
Yep, there's Adrian Greiker continuing. Started that car a long time ago. See where they get to by the end as he makes his way around Arenberg for only the 54th time today in the Porsche Cup car. Despite the fact we've been racing for nearly 8 hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours on iRacing for 2024. Still Max Verstappen leading the way for Team Redline. Well, that was a bit of maybe unwanted drama over the course of the last few moments on the way towards Kesseltron. A real shame to see that GR86 battle split apart. We never really spoke about who definitively was at fault for it, but I guess we didn't really need to have much discussion about it in the end. Unfortunately, you've got to place the blame on the faster class car in that stage, and I know the closing speed is large, and we just saw it there with Max Verstappen as he made his way through, but still, surely you've got to take more care of the slower classes than that.
Yeah, you'd think, there's a reason that there's 5 classes. Everyone's got to give the room, give the respect to everybody else, and you'd hope that you'd see that all the way through, of course. Particularly in the dark, you can be a little bit more prone to these kind of misjudgments and accidents, really, plain and simple, occurring between some of these guys, but it's something that you obviously want to avoid, and hopefully when the sun rises once again, we'll have less of it. As we run our way through, because it really just isn't something we want to see, because a lot of these guys, particularly in the TCRs and the GR86s, they're running their own races. The GT3s, the 992s, they're coming through, but you don't really want them to interfere and keep up some nice racing, because the GR86s particularly having a great race and then being blown open again. Well, I say blown open, it's kind of been shut down, because Ruggieri is now 4 minutes in the lead.
Yep. Out the pit lane yet? No, it's still not out the pit lane. Is Alfredson still not ahead, is he? Just me, the gaps are big down there. Am I seeing is that updated timing? It is indeed, yeah. So, Forgia TV Racing Team are leading, and Ronan Alfredson's still not in second.
I was right, and there is a first time for everything, clearly. Or is that right? Because I've got to refresh that.
Oh, here we go. Ben Kenny McCauley is out now. Wow, you were right. Second place for Nürburgring Esports. So they do retain second after all of that. I can't believe they've got away with about 3.5 minutes of repairs. That's unbelievable, by the way. But either way, the 992 pit stops are on right now. And all of a sudden, Autos Esports, as of a pit stop or two ago, Autos Esports and Share Esport are now stopping on different laps. Dino Lombardi has been into the pit lane for a no-tyre change that time round. Do Share Esport respond with the same, or do the tyre games begin? Or, well, not begin, continue, I should say.
Games are already beginning now. It's a little bit late into the race, but yeah, it's kind of been a running theme, isn't it, all the way through these opening 8 hours, to see where drivers go. Ben Kelly McCauley, fresh eyes, fresh face, fresh rhythm, I think it's fair to say, for this next couple of hours, hoping to close a 4-minute gap. That'll be impressive if 4 minutes 40 can be closed down throughout the rest of this race, but never say never. If it happened to Nürburgring Esports, then it can happen to Forgia TV as well, so got to keep going, got to be in it to win it, that age-old quote that everybody loves.
Yeah, Hugo says the car is mangled, but I can't really see that, surprise, surprise. I can see the rear left tail light missing, but asked me to pick up. Let's just wait for this car to catch up here and give us a bit of illumination with the headlights here as we try and have a look at the GR86 and just how out of shape it is, it doesn't look terrible actually. Oh, well, on the sides it does actually. I'll take that back. On the left-hand side, that doesn't look quite so good. Yeah, that's not great. I wonder whether they only took on required repairs or they did all the optionals, whether even any required or what was going on there, because I'll reiterate what I said a minute ago. I can't believe they've gotten away with the amount of repairs. I don't think Roland Alfredson can really believe it either, based on YouTube chat. There is the still shot of the left-hand side. That is not the look of a fully repaired car to me.
No, there's definitely some damage to that. There's, not looking the best. At least we'll be able to spot it in the dark, because there's only one rear light, so at least there's that going for us. But a lovely slow motion shot. It's like when you see a salmon jumping up a waterfall there. But
what?
I don't know. I've just seen
salmon?
That, and I saw a slow motion.
Salmons jump up waterfalls.
You know when you see slow motion replays and it's like salmon trying to get up a waterfall, and it doesn't matter. Does not matter. I'm going to stop talking right there and pass it back to you, Ewan.
Salmon? What? Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but and anyway, anyway. So second place still for Nürburgring Esports. What is the corrected gap then to Roland Alonfredson, who we should probably call him, shouldn't we, really? 41 seconds is the margin. That's the only margin actually below a minute in GR86, which kind of tells you all you need to know about the race today in that class. It is a real shame, as we've talked about before, in the class that really has been decimated the most, you could say, out of all of them. Meanwhile, battle for third place in the Porsche Cup class. Leon Runninger is being chased down by Jonathan Poulet in the Valkyrie competition car. These guys are not too far away from getting lapped overall here, so I know we were talking earlier about how many times are these guys going to be lapped in the Porsche Cup class. Well, it might well be three times round, because Max Verstappen is only around 20 seconds behind this battle for third.
Yeah, I mean, these guys still going at it. I mean, it looks quite tight, and thankfully no collisions this time around, and we get through the traffic relatively nicely indeed. But we'll make our way now. It's good to see these guys close together. Of course, there isn't too much separating them, but we've seen all the way through, really, in this 992 race, that the gaps haven't been too large. And, going back to what you said earlier, we'll have to see if Jonathan Poulet won't chicken out this time and go for maybe P3.
Oh, he's catching on. Lovely.
I
don't even know if he's French. To be honest with you.
To be fair.
I don't know. But there you go. If he is French, we're definitely pronouncing Jonathan wrong, because that's far too English. But anyway,
to be fair, my French teacher was called Jonathan.
Yeah, I know. It's fine for that to be a name. We just got to pronounce it without a J in that case, or with less of quite a sharpness to it. Yeah. Yes. There you go. We'll find out. Valkyrie competition, though, trying to work their way up into the podium. It does feel a little bit to me like that is sort of the limit for a lot of these teams at the moment. For like Visceral and Valkyrie, these two haven't actually stopped yet, so they'll come out relatively near to the likes of Williams Esports. Oh no, that's the GT3. Sorry, not their car. The Goraika Motorsport car, for example. The Carlar Cup car is just under a minute back. It kind of feels like all those guys are battling for third place, while the Altus and Scherer teams are fighting out 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're going along relatively well, and they can try and work together as they work their way through. I'm just looking down my timing page. Well, Scherer, of course, leading the field, and they've got that comfortable margin, don't they, back at this stage, but then it tightens up behind. It's going well at this stage of the race, but we've seen how it can all come undone very quickly. They've just got to keep themselves on their toes. Altus Esports Nürburgring 24 hours with Dino Lombardi not lapping it anywhere near as fast, and actually Luca Alper is actually putting it in times that are very similar with the GT3s. He's actually 9/10 quicker than the Falcon Sim Racing car last time round.
Yes, he was actually. So that just shows you a fast Cup car can be faster than a bottom-end GT3 car in terms of the speed here today. So, although that was only over one lap, traffic can really change that, of course. Worth mentioning that Falcon were a good 3 seconds off their best lap. Not saying that's their pace all the time by any means. Just a little bit of an off lap for Jonas Rutten, who's at the wheel of the last car inside the top 5 for the moment. Now, how far are these two away from pitting? I would argue that Leo Runninger, on this 8th lap at the moment, will be into the pit lane at the end of this one, whereas the Valkyrie competition car can go for one more. Jonathan Poulet. So, wonder how that's going to affect things towards the end. To be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure how in 992 and GT4 a little bit, but 992 mainly, how these guys have all managed to get off strategy and started pitting on different laps, because as we talked about earlier, it's quite difficult to get off a lap once you're on it, really, with the length and the lack of ability to save one at this circuit.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help us to try and work out who's going for what, especially with 16 hours still to go, a long way out to try and work out exactly how many pit stops are going to be left for these guys. But with Luca Alper in the pit lane, I think he may even be able to come out into the lead of the race still. So it just shows how much of a gap that they had in the 116. Interesting just to see if maybe some undercuts or overcuts can go on. We haven't really seen it in any of the other categories, so the 990s could be our little source of some pit stop games here.
Poulet very close on the way through the Stefan Bellafers curve. Is he going to go for it here, maybe? Into Straubenschratz. Well, this will be brave. And with the precariousness of the outside of that turn, given the fact that the grass leads you directly and very quickly into an Armco barrier, they both decide not to try that and maybe wait for a little bit later on. Especially pointless, really, given the fact that Viscera will be in at the end of this lap, I would have thought, and they'll soon be separated by about a minute once one of them has made the pit stop. And Poulet will be in the next time around. But there's a look from behind as Leon Runninger looks into his rearview mirror. Will he be pushed here by Poulet? The answer to that is a resounding yes. And maybe that's how the Visceral Esports car looks like that. Look at that mess. Goodness me.
Yeah, it nearly looks as nice as one of those BMW M4s, doesn't it, really? Not looking too pretty on the rear there. It won't be entering any kind of pageant, but they'll work their way down with the bump drafting still ongoing. Clearly not too much urgency for Poulet to make his way through and up into P3. Happy to sit in behind for now. We'll see what happens with the pit stops when they get themselves to the end, or the start of the pit lane, I should say, and one of them come into the pit lane. It does very much look like, yeah, there we go, the P3 car pulling in, and that's going to promote Poulet and Valkyrie competition ahead of Visceral Esports once again.
Yep, and this will continue to happen, I would imagine, for quite a few hours of the race, unless one of them makes a mistake, because that's generally how the strategy works in that way. Luca Alpert also pitted that time around. He's already back out again, and ahead of Dino Lombardi as well, as Max Verstappen makes his way down onto pit lane now. So this is at the end of another 7-lap stint, and this is a pretty crucial moment. Have we seen the end of Max Verstappen in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours for 2024, or will he continue on one more? It's 25-11 in Central Europe summertime at the moment. Does he get out of the car to hand over? We do believe he's satisfied the fair share rule, but he may want to carry on for one more, and it looks like he's going to carry on for at least one more. That car's been up on the jacks for sufficient time for him to be pulled out, and he's still there, so we are going to see Max Verstappen for at least one more hour.
Pushing towards 11 o'clock in Imola, but it won't really be too much of an issue. He's only got a race at 3 o'clock. He's got ages for a nice bit of kip to get himself back up for the morning. He doesn't really need to be there for the F3 or the F2, does he? Just needs to turn up for his media duties and then get ready for the race. So, going along nicely. There's no reason for him to stop, really, if he's got such strong pace at this stage, and keeping that red line car consistently in the lead and pulling away, really, from the rest, and going very nicely indeed. We'll have to see on this presumably last stint that he will do how far he can continue to pull.
He is certainly making a difference right now. René Tauvar is now going to be the chaser. Johnny Vecchio is going to be the third place driver. Felix Kornbach is going to be the fourth place driver. So this is very much off kilter, if you like, for Redline to go for a third stint. But since we believe this is the only driving that Max Verstappen is going to do, I wouldn't have thought he would pick the sim up again in the morning. he's got to sort of do it all now. I guess the next question is, will it be 3 hours or 4? Doesn't need to do any more driving, of course. He has satisfied the fair share rule, and he will be classified with this car. However, how much further driving would they like him to do for the just to make it easy for everyone else? How much further driving is he able to do into the night? Because as you say, it's 20 to 11 now. It will be 11:30 where he is once this is finished, and then that will be it. I do wonder how close attention he's going to pay to this in the morning when he's preparing for the Grand Prix, because as you say, the start of that race is not too far away timing-wise from the end of this one, which has got to be awkward for finding out whether you've actually won a 24-hour race or not, and also trying to prepare for a Formula 1 race all at the same time.
I think there's an hour or so, just about over an hour between the two. No, because I think we started at what, 1:40 UK time, didn't we? Oh no, you're right.
10
you're
to.
absolutely right.
Isn't
there
it
is
10
20
to 2?
minutes.
So
Yes.
10 to 2. So the race starts at 2
Yeah,
over
at
here.
2. Yeah, so that'll be 10 minutes.
So 10 minutes.
I would love absolutely nothing more than a grid walk. They interview Max, and he is on his phone watching the end of the race. There is nothing that I would like to see more than that.
Yeah, but
I can guarantee it probably won't happen, but it would be quite amusing.
Isn't he normally in the car by 10 to? I mean, and to be fair,
Yeah. Give it to a quarter past. They'll have. I mean, Redline might have won it by then.
yeah, true. Considering the fact that the lap is so long here, the race might not be finished until 4 minutes to, or a little bit like even closer to green flag than that. So yeah.
He'll get GP to relay the result to him.
Maybe.
Just keep tabs.
I just can't get my head around how distracting that will be for me. Obviously, I'm not Max Verstappen, and that which is immediately apparent. But
I mean this in the nicest way possible, Ewan.
You've not seen me drive. You can't talk.
I haven't. I don't know how. Well, I'd love to be in a car with you. I'd see you bomb it down the M1.
I mean,
no, I know. No, I said it earlier in the chat. Actually, I'd love to see you in one of these cars. If nothing else, whoever is up in the commentary booth can just rip one out of you. But apart from that, I think you'd be great.
Well, I'm not sure I'd survive. Took me quite a while actually. Well, I say not that long ago, but I was thinking 2016 was not how long ago it realistically is. When I was trying to learn this circuit, it took me a very long time to even learn when it goes left and when it goes right, if you understand what I mean. And yeah, that in itself took quite a long time. I don't think I'll be surviving very long on this circuit, to be honest. I mean, I survived at Spa without crashing the car, unlike somebody else who we had in that 4-driver lineup about a year ago. I can't think who it might have been, but it wasn't me.
Definitely wasn't me.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't Zach either, but...
Only just one person that I think it could be referring to.
Oh dear. It's only the 1000th time we've mentioned it in the past 9 months.
And the best thing about it is I only know about it because people have made fun about it and not because I knew about it at the time.
And also the best part is he was probably our most consistent driver over the course of the day.
And they're very happy about this being referenced.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
I can see.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you'll be hearing Lewis McGlade in about 9 minutes' time
yes.
when he takes back over. But
and as that happens, I'll be exiting the booth immediately to escape any wrath of consequences that might be coming our way in about 9 minutes' time. On board with Luca Alper as he tries to run away from Dino Lombardi, who's chasing him down for that lead in the 992 Cup class. I can't quite work out how this gap is a bit bigger at the moment, Dara, than what it was just before the pit stops. It was coming down to about 3 seconds, and the reason why I'm surprised it's back out at 4.7 now, although that is a smaller gap than what it was immediately on the exit of the pit lane, is because Alpert's pit lane time was 3 seconds longer. So at the moment, for me, the maths is not quite adding up to what it should. And either on the outlap, inlap, or somewhere along the line for Dino Lombardi, maybe there's been a problem because he has seen his gap double despite a shorter stop.
Yeah, we are coming up to the line there, so we may be able to see lap times once again this time around to see what it's been. But you're right, look at Alper. The last lap was the outlap from Dino Lombardi, but this should be a representative time. So when they come across the line, we should see what they're doing. Although you're right, Luca Alper's done his outlap, thank you. 9.9.
Trying to save you.
Sorry, I thought we were talking about Dino Lombardi there.
No.
Getting very much distracted. But no, yeah, so he's on his outlap, but that gap has opened up. It'll be interesting to see if they can keep that going, or whether it's maybe Lombardi having incidents on his outlap, but an 8 minute 13 is by no means slow, and actually, in fact, is only 2/10 off what the BS competition car in the P2 overall has done.
Yeah. Although it does seem that, well, they're on outlaps as well, I think, aren't they? Oh no, that was in laps. Sorry. Yeah. So when they're on an in lap.
Oh yeah. Goodness me. Effectively, don't listen to me. You won't have to soon.
They don't spend too much time on the pit limiter actually to sort of constitute the end of the lap. So the GT3 in laps actually look quite foolingly. What's the word? Deceptively. That's the word. Like they are real lap times when they're not actually. So these are the actual outlaps for GT3s. 18.5 seconds is the new gap to Rainer Tauvar now, by the way, as that gap continues to extend. But in 992, they are very much up to speed again, and the chase for the lead is very much on again. Valkyrie Competition are into the pit lane, though, with Jonathan Poulet. Leah Runninger has stayed in the Visceral Esports car, and I wonder how close they're going to be on the exit of pit lane this time round.
Yeah, well, let's see if anything can be gained from Poulet, because of course he was in P4, was right behind P3 when they came into the pit lane. We'll have to see if they can get themselves back up into P3. But in the meantime, for that, I was going to mention that Zach Sweeney was taking the mick out of you for using the word deceivingly, and I really wouldn't have that from him if I were you, and considering that he has to look up half of the things I say. So, you know, I wouldn't have that from the newly inked up Zach Sweeney.
To be honest, I have to look at quite a lot of the words both of you say. You've both been born out of Shakespearean novels.
Not something you needed to admit.
We got in-car driver cam at the moment in the GR86 category, as Ben Kelly McCauley makes his way back out onto the circuit again. It seems that they've been in again, actually, Nürburgring Esports. I think they might have gone out without the optional repairs first time round and decided to actually do them second time round. But there's a look in car with Ben Kelly McCauley. Great to see, and we'd love a few more driver cams from you if you are indeed a driver getting in. We can have a little look at the setup and what's going on. A dying art, Dara, the single monitor set up in front of him, and maybe he's seeing the slight disadvantage of having that as he strains to see quite what's going on his dashboard just up in front of him. I think his wheel's in the way slightly, but I love to see a single monitor setup, I've got to be honest. Feels a bit old school these days in the advent of the big wide curved screen and the triple screen and the VR and all of this fancy new stuff.
Yeah, a bit more studenty, isn't it, really? Just the one screen. I agree with you. But what we were seeing there when he was looking over this signal was an accurate representation, of course, ladies and gentlemen, of what Ewan O'Leary has been doing for the past 2 hours. Trying to see any kind of damage on cars. Who's in the car? Who's out of the car? But I'd also... I don't... Ben Kelly McCauley doesn't strike me as a Croat name. But I might be wrong.
I did not notice that. So, funnily enough, I didn't see that either. well, I did see it. It just passed me by, really.
And one thought I did have, maybe a Scotsman enjoying the 2018 World Cup. That is one thing I had thought. Or maybe he just likes the kit.
Very good. Oh, you and Lewis are on the same wavelength. Very good. True. Okay. You just bring back bad memories for me, to be honest. Now you've got me thinking about 2018.
I didn't really want to have to say it, but I thought it, so I just had to, you know.
Were you about 12 when that happened?
I was... Yes, I was.
Oh, get out. That's not even fair.
I was going to correct you there, and then I realised, no, I was actually 12. I was nearly 13. You're not much older, though, are you, Ewan?
Goodness sake. I would have been 17 at the time. No, 16... No, 15.
I was going to say you
14. No,
I'm still older than Zach, though. I'm still older than Zach, so it's not that bad. Could be worse.
Yeah. I think I was 15 at the time, but goodness me, that was a sad day. Anyway. Prepare for a few more over the course of the next month as we talk about football. Amazingly, we've gone 2 hours without talking about football, without talking about Norwich. So there you go.
No, I knew that. I was waiting for this. I was genuinely hoping that we get to the end of this without mentioning playoffs.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's one of the worst playoff performances I think I've ever seen.
And I'd hazard to agree with you. But I mean, just very quickly before we go, I mean, we have to, show our support for VAR, don't we, Ewan? I know you're a big fan, big supporter.
VAR?
VAR.
VAR. Sorry, I'm not a big fan of VAR or VAR, actually.
Yeah, no. That Everton game, you really struck it off with VAR, didn't you, as a Nottingham Forest fan?
Oh dear, don't remind me of that game. Been miserable this season, to be honest with you. Absolutely miserable. I can't remember a more miserable season. Anyway, let's stop talking about football because that's not what we're here to do. Because we're in a motor race, of course. It's the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. We're about a third of the way through, 16 hours to go. And we're about to step out of the commentary booth. It's been, I don't want to say quiet, Darren. That's not quite the right word. You see a couple of lead changes. We've got a new TCR leader now in the form of Impulse Racing, who are now 10 seconds ahead of Obsidian. We've seen, unfortunately, the GR86 battle split apart, which I think is the big story of our 2 hours here. We've seen the 992 Cup car battle close in as well, and we've seen Max Verstappen doing his thing for the last couple of hours and extending the leading margin at the very front of the overall standings. I think those are the main headlines, I suppose, from the last couple of hours. If you can think of any more.
I can't. Really, I mean, Max Verstappen hoping to win 2 races in a day, isn't he? Which would be impressive. Making up for Miami, really, isn't he? By winning this race if he can. But yeah, I mean, it's been an enjoyable couple of hours. We've seen some developments in the strategy, developments in how these guys are fighting, some nice bump drafting, some not so nice lapping by some of the faster cars to the slower cars, but overall we kind of set ourselves up nicely, haven't we? We're in this kind of stage, just about to be a third of the way through this race, to be ready for the sun coming up in only really 2 or 3 hours time, where first light will start to break, and then we can really start to hammer towards home.
You'll be returning in the morning. What are you expecting to see overnight when you wake up and open up the timing screen, seeing everybody around? What kind of race are you expecting to see?
Well, I'll be back in 2 hours.
Oh, did you? I didn't know that.
I know.
You've got a brutal overnight, you haven't? Goodness me.
I was the young person who said yes to anything that was asked of them, and I am doing lack of sleep, I think it's fair to say. Right. But I'm looking forward to it in a couple of hours, because hopefully we'll see a little bit more of where the cars sit, a bit more of the strategy developing. But in the morning, hopefully we've still got some of these close battles for the lead, and hopefully Red Line don't run away with this.
Oh, goodness me, apologies for that. Well, there we go. Yeah, you'll be hearing Darren again. It's only me who's got the nice rest today. I've got a wonderful schedule for the Nürburgring. I've got...
Because they like you, Ewan.
I know. I'm absolutely delighted, to be honest, with the amount of rest that I'm going to get. So I'll stop gloating about that now, to be honest with you, because it's unfair, really, on a lot of the people who are going to be... doing the night shift, the graveyard shift, if you like, over the course of the night time here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Our time's up, though. In fact, we're going over, so apologies for that. It's been myself, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Darragh Thacker, bringing you through the last 2 hours. Hope you've enjoyed it and dealt with our commentary for the last 2 hours, here to bring you to a third of the way through. Thanks very much for joining us. Make sure you stay tuned, though. We're still at 16 hours to go of the iRacing at Nürburgring 24 hours. Time to hand you over to Zach Sweeney, but first, Lewis McGlade.
God, you can tell Ewan's been learning from Arjuna. The longest outro I've ever heard. It's supposed to be switching on the hour. He's gone 55 seconds over. That is a short king for you. Anyway, Inked Up Boys, Zach Sweeney in the comedy booth with myself, Lewis McGlade, for the next couple of hours as we take you into the night here at Nürburgring. Obviously, should be a lot of fun. But I think we are going to be in full podcast mode here, Zach.
Yes. So, unlike 2 years ago, if your PC could stay alive, that would be great, because a 2-hour podcast by myself would not be fun.
Look, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Look, you can do a couple of hours this by yourself, can't you? I'm going to go and watch the golf. Have fun.
Oh, go for it. Yeah, absolutely. No worries. You do you. You're big shot, Lewis McGlade. You can pretty much do what you like, right?
Yeah, that's why I avoid you and O'Leary like the plague. In fact, I think I am commentating with him. Oh no, am I commentating with him? Again? I don't think so. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Yes, get in. I've had my 2 hours with Paul, I've got 2 hours with you, I've got 2 hours with Darren, I've got 2 hours with Arjuna. I'm not excited about that, it's fine. But obviously, we do have the world's largest Max Verstappen fan, Drive to Survive fan here in the comedy booth. Obviously, you must be thrilled to see Verstappen out front doing as he does, leading a race.
Right, so what am I going to be known by when it comes? I've been called Inked Up,
yeah,
Max Verstappen fan,
yeah,
the guy that called the Williams Academy car the community car.
Yeah, that's a great point. I forgot about that one. Thanks for reminding me.
I don't know any tracks.
Yep.
I'm a baby. Like, the list keeps going on, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, that's true. That is true, although me and Hugo Luis, who's obviously bringing us the broadcast at the moment, both did have a little bit of a crisis when all talking about how old you were at various points. I'm like, oh yeah, brilliant. No, I'd like the England-Croatia match. I remember being in the pub at that point. I distinctly remember the free kick a few minutes into the match, everyone going crazy in the pub, and then it all going badly. And I remember, with a few minutes left to go in that match, a few people started leaving the pub, and someone turned around to them and said, "You're giving up on England," which I thought was the funniest line I've ever heard in a pub. I'm not going to lie. People take their sport very seriously. I can't be dealing with that.
The patriotism just went straight out the window when it came to.
Absolutely.
I think I do remember that. Of course, I'm not a football fan, so I don't really care unless it's important. Yeah, I do remember the uproar. Of the drastic bot. I remember playing Fortnite at that time, if that's any relevance, back when obviously Fortnite
you still
was
play Fortnite,
relevance.
don't you?
Absolutely not. No, I don't think I've played Fortnite since that Croatia game, I've got to be honest.
Is it Roblox now?
Oh, mate, Roblox, Roblox competitively. To be fair, there was a Formula E Roblox lobby up at some point. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna indulge in that for a little bit. It was at Monaco. It was interesting to say the least, because you had the people that were like generally struggling on keyboard, and then you had the people that absolutely were hacking, and it was quite hilarious when contact was on. Yeah, it was Roblox.
And now Formula E's on Trackmania. So where is that?
Changed.
Exactly. Oh, great tracks as well. But we'll keep our eyes focused on the night here. Of course, the night of the Nürburgring. We've done a third now of the race. This is where things get a little bit tricky for the drivers, where navigating Nürburgring in the night. We've already seen a couple of issues for a few drivers, especially when it comes to navigating traffic at this time.
It's a difficult circuit at the best of times, let alone when obviously it's pitch black. A lot of undulation as well, so it's not exactly like you can rely on your lights to see really far ahead of you and you can plan sort of thing. That was close as well. Again, proving the point for Dino Lombardi getting very, very close. But again, it's difficult. The margins are slim. And then again, with traffic and things like that, it can come at you very, very quickly. We saw earlier on during sort of the daylight hours as well, the closing speed, particularly the GT3s to the GR86s as well. They come at you very quickly. If you can't see where you're going and you've got very little time to react, it's very easy for things to go very wrong.
What even happened to Dino Lombardi there? I don't fully know. Obviously, he's not a million miles behind the Sherry Esports blue car that we're actually looking at here, race leader in the 992 category. I don't understand what happened there.
No idea. He just seemed like he just drifted right ever so slightly, did he not? And then twitched.
Well, obviously he hit the escape road. I think he drove two wheels onto the grass and hit the escape road. That's what made it jump a little bit. But Dino Lombardi clearly maybe fallen asleep a little bit. I'd be surprised if anyone was struggling with fatigue at this point. We are only 8 hours into a 24-hour race. And also the most important bit is we're not that late in the day. Remember when we did BCO Infinity, obviously not that long ago, earlier on this year. And because that race started so much later than we typically expect a 24-hour race, I like 8 hours into the race, I was expecting a few people to get fairly fatigued because it was already the early hours of the morning. At the moment, it's it's 10 o'clock. I'm sure lots of people are all ready to stay up a little bit late to watch that fight between two slightly scary men. What? Boxing, mate.
Who's fighting?
Usyk and Fury.
Oh, of course. Is that an okay?
It's been advertised everywhere. I'm sick of it, and I will watch it. But that's not the point. I'm sick of seeing it.
honestly, my boxing feed has just been saturated with the YouTube boxing scene, so I've been sort of desensitized to it all.
I mean, I hate boxing generally, but that's just awful.
Yeah, it's interesting, but Fury and I've just been seeing Fury's dad kick off more than anything, more than Tyson Fury himself. So that's the fun bit. To be fair, it does make for some great entertainment when you see Fury's dad kick off.
Well, there is something like that. I don't know. I think the fight is a couple of hours away. So Darrow won't be able to watch it. I know he's a massive boxing fan. Okay, now I have seen this be a bit of a problem with the 992s. You obviously saw this with the, I think it was the Visceral car earlier on, but I can't remember. Coming up and over the crest, and it lost traction coming over at Flansgarden 2. Does seem to be a bit of a problem in the 992s. Got to be very wary of that. That is something which will become harder to deal with as the race goes on. It's okay when you're at maximum focus, but as the wheels lift off the road by fully committing over the crest and it drops down the hill at Flansgarden 2, that will almost certainly catch out one or two of the 992s that we got in this race.
Oh, I think so. I think when it comes, obviously, to the 992 to the GT3, the 992 ever so slightly less downforce. Top speed, I think they're fairly similar, but yeah, obviously, when it comes to any form of a jump or any point where there is going to be a sudden dip in undulation, they are vulnerable to it. So you have got to be focused, because it's not a difficult thing to counter as such. Like you said, if you're focused, a dab on the brake just to put the weight on the front again, just to bring it back in, or just lifting off ever so slightly before you go in. But if you're not focusing, you don't realise it. It's dark. You don't see it coming or what. I'm sure these guys have got the Nordschleife practically memorised. But again, if not, and it slips their mind, again, very easy for it to happen. It can catch you out. It can catch even the best of drivers out. So you have got to be very, very careful. And it's one of those things that it's going to be a very small mistake of not dabbing on the brakes or not taking the right line, maybe landing ever so slightly wrong. But because you're traveling at that speed, and when the car obviously does land, we've seen time and time again when cars do go for a bit of a jump, how easy it is for them to go, especially at those speeds, very hard into the barrier.
Well, posting suffering into our YouTube chat, I think we should probably give a bit of a shout out. 8 hours into this race, not to this man, because he's not suffering, because he's just driving around cruising at the front of the field, as you would expect from Max Verstappen and the BMW M Team Redline squad. BS competition about 20 seconds behind at the moment. I think Nürburgring still remains behind the wheel of that car, but Roland Alfredson, who I don't know if he can hear us. Obviously, if you can join, hopefully if you've got TeamSpeak installed. He hasn't. That's already been discussed. Well, there we go then. He can't join. Sozzles. Would definitely love to have heard an interview. If at any point the race goes awry, install TeamSpeak and come and have a chat, because we would love to hear from you. But 8 hours and 10 minutes into the race, still driving around, still obviously completely by himself. Huge respect to that. Still not the longest. He can hear us. How much multitasking can this guy do? Seriously.
I don't know. I'm impressed enough that he's trying to attempt the 24 hours of the Nürburgring solo, but
I mean, at least it's an easy track. That's what I'm saying.
Mate, yeah, it's simple as it gets, really, isn't it? Yeah. So, I mean, to be fair, it must be easy for him, seeing as though he's texting and driving at some points to message us in the YouTube chat. That is the biggest respect of a top split race I think I've ever seen, is the messaging in YouTube chat while on track.
Yeah. He's installing TeamSpeak in his next pit stop. I respect that.
Nice.
Thank you very much for the information, and then we can pass on the information. In fact, actually, we'll find out the information. We'll post it in chat so that he can join immediately when he's installed it, if he can do it. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I do remember I had a race in a championship. I'm just going to say it was a club championship, so it was not super serious, and the quality of field was questionable. It was a 23 race championship. I won 20 of the races. Right?
Nice.
I'm just that good. It's fine. Whatever. It was in VX Supercars, and we went racing at a circuit which you've never heard of.
Which is?
It's where VX Supercars are at the moment. Barbagallo. Yay or nay? That's a no. Okay, yeah. You actually haven't heard of Barbagallo. Okay, fantastic news. So, I was racing at Barbagallo, and it was only, I think it was it an hour-long race? Well, it must have been an hour-long race. I think we did 2 races this evening. Either way, the second race is an hour long, and I was driving around. I was so bored. So I drove around with my keyboard on my lap, and was typing messages to my teammate. because I was devastatedly bored. I don't think I told you, I'm just really good at driving.
He is. I mean, what was that
just,
Bathurst race you done? That was all right, I think.
Well, I'm on the same list as this man here. There's a certain list for greatest drivers of all time. Obviously, Max Verstappen is on that list. Obviously, along with Enzo Benito and myself and Dan Kell. That is for getting through the entirety of the Bathurst 12-hour in 2021 with no incidents.
And you were in decent split 6, weren't it, or something like that? Was it not?
It was a split 6 or split 7. I want to say. I think it was 6, and we finished 9th. I think Malone. I can't remember. I think we ended up finishing 7th because I think I definitely know that Malone was ahead of us, who did the entire race by himself but got disqualified, obviously. But 0 instant points. So again, you just can't stop. You know. But Hugo Luis has never done a 12-hour race without getting a single instant point. He's an iRacing world champion.
Well, that instantly puts you above him, doesn't it? Really. I mean, in terms of caliber, you jump the ship. You've been in championships where you've beaten Kevin Siggy as well. I mean, the list does just continue to go on for you, Lewis McGlade. How many years ago was that, by the way?
What, the Bathurst race?
Or no, the Siggy Championship.
Oh, I don't remember. Years ago.
So yeah. Oh, there we go then.
I don't remember. I mean, the last time I battled with Siggy, I mean, it would have been. To be fair, we were in the same championship from 20. Did he do the first season? I don't think he did. He definitely did 2014 because he drove for a guy called James Kirk. Did Kevin Siggy. I think this was at the point when he had pink hair as well, which I'm wisely informed he might have pink hair again soon. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But either way, it was 2014. We did the same championship from 2014 to 2019. So I've raced Kevin Siggy a lot. I've beaten him a few times. He's beaten me a few times. We've both enjoyed our run in that championship, and unfortunately it came to a close in 2019, but we both had a great time. He's a 2-time champion. I'm not going to talk about it. It's fine.
No, we'll cherry pick the facts that support you being the greatest driver in sim racing ever. Full stop. No doubt about it.
And in that championship, I defended an entire race from Rudy Van Buren. He might have had a car that had like 40 more kilos than me. We're not talking about that. Again, cherry pick of the facts. It was at Dubai as well. I hate that track. God, Dubai Autodrome is a terrible circuit.
I agree. It's a circuit that I've definitely raced at and definitely 100% familiar with. But anyway, it's I'm living up to my name really here, aren't I? Anyway, it's fine.
Big Ink, No Tracks, Sweeney.
Did you put in the DTS Max Verstappen fan in there as well?
No, actually, no. That's fair. I'll make sure to add that one to the old list.
Yeah, that's nice.
Look, it's fine. Look, everyone gets into Formula One in some way. If you've got in through Drive to Survive, that's absolutely fine.
Well, that's because I was born and then it came out. Like that's just
true. Can I just say, I absolutely cannot stand Drive to Survive. Just to make it clear to everyone watching. I've got it's nothing to do with the drivers, it's nothing to do with this, it's nothing to do with that. It is mostly with the pacing of the show and how it tells the story. I do think Drive to Survive has been very important for Formula 1.
100%.
But I absolutely cannot stand it.
It's been great, and obviously visibility and things and exposure and getting people into the sport and whatever. But my biggest issue with it is the chronology, is the narrative of how it is just. You start the first episode in Bahrain, boom, and then in the same episode you go to the middle point of the season, and then in the next episode you're in round 3, and then you're also at Abu Dhabi at the same point.
Yeah,
it's all over the place, and it's very over theatricalised. That's a word.
Yes,
now.
Perfect.
Nice.
Over theatricalised. I think that is definitely the word. Definitely the word.
But you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. It's fine.
That's okay.
Theatricalised. The pronunciation will change every time you say it, and that's the way it's meant to be. But I suppose that's for people that know the sport. When you're first getting into it, it's just about the wow factor of, oh my god, these guys drive really fast cars at really cool circuits, and it's really dramatic, and oh my god, these team radios are all over the place from different points in the season, but we don't care because we're new fans and we love it.
hate it. The thing is, like, I agree. The thing is, I understand, right? Because I know a lot of people will jump to the whole thing, and I know because I've had this conversation so many times with people, is that the fact that it's told out of chronological order is because it's focusing more on the specific drivers and the specific teams, and that is correct, it is. But there is a way of telling the story still in a fairly relative chronological order, which I think they did better in the first couple, especially in the first season, because you kind of like, you go forward through a few races, and then you jump back for a couple to continue to tell that story, and then you jump back, and then you go for, like, but it's like, it's jumping backwards and forwards in like certain segments. You're never jumping forward 5 races and then jumping back. And I remember, obviously, the season where Hamilton and Verstappen, so 21, were battling for the championship, which is one I didn't watch. We all saw the clip of the really long 10-second stop and go penalty, which was very funny, of course. But my mate messaged me, and I was like, "Oh, should I watch the new season of Drive to Survive?" And he was like, "No, don't." And I was like, "Oh, really? Isn't that bad?" He was like, "Well, I'm 6 episodes in, and I've seen Silverstone 4 times." And I was like, "Oh, right, touche." And I get the whole thing of like, yeah, but you're telling it from different angles. You're saying this and you're saying that, and it's like, yeah, but you know you're going to see the same replay 4 times. You know you're going to see the same thing 4 times. You know you're going to hear that V10 engine thinking, "Oh my god, F1 used to sound a lot better 4 times," because they put in really weird bits of audio at random points, and then they move radio. It's fine, whatever. It's for the drama. It's not for me. It's not. But we are really turning into old men here.
Well, old plural is in me and you.
Yeah.
Or you.
Well,
okay.
we're both. I mean, let's be honest. We've been on this broadcast for 19 minutes, and all we've done is complained.
Well, yeah, no, that's fair. That is true.
That is an old man thing.
Yeah, fair enough. No, absolutely. But it's justified, I suppose. It's not like we're like clutching at short straws trying to find something to complain about, like a Karen or something, when they're unhappy with the temperature of the food at a restaurant or whatever. Like it's justified complaints or something.
I mean, that's a term. That is a term. Justified complaints. No, that's fine. We'll refocus briefly on the race at hand. We see a couple of people asking about the Williams esports. Obviously, Williams esports have both been involved in incidents within the first 4 hours of the race, where they were both basically dropped right the way down the order. Unfortunately, for Williams, it was 2 separate incidents, but it certainly cost them dear. I actually don't remember what happened to the Williams esports community car. Don't remember what happened to them, but either way, they are a lap down now. Obviously, we've got a battle on our screen right now for 3rd position on our screen. This is Team Redline versus Marla. Marla this time, and as I've been told, for all future rounds, at least for now, Marla is not a Williams associate, because obviously Marla, we had this whole thing for the last like 2 years where Marla has been like, it's 50-50 as to whether it's Williams or BS competition. Now they are BS competition, so it's Redline, BS competition, Redline and Marla, aka BS competition.
And the gap is only, well, about 2.2. It's been hovering about that for a while, so obviously it'd be interesting to see if Comeback can claw in Gianni Vecchio and, of course, take away the double podium for Team Redline and make it a technical double podium for BS Plus competition, right?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it would be excellent to see. Of course, they are running in a pretty solid spot at the moment. Are a BS with the 2nd position. There is the whole talk of who's going to go on to be. It was a stat that Ewan brought up about keeping it as the race winner has a real world driver in it, however you want to put that in air quotes. Obviously, Max Verstappen does count towards that. We've said before about like Will Chadwick and the stuff. Also, you got Norby Kish, who is last year's became the 5-time European truck racing champion, if I remember correctly.
Something like that. His Instagram bio has a lot of trophies in. It might have been too big of a number for me to count, but it was definitely a lot of trophies in the bio. So, multiple-time truck champion, we'll go with that?
Mate, yeah, let's go with that. Obviously, again, quality talent is Norby Kish, and has been in sim racing for a while, so has certainly added an awful lot to his sim racing portfolio in that time, including, pretty sure he's won in DNLS. So he's got a pretty good record around this circuit. That's a Ewan O'Leary fact. I've only done a couple of rounds of DNLS, but certainly is a quality talent having raced in that. But then again, most of this grid is racing that, which you expect, because it is obviously the digital The digital Nürburgring Landstrecken series, which is obviously the esports equivalent of racing with the Nordschleife every week.
Yeah, and there was a lot of that over the winter. Obviously, it was Arjuna and Ewan that did a lot of it, but definitely showcased a lot of talent. Obviously, I didn't follow it religiously, but I definitely tuned in, at certain points here and there throughout it. And it did definitely showcase how raceable of a circuit the Nürburgring can be at times. Obviously, it's very tight and twisty throughout the majority of the Nordschleife, but when it comes to actual races themselves, there are a vast amount of actual close competitive finishes. So despite the fact it is so difficult, you can have a very high level of competition. I mean, that was proven in qualifying for this one. I think the biggest gap in qualifying amongst all 5 classes was something like half a second or something like that. So the Nürburgring itself, I mean, yeah, it's difficult to overtake in parts or whatever, but I mean, when it comes to actual racing circuits, I think in all avenues of sim racing and competition and things like that, DNLS or the Nürburgring 24 hours or whatever you race in it in, it proves itself as one of the best racing circuits in the world.
Yeah, still not number 1. That's obviously Bathurst. But I do put Nordschleife for a second. That's fine. 3rd, 4th and 5th is a bit open to interpretation. Let us know, by the way, if in chat what you think let's go with top 5. What are your top 5 racing circuits on planet Earth? I'll go first, don't worry. Bathurst, Nordschleife, Road Atlanta.
Nice.
I think Road Atlanta is a quality track. The Snowfall Mountain Circuit, which, if you don't know, is the Isle of Man, TT. Great track.
Fair enough.
And then number 5, most controversial pick. All right, so hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. Bruxton. No, obviously not. Monaco. And I'm gonna defend myself immediately, right? Because I know immediately people are going to be jumping on that. Let me just defend myself very quickly. Monaco gives you, it's not a good racetrack, it is a garbage racetrack, but the qualifying session around there in Formula 1 is arguably one of the most exciting parts of the F1 season. Look at last season with Alonso versus Verstappen, right? So let's just go with that. Done. But actually, it is the only time that you actually see an F1 car on actual roads, and so the general public, obviously I know people go, oh, Singapore, whatever. It's not the same. That's just not the same. It's the only time that, like, the general public, like, if I go into work and show someone a hot lap from F1 at Monaco, they can look at that and be like, oh my god, that is insanely fast, because they kind of understand the width of the road, and they kind of understand that insane commitment going through the swimming pool section. Monaco gives you something which no other track on planet Earth can give you, and that is why it is in the top 5.
And it also carries a lot of prestige with it as well. So with Monaco, it's very good. And compare that to, like, the Circuit de la Sarthe. I heavily dislike that circuit to drive.
Oh, it's awful.
It is a horrible track to drive, but it carries prestige, which sort of bumps up the list a little bit. Obviously not for me, it's not in my top 5 whatsoever. But with Monaco, you have that nice balance of both prestige that it carries, obviously being part of the Triple Crown and things, but then also it's got high that sensation of speed that you get with, even if it's onboard or off-board static cameras or whatever, you can tell how quick those cars are going. You can very much see how committed those drivers have to be. And again, like you said, it's relatable with people. They can genuinely not relate, is sort of the word, but they can definitely understand and sort of see the skill that it takes to be competitive there. So obviously, I get why Monaco would be very high up on a list. It's not on my top 5. I wouldn't say, but purely because the racing is terrible. If it was top 5 time trial circuits, Monaco 100% would be on that top 5 list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just talking about best track, right? So if you're talking about best race tracks, yeah, exactly. If you're talking about like best tracks for racing, then also you have to talk about disciplines of racing, because certain tracks race better than others. Yeah. Then you chuck in something like Spielberg because of how good it races in MotoGP, and like Assen because again how good it races in MotoGP. You chuck in something like Monza because how good it is in junior Formula and how like adaptable it is circuit to circuit or track to track. You would chuck in something like Thruxton because it is wide open and big for racing, but are they great tracks to drive? No, not really. Did see Vince Cussy says Le Mans slander will not be appreciated. All I hear is skill issues. Okay, just to clarify, with Le Mans, Circuit de la Sarthe, it has, I'm going to say 40 seconds, maybe 45 seconds of some of the best racetrack in the world. The Porsche cars, Indianapolis, even the run in that first sector. Okay, let's bump it up to a minute, right? Of just an absolutely excellent racetrack, and then the other 2.5 minutes is straights and chicanes. Get out!
It's boring.
It's the history of the event, absolutely, but it is boring to drive.
And again, when it comes to hot lapping, again, it might be a skill issue. But for me, as Lucas Müller for Dory Sports comes into the pit lane for GT4, he's done a fantastic job. What a lovely guy Lucas Müller is. I cannot speak
Are you saying
more
because
highly.
he said something nice about you?
Oh, mate, he's a legend. I love. He is great. He's off the jacks and he'll be continuing for another stint, I'm sure, as they're very competitive in the GT4. But yeah, basically, I am. Yeah, Lucas is. He's. Well, I met him when we went to London for Formula E and stuff, and he was, he's very good, and he's a very talented man as well. He did, I can't remember where he finished actually for Formula E Accelerate. It was top 5, I think, definitely. And he does the managing for Dory Sports, and he's very good when it comes to insights for stuff. He's my go-to for if I'm unsure on strategy and things. He's he's coming out in P2, so that tells you all you need.
Okay, that's fine. It's all right. You've picked it. What team is he wearing in that shirt?
Ooh.
Oh, as he comes out side by side with the virtual coach grid and go-kart. So that's a position switch in class. 001 taking over that second position. I'll let you think about what team that is for a second. I already know. You have to figure it out. As we'll see the side by side down the hill. Lucas Müller to the inside to take over the position. It is a battle on circuit for an actual position, and that is second spot going the way of Dur Esports. What team is it?
I don't know. I don't want to say a team and embarrass myself. So
what team does he think it is? No.
See, the colours, I think Drago, but
yeah, no, because it's black and pink. Yeah, there's no white and Drago. I would have also accepted a potential hit from Arnage, even though it's definitely not. But it is Koana Gaming.
What?
Koana.
No, sorry. Is that bad?
Well, you don't know what Koana Gaming is?
No.
Well, Danny Juicy will absolutely hate you. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, I'll clear myself up. It's fine.
Take any invite that you may potentially have to Sim Expo and throw it straight into the BIN. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Cool. Awesome.
We'll move on from that one. Instantly get Zach onto colours. Yeah, right. Fair enough. What colour was the car that he just overtook?
What, Sven Haas's one?
Yeah.
It was... Oh, no, because it's dark as well. That is not... That is absolutely not fair. You cannot do that to me.
No, I can though.
Yeah, but that's just unfair. Is it blue and yellow?
It's actually pretty good. For someone who can't see green, that's not bad.
Is it green?
It is. Oh, yeah, no, it's more of it's a
or
green
like
yellow.
That Brawn GP yellow.
Yeah,
green.
it's in that kind of vein. There's a lot of it. I think it's a bit more I don't know. It's a yellowy green. Valentino Rossi yellow, maybe, in that kind of vein, as we'll see Simify getting to the inside of Drago Racing on the race down into the first corner, as they'll move their way past and inside the top 10 of the GT4 class. That one, I'm sure you can tell. The colour was?
Hang on. Red. Yeah, nice.
Wow. Okay.
Hang on. How is that not red?
It's not red.
What do you mean it's not red?
But I'll allow it because of the light.
Oh, is it orange?
Yeah.
That's just...
This is just flat out... I'm sorry, this is just flat out bullying. It was started by Darragh Thacker. It's fine. Short King decided to start me on that one. So sorry.
It's fine because the entire... the entire time I've been watching the broadcast, and obviously with Darragh, even when Darragh's not been on the broadcast, even when he's just been in the chat, I have just been throwing short joke slander at him. My personal favourite was when he was sat on the fence about the Williams Apex incident. Yes. And I said he's sat on the fence purely because his legs can't reach the floor and he's scared to get down. So, you know, it ebbs and flows.
Well, based on that then, what was your opinion on it?
I can't remember seeing it.
Well, we'll have to wait for Hugo to find a replay for it. I'm sure it's on file somewhere, and then we'll see if you're sitting on the fence or not.
You'll throw me. Well, I'm only 5'7", so it depends how tall the fence is and what's being kept in by said fence. You know, there's so many different variables that go into it, Lewis.
Well, as someone who's much taller than that, hugely taller, in fact massive, at 5'11",
Nice.
I can tell you that I will also sit on the fence on that one, because I honestly wouldn't know. There's been a lot of drama in the opening 8.5 hours of this race, although things have certainly calmed down now. Do have a couple of close battles on circuit, including this one towards the back end of the GT4, obviously Signify versus Drago Racing. At the moment it is a fair lead at the moment for Max Verstappen in the GT3 class, obviously in his third stint in the BMW Team Redline squad, obviously awaiting his chance to come into pit lane, potentially jump out of the car and go to bed to get ready for, hold on a second, the Formula 1 MSC Cruises Grand Premio del Made in Italy del Emilia Romagna 2024.
You mean the Imola GP?
No, I mean the Formula 1 MSC. I'm not doing it again.
What circuit? Give us the...
Can't. Well, actually, I mean, you got to get the real name for the circuit, which is the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo e Dino Ferrari.
That was chef's kiss. That was absolutely beautiful. But no, he probably should, seeing as that's, I don't know. To be fair, I don't know. Sometimes I'm getting mixed signals from Verstappen at some points as to where his true priorities do lie. I don't know. It obviously is F1, but I don't know. With when it was at Saudi as well, when he was staying up to, when was it, about 2 a.m. or something, playing with the Team Redline boys. Again, it just seems that if he's got time to do it and he's got sort of the capacity to do it, he might as well have fun with it. But this is his third hour now in the car, or his third stint in the car, and what is it? Probably approaching up to midnight in Italy. So. Yeah. Surely at some point, because it's not just going to be the race he's got to wake up for. It's the getting to the circuit. It's got to be debriefing with the team. It's getting ready, preparing himself, blah blah blah, all this other thing. Early morning, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure his call time, so to speak, for the race circuit probably isn't as early as others. But I mean, when the race, like I say, I think they were saying it starts at 2, maybe 3 o'clock. I can't actually remember. I think it's literally as they point out in the previous interview between the Short Kings, you and Adara, that it is basically as this race ends, that race starts, with that in mind, obviously he's not going to do it at the end of the race. He's probably not going to be doing a morning stint. But with that in mind, probably would need to be in the circuit. I'm going to assume 3 to 4 hours before the race. Probably let's be real, it's probably 3. To make sure that all media duties are all taken care of, maybe even again to deal with the debrief and stuff like that. The most important bit then is actually getting into the circuit, which is, as much as it's easier for an F1 driver, it's not exactly going to sit in traffic in the same way. It's a bit more of an arduous affair than just like, oh, let me just appear at the circuit, bosh. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. But at the moment, like I say, in a very solid position, at least in this race. I'm trying to think of endurance. This is probably a bit before your time, but I distinctly remember an endurance race that did then lead into an F1 race in 2016. The Baku Grand Prix, the very first Baku Grand Prix, where there was a 24-hour of Le Mans that ended literally just before the race started. And I remember the end of that race because I remember how deflated I was going into the Baku Grand Prix. If anyone remembers, type in chat what you felt about that one. I'm not going to spoil it. It was 8 years ago.
It wasn't the Baku Grand Prix, it was the European Grand Prix, was it not?
It was
2016?
the Grand Prix back then, but it's still at Baku.
Well, that's fair enough. So it's okay when you call them the wrong GP names?
Well, yeah, but let's be honest, everyone was joking about it being called the European Grand Prix. Back for third position, let's change the topic, shall we?
Yeah, with Kronbach for Marley, of course, that battle for the podium that we were seeing literally this time on the last lap. Gianni Vecchio then, of course, is going to be under a ton of pressure, and of course Marley wanting to get themselves onto the podium. They've been very close for quite some time. Of course, there's very limited overtaking opportunities on the entirety of the Nordschleife. If you can't get it done into Tiergarten, your next best bet surely is the GP loop.
Yeah, I mean, but then there's the whole thing of, do you really want to actually overtake, right? This is the whole thing, right? For Felix Kronbach, for the Mahler Racing team, at the moment, what is the advantage at present of being ahead of Team Redline. What like seriously, what is it? Yeah, sure. You would say potentially, like, you know, you get to pick and choose how you're coming through traffic rather than kind of it just being dumped on your plate. But fuel mileage, worse. The fact that they're going to be right behind you, arguably worse, because just the way it's all lit up and stuff is I would rather sit in fourth position for now and just tick off the laps fuel wise. Is that really Max Verstappen? I sure do hope so. It is definitely the real Max Verstappen, don't worry. I think, is he on webcam on the Team Redline stream? Hold on,
we're gonna check.
Yeah, I mean, you would probably know. He's on webcam on stream over at Team Redline, so it's fine.
There's no conspiracy going on for Team Redline. Spicy GT4 battle here, by the way. Three-way fight between Sven Haas, Lucas Müller and Aaron Vasquez as well. These guys are all very close. That's the fight for second, which is vastly the closest gap on the GT4 field, purely because Apex Racing Team are running away by 35 seconds. So be interested to see how long these guys are able to stay close, because we've seen plenty of trains throughout the duration of this race, like in GR86 very early on with the 8-car train. Of course, it's difficult to stay close. However, I think we might be able to have a move as Vasquez for Jaguar Racing moves themselves ahead.
Indeed. It's a pretty solid battle in all of this. Like, nice and tight, nice and close. As to how it's going to unfold, don't know. But what I will say is Aaron Vasquez has made his way past Lucas Müller, obviously down at T1 on this lap. Good to see Drago Racing going particularly strong. I can't tell, do they have pink wheels on that? Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
You're asking the wrong person, Lewis. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, but you can tell if that's pink or not, can't you? Look at them.
See, again, it's
I thought
the same
you could
with red
see
and orange.
green.
No, because, I don't know. It's just shades generally. It's the same with red. It's the same discrepancy, like from red to orange and from red to pink. I saw a pair of shoes earlier that someone said were pink, but they weren't pink. They were beige, but they were adamant it was pink. And I was like, that is absolutely beige.
Is this the whole like blue and black or white and gold dress thing?
But it's a white and gold dress.
I actually can't remember. I'd need to see the photographs. No, it's blue and black, isn't it?
Oh no.
I can't remember what the I can't remember what the actual colours. I'm pretty sure I saw it as blue and black. I actually watched a video on that as to why you see it in certain colours. It's very interesting, and it's more about how your eye perceives the background rather than the actual dress itself. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Pretty sure it's blue and black though.
See, I've always remembered it as white and gold. I physically cannot force myself to see it in any other different way. Obviously slightly different, but not really also at the same time. The Yanni Laurel thing that was going on for quite a while. I can force myself to hear both, but I can't force myself to see both colours. Yeah,
same. But I think it's different. It's whatever. Do you know what? Let's just remove ourselves from this and enjoy the race at hand, because otherwise we're all going to get very confused.
There's a race.
I'm wisely informed by Max Verstappen's second biggest fan. Obviously just behind you, actually hidden by you, obviously because he's small. Dareth Thacker says this should well be Max Verstappen's last race, so he has heard, which probably would have said on the Redline stream, but we could well be seeing Verstappen depart the race with fairly immediate effect. He's running up towards Curva now.
Yeah, so he's approaching, of course, he's done 6 laps, he'll obviously do his 7th, and then that's pretty much bang on stint time. It depends, I don't know what Darren means by last lap. I'm assuming last lap of this stint and his stint today. I doubt he'll be jumping in the morning, so I'm assuming that's race done. Yeah,
he's done. He's already ticked off his minimum requirement in the race, right, which was just 2 stints basically. So he's already ticked that off. That's the important bit. I do believe that we will be seeing the last of Max Verstappen, which I can't wait for people to constantly post in chat, is Max in this race? I can't wait for them to do it when he's like, I don't know, on the driver parade. Or whilst being interviewed by Sky Sports F1, or not being interviewed by Sky Sports F1. I don't know if he's being interviewed by them this week. I don't know what the whole trip is with that.
To be fair, probably wouldn't But the thing is it satire, is it ironic, or is it genuinely serious? Because there's been the meme with Vince and other people obviously doing it a lot just for the fun of it. But I think there have been a couple of people with the genuine "is Max in this?" Did that start with Jimmy Broadbent, didn't it? With the Le Mans race once, was it not? I think maybe. I mean, it definitely sounds like a thing that Jimmy would do. I actually don't know how he's getting on in this race. I think he's a few splits down. Obviously driving for DHR, Doug Henson Racing. I know someone who's a Doug Henson Racing driver. Do you?
Yeah.
Is it Jimmy Broadbent?
No,
oh, is it you?
Yeah, I used to drive Doug Henson Racing, and also Lars Brugman, who's also in this race somewhere in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Stephen Bailey's in it, so in a sense that DHR team that ran out of fuel at Sebring, not me, that contended with Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski for the championship in the Virtual Endurance Season 8. We were all a part of this race to some degree. Two of them as drivers, one of them has retired from driving because he can't be bothered.
Wow, that's full circle. Is it can't be bothered, or is it skill issue, or is it you can't be bothered to keep up with being skillful? What's the?
To be fair, it probably is the last bit. Like it's hard work doing laps and stuff. When I did the race around here in 2018, with the land event that I was talking about on Race Room, when I did that in 2018, I did a whopping 4 laps of practice for it, which was really funny because I was the driver who cost our team the race lead. But we're not going to talk about that.
No, we won't. For obvious reasons, purely because we like cherry picking information that supports the fact you are the best driver in sim racing. So it's fine. We'll gloss over that. But it's right. I mean, there's a lot of preparation that goes into being successful. I think that definitely goes without saying. I think it was Ewan that was talking about it earlier as well. In some capacity, it can become a full-time job. Like to be successful, to do the practice, to run in. As there we go, Max Verstappen does come into the pit lane, so it'll be interesting to see who he hands the car off to. And I don't think we'll be seeing him once again in this race. So cue the comments of is Max in this race once again. He was, and now he no longer will be as soon as he pulls into that pit box, gets out of his car, and lets his teammate go on for another bit.
I know Vince will instantly jump on that. That's fine. Dara asked me in our little commentary chat, did I crash there too? About the Sebring thing. I didn't crash at Sebring. I ran out of fuel at Sebring. Now the difference was that was on R Factor 2, where as Max Verstappen does indeed jump out of the car, Chris Lullum jumps back in. Silly Lully behind the wheel. On RF2, if you run out of fuel, you don't get a tow. You're just out of the race. We may or may not have had a 2-lap lead at that point. Bozzles. And also, can I just say, I was driving really well. I would say that in that entire season, that is the best that I'd ever driven. The way I was cutting through traffic, I was in the rhythm, blah, 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 blah. And I just completely forgot to pit. And the car went blah, 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 as it ran out of fuel. Silly Lully out of the pit lane, though, to continue on in the race lead.
Yeah, be interested to see what the gap is as well. Back to to be fair, it'd be interesting to see who comes out. Probably in second, it will be the 89 BS Plus competition car. René Talve is still at the wheel, but Vecchio versus Quernbach will be interesting, of course, because they were very close. Obviously, what you said with Marley being behind, saving fuel and things, have they been able to save enough to jump and get ahead? René Talve leaves the pit lane, and I think, Quernbach has got the jump on Vecchio.
Welcome everyone from the Redline stream. Rest in peace, Redline stream. We'll be back up in a moment, don't worry. But we will do our best to just follow the races as normal. But hello, welcome along. Obviously, Redline continuing to lead the way in the GT3 category. Here is a Redline car, which is the other one, as we take a look at what else is going on in the categories. Obviously down in GT4, Sven Haase, 3rd position at the moment, trying to fend his way past for 2nd position in the GT4s.
Yeah, this has been a battle that's been going on for, quite some time, actually. It was a 3-way fight between these two, Dragger Racing, Virtual Coach by .gg, and then, of course, it was Lucas Miller in the Door Esports car. He's dropped back about 1.5 seconds, so it has sort of turned itself into a 2-horse race here for P2. Again, still, it's Apex Racing Team out in front for the GT4s by, 33 seconds, so not going to be under too much contention for quite some time, I wouldn't imagine. But Aaron Vasquez has definitely had a very strong wind of pace. I mean, what is that, about 20 minutes ago he was P3 in this train. He's now been able to get ahead of Sven Haase and lead it. Of course, yeah, they've been doing, well, this is their third lap of this stint, so not too long ago, well, I say not too long ago, about 25 minutes ago they were into the pit lane, which to be fair works as to when this was a 3-car train and Vasquez was behind Miller, but definitely with some strong pace to get in front of this train. But the good thing for Sven Haase is, I don't know if it's a comfortable follow, but it's a follow nonetheless that, like you said earlier, is going to allow him to save fuel and chill out a little bit behind him in the slipstream and not have to worry about having a car behind him.
Indeed. Can I just clarify, to go back to my conversation on best tracks? I know I chucked Road Atlanta into there, but I will just drop in that Will Chadwick rejoined this TeamSpeak just to send me a message that said Road Atlanta is rubbish.
Oh,
he
I
then
know why.
immediately left the TeamSpeak. Is there a story behind this?
His obviously when he left Team Fordzilla and he went to Altus Esports, his first race was in, I think it was F4s at Road Atlanta. And he crashed into his teammate to cost them. I think it was either a race win or it was a podium. But nonetheless, on his debut for Altus, he crashed into a teammate. It was at the bottom of the S's, and I've not let him live it down.
No, that is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. I will say 10 out of 10 there realistically for old Chadders. He's not behind the wheel at the moment. It is Luca Alpert behind the wheel of that. Whilst we're here, and obviously we are fairly quickly approaching the halfway point of the race, I'll give you a little cheeky rundown in the order, of course, in the GT3 category. I'm pretty sure they've all completed their most recent pit stops. It is going to be Silly Lully leading the way. Obviously, BMW M Team Redline at the moment at top. The two BMW M Team cars, even though they're not teammates, running first and second. M Team Redline obviously up there in first position. BMW M Team BS Competition running in second. Rainer Talvar behind the wheel, being caught just a touch. Marla Racing really closing in at the moment. Felix Quernbach, and I will say not too far behind is Gianni Vecchio as well. So we're going to have a three-way tussle here for second position, rather, second, third and fourth. Obviously you've got the Falcon Sim Racing team, the Audi R8 in fifth position, Dur Esports in sixth, with Williams Esports Hülkenfeld still continuing on the lead lap at the moment, running in seventh position. VRS Commander still one lap down after their earlier issues with Williams Esports Chill Blast. Are they still in the race? Surely not. I think they might well have... oh no, they're still going around. Vasilios Belesiotis driving behind the wheel, and of course retirements from the Apex Racing team and Grid and Go Esports. I'll be pretty quick with the other categories because we want to keep up with this fight. In the 992s is Sherritt Esports Blue running at the moment in the race lead, nearly 2 minutes clear of Altus Esports at the moment in second position. Valkyrie, Visceral and Carlar round out the top five with effect simulations, and then Garicki Motorsports, who had a couple of issues with some of the GR86 a little bit earlier on. Pro Sport Sim Racing and Visceral, your runners in the 992 category. SimCity Racing out of the race, unfortunately. Obviously now focusing on the GT4 category, where it's the Apex Racing team leading by 30 seconds. The battle for second place, seeing Drago Racing, Virtual Coach, Grid and Go and Dur Esports all battling over that second position, but slight separations within that grouping at the moment. Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, the highest placed. Porsche at the moment running in fifth. Suntech Racing, there was Cooking Racing Adventures, then we've got Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. Simi 5 dropping down the order in that battle with Drago Racing at the moment, and Williams Esports. Community obviously running in 11th is Academy. Drago Racing unfortunately out of the race with their second car. On to TCRs, and Impulse leading by 30 seconds. Team Huisingfeld, best delivery on the grid by the way, running in second spot. Third place at the moment for the Obsidian team, who have been up there towards the front, especially in the hands of Gar Valero a little bit earlier on. If you can squint enough, you can see Widskins Racing intoxicated by iTelemetry. Breaking our overlay, fantastic news. SimCity Racing a lap down, then the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, Carlar, Impulse and the Orc Racing cars out of the race, representing the 78 in the worst possible way possible. Obviously the Forgia TV Racing team have been leading. They were involved in an excellent battle with the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman car earlier on in the race, but unfortunately they've been taken out by GT3s, 992s and everything else in between. Roland Alonfredson, driver in the race by himself, hopefully be joining for an interview in the fairly near future, as long as he can get TeamSpeak installed in his pit stop stop with the Nürburgring Esports Whipperman car running on the lead lap. Team RSO, a team that's won round here 4 times, running in 4th position with the Ava Vervetic car running in 5th position. Vermilion Esports, then we've got Talk Freak, Moya Regards, love that car. Tier 1, who I've seen backwards more times than I've been backwards around the circuit. XCM, obviously out of the race, along with the Badizia Ski Racing car, unfortunately out of this race. That's your order at the moment. Still 15 hours left to go in this race. I can count. Look, I can't count, you can't see colour, we're fine.
And Ewan can't see generally.
Apparently he's blind.
The conclusion that we're getting, we're ticking off all our weaknesses, and combined, we are just a super weakness, I suppose. It's fine, but 15 hours, 8 minutes left to go. To be fair, 9 hours into this race. To be fair, it's gone quite quickly. I've got to be honest. I remember tuning in for the start, and we're already 9 hours in. Of course, a lot has happened since, and in a decent chunk of the categories, it is still very, very close. Of course, in GR86, because of the thing that happened very early on, it's now very much a one-horse race. But hopefully we can talk to Roland Alfredsson a little bit, soon actually, because apparently he's going to be coming into the pit lane soon. We've been told by the YouTube chat, so that would be great. And of course, in GT3, we've got a 3-way fight for second. So, well, I mean, considering it's 11:15 in the UK and we're 9 hours into a 24-hour race, the action's actually pretty decent.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like you say, this little 3-way fight that we've got towards the top end of the GT3 category, just about 20-odd seconds behind Chris Lullum at the moment, who leads the field. Obviously, BMW Team BS Competition, Marla Racing and Team Redline running 2nd, 3rd and 4th at present in this race. Rainer Tauber behind the wheel of the BS Competition car, Felix Quernbach behind the wheel of Marla Racing, and Gianni Vecchio behind the wheel of Team Redline's 21 car. Of course, that car running in 2nd and 3rd. They are teammates, and so we'll probably work together for the Zebras. I hate saying zebra.
It's zebra.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't sound as good.
It doesn't flow as well, no. For the dramatic emphasis, it definitely does pay to say zebras, I guess. I don't know. But the herd is, well, it's not really a herd, it's a duo, a couple of zebras running very nicely in 2 and 3. So
how many is a herd?
More than 3 or 4, surely.
Well, we need. I want people's guesses in chat. How many zebras does it take for it to be a herd? We are dealing with the important topics here, and as we head into the late night, give us Roland Alfredsson, Cam. Whilst there's a 3-way fight going on for second, I think there might need to be some picture-in-picture applied for that one. Can't take our eyes off this. You never know what's going to happen. They might navigate traffic poorly. And then big drama. It would be the first time we've seen this evening where we've seen drama bestow upon the GT3 category. There you go. He's all alone. If you're unaware, if you've been joining us from the Red Line stream, which I know is back up, before you jump over there, very quickly, this driver is doing the race by himself. All 24 hours, just the one dude. Now you can go. Good day, sir. Have fun. But yes, either way, big attempt from Roland Alfredsson to do the entire race solo. Crazy.
I heavily respect that. It's very. Who was it that did it recently? Was it Luke Whitehead that did it recently? A 24-hour Nürburgring race.
It was the very first Nürburgring race, Nürburgring 24-hour race on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and he did the entire race by himself. He finished in 3rd in class.
I think so. Yeah, it was something like that, which is remarkable. And well, Roland Alfredsson is on course to do P2 if he's able to keep up this pace. Of course, the attrition eventually. I mean, he's already come in and said that he's struggling, which is understandable. I can barely hack 2.5 hours in a car, let alone 9.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, I've always said behind the wheel, 2 hours is kind of like the cut-off for solid driving. there are drivers these days that will get up to 4 and by solid driving I mean on the limit driving. Once you start passing 2, that's where it's like yeesh. Some drivers can get up to 4. It's why I still maintain the most impressive stint that I've seen in an iRacing special event, right, is it was Go Van. Was it Go Vankini? Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah, Go Vankini back in because it was that impressive I completely forgot. It was Go Vankini back in the 2022 Daytona 24-hour iRacing, as he did the opening 10 hours and 15 minutes and was involved in the lead battle in doing so. Very, very impressive.
I mean, the focus and the concentration it takes to compete at a front level for that long is remarkable. And typically we see driver changes 2-3 hours max. I mean, we typically see drivers do a double stint and then swap. So for 10 hours, that is. And at Daytona as well, obviously when in the lead fight with slipstream and things, everything being quite close, obviously 24-hour race, multi-class, a shorter circuit than the Nürburgring, so the traffic going to be a lot more dense, a lot more to focus on. That I mean, not only the physical side of things with like force feedback and whatever, wearing you down and wrists and forearms and things like that's fine. That's a different thing. It's more the mental attrition that will get you. And for 10 hours, just being sat effectively stationary is a lot.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like I say, it's brutal to be able to tick it off at the best times. But like I say, I can't remember. I'm trying to think what my longest stint was behind the wheel. I'm pretty sure it's like 6.5, 7 hours, which was not fun because it was in the 24 hours of Spa, but it was in this Virtual Endurance Championship that I said about. 24 hours of Spa. We actually had LMP1s in this, so it wasn't just GT3 racing. We had LMP1s, LMP2s, and GTEs. And I just distinctly remember it raining constantly, which was just really tricky to deal with when you're absolutely exhausted, dealing with a 6.5 hour stint, waiting for your teammates to wake up. And I just remember going around thinking, wow, I'm not about this. And thus, that is genuinely, that one season is the only season of endurance racing that I've ever done. And I can tell you right now, it is the only series of endurance racing I will ever do.
No, I can understand that. I've done one endurance race, and I don't even think you can call it that. Purely because it was a 6 hours at Le Mans. It was me and Tenek Rodrigo, because it was just after we did the Rocket Racing Stars Formula 4 Esports Competition UK.
Oh, it's close. It's not.
No,
accurate,
the Rocket Racing. No, hang on. The Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK.
There we go.
That's what I said. Anyway, we'd just come off the back of that, and we were like, we'll keep the band together. Him, Dylan Warren and Nathan Clifford done the Spa 24 as well, a couple months later and stuff. But the one I did was a 6 hour Le Mans with Tenek. And basically, we started the car. We didn't have a setup on. We'd done no practice. We were in the Ferrari, which at the time wasn't the best car in GT3, definitely not compared to, say, the Porsche or the BMW or whatever. And I crashed lap 1 going into the first Mulsanne chicane. I rolled back onto the track and I took out half of the GT3 field with me. I then towed back to pit lane, tried to use a fast repair. It didn't use the fast repair. I had to do a whole lap at 90 degrees left-hand down, brought it back into the pit lane, had an hour's of repair, went back out, did another hour, and then said to Tenek that he needs to do the rest of the race because I am not getting back in that car.
Excuses for mediocrity.
It was firmly a skill issue, but endurance racing is not for me.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I've been having a good chat with a few people that did the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. Obviously, great competition. Deegan Fairclough now on to his second season in British Formula 4 and is arguably the favourite to take top honours in that season, which is just crazy. Obviously, now driving for the High-Tech Pulse 8 team. That could have been you. Had you only been significantly faster?
That could have been. I was there. I got an e-bike and I came 8th place. Just to be fair, I could have been like I reckon if I was lucky, I could have got P5 in that competition. Obviously, that wouldn't have been enough to be in British F4 or even have a funded Club 100 seat. But it would have been better than 8th place. But I did get into the final on the Sunday because we had a pre-qualifying on the Saturday. I did get, I think it was Jean-Paul Lavaggi that I beat by 1,000th of a second in the pre-quali to go through to the Sunday races. And then I got driven into at the start of both races and then had subsequent skill issues on both occasions. But it's fine. That could have been me that's now a multi-time race winner in British F4 and leading the championship in his second season, which is, and I think it was P3 last year as well, which is even more sensational.
Yeah, I mean, look, fair enough. That was the weekend as well that we found out that Zach Sweet doesn't like hash browns.
Oh, I agree.
Found out you're in good company, by the way, on that. Tom Brooks.
Does he not like hash browns?
Apparently doesn't like potatoes, which I think's crazy.
Yeah, but potatoes are so versatile.
Yeah, no, apparently doesn't like it. This was all I got whilst listening to qualifying for Formula E whilst I was preparing for radio coverage for Formula E, obviously live on the Formula E's app and on TalkSport too, just saying. Anyway, whilst I was preparing for that, I had to listen to qualifying, and in that qualifying they were just making potato puns constantly, and I was like, what is going on here? Turns out it's because he doesn't like potatoes. And yeah, you're absolutely right, they're so versatile. The thing is, how can you not like... Sorry, I'm just getting really angry about this. How can you not like potato, though? Because, like, it's not as if, like... I don't like a specific form of potato. Obviously, you've got hash browns, you've got fries, you've got wedges, you've got mashed potato, you've got, if you really want to go vegan, puree as well. You've got the what's it when they have the cream, like gratin? There's another word for it, like cheese and potatoes and stuff. Gnocchi, things like that. There has to be one form of potato that you're like, this absolutely slaps.
Oh, surely. I mean, like, it's a breakfast food, it's a dinner food, it's a it's a lunch food, it's a dinner food. Depends, obviously, whether you get or whatever. But you can have it for all 3 meals. You can have it in so many different forms. I think the biggest takeaway from that, though, is that when Tom Brooks gets a McDonald's meal, I don't get a hash brown. You know, when I have breakfast, I get a fruit bag. Tom Brooks gets a fruit bag even when it's the lunch menu. And that is the biggest crime ever.
Do you think Tom Brooks really?
Maybe I need to send him a message. I have got his phone number. I will ring him right now and get the confirmation.
If you do, I got told a line that he dropped on the motorbikes today, nice. Which I would like a big question to. He said, and I quote here, he'll be as angry as a mosquito in a mannequin factory. What on earth does that mean?
Because it's like the mosquito expects to be, he's like, oh my god, there's so many people here, and then he gets angry that there's no blood in any of them.
That's crazy. What a weird line to drop on a broadcast. Oh goodness me, do love Tom Brooks, but that is a weird line. Then again, I've said some weird things on broadcasts, so
we've all had our moments when it comes to things said. But I can understand it. Like, it's a line that makes sense to some capacity. I mean, I got it.
Whatever. I mean, I can't talk. I read out the entirety of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix title earlier, so
that was impressive. And the Imola track title as well.
Exactly. Learning from Alex Goldschmidt, obviously.
He does it the best.
He does do it the best. He really leans into going full Italian or German, as we are in Germany. He does speak German fairly fluently. I wonder if he'll be on the Williams eSports. I'm sure he actually will be. Alex, if you are, hello. Welcome. At the moment, though, we're focused on BS competition, as there is contact indeed, and that will be with the GR86 leader, and that has allowed Felix Quernbach to sneak one past his teammate. Careful of the TCR, working your way up towards miss, hit, miss.
Well, we were talking about, obviously, keep an eye on this battle in GT3 because it can so easily go wrong, particularly on this section of the Nordschleife for traffic and things to go amiss. One small bit of contacts, one misjudgment of the traffic, and Rainer Talvan now drops behind his teammate. I suppose that's the good thing, is that it's his teammate of Quernbach that's now ahead. Obviously, be interesting to see what Marley can do in order to get away. It's not like they've lost a position back to Gianni Vecchio, who's still 1 second behind in fourth. Still not great though, particularly with the risk that carries making contact with the GR86.
Yes, indeed. Did see someone in chat saying about the Grand Prix title. I will just correct you. It's slightly wrong. It is the Formula 1 MSC Cruises Gran Premio del Made in Italy Air dell'Emilia Romagna 2024. So just so we're fully on the right page. And I want that to be called by Harry Benjamin as Max Verstappen, let's be honest, is inevitable. As he crosses the line, I want the full title of that, which might take him from Piratella all the way round, as we'll see a replay here from up above, getting blocked by some of those trees. I'm not going to lie, I don't fully know what the BS competition car was really expecting there.
No. I mean, again, it's not the first time that we've seen issues with traffic. It won't be the last time either, absolutely. But I'm just, again, looking at with the... yeah, I mean, you put your foot down on the exit, fully knowing the GT3 has a much better pull than the GR86, and then you find the rear end of it. I mean, yeah, I don't see anything that the GR86 leader did wrong there.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know, it's just really bizarre decision.
Miscommunication maybe, but even then it wasn't like there was anything different with the body language that was being shown or anything like that from the 13. I mean, yeah, I think that's just Tava having a bit of a moment.
Yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, I don't really see too many issues coming from Reiner Talvar, but that certainly was one of them. Thankfully getting away with it. Obviously, it's very easy for that to go slightly awry. I do feel bad for the GR86s. I think this has been the main problem with this race, right? And it's not pointing fingers or whatever. I feel the pace differential between the GT3s and the GR86s is just slightly too large. Which I know what people are going to say. Instantly, people are going to be like, "Oh, but they race with even large pace disparities in real life." And that's because the people that drive in real life are either generally very, very good, or their life is on the line.
There's consequence.
So there's some very serious consequence to getting it wrong. Meanwhile, in the sim, less consequence, which means that people do silly things. That instant there, actually, touche. Let me pump the brakes now. I was about to say that instant there doesn't happen in real life. That instant there doesn't happen as much in real life. It's just kind of one of those things like, yeah, it's... For me, the GR86 is maybe a little bit too slow. Obviously, we've had MX-5s and stuff for this race as well, so fair enough. But it's just, I don't know, that pace disparity is a little bit too large. Then again as well, I do remember doing a certain race at Zolder when we were in an HPD and there were things like the Mustang out on grid, which to say that Mustang was significantly slower would be an understatement.
Was it dreadful? Like, I wasn't...
I think we were... I'm pretty sure, because there's a few drivers in this grid that were in that race as well, like Lullam, who I think might have, I can't remember if Lullam was in an HPD or in the Mustang. I think I want to say he was in the Mustang, but I actually think he was in the HPD with us. The pace differential, bearing in mind Zolder's not a big track, I think the pace differential might have been like 40 to 50 seconds a lap.
Wow.
As in 4050, not 14 to 50.
At Zolder?
40 to 50 seconds a lap. Yeah. That was a crazy race. Juna binned it, Cam binned it. I actually didn't bin it, actually. I did very well, despite having my wheel and pedals not calibrated at one point. Dan also binned it. I think Cam used 2 of our fast repairs. Can you believe it?
Cam, the actual semi-pro sim racer, Cam Roger.
Comrade Modger, yeah, exactly. I'm going on a golf trip with him on Monday.
Wow, you need to bring that up.
Be fuming.
And Dan Cull as well. What does he do in real life as well? He does some good stuff. Well, I know he's the engineer for High Tech, but he does some racing as well.
He does indeed. He's racing C1s this weekend at Croft, as well as racing the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship every now and then, whenever he can be bothered. And C1s whenever he can be bothered, to be perfectly honest. Although I think his dad might have absolutely blown the engine, probably big time. So I'm not sure how much racing they'll be doing in the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship this year. But of course, as you rightly alluded to, he is also one of the engineers for Reza Sawarathan in the British Formula 4 Championship, as well as primo get me free pass into British Touring Car boy. So just looking that one out there.
Nice, just dropping it in. He also done my seatbelt up at the Sims.
Nice.
He was like, I wouldn't do this for anyone else. It's just because he done them up for me. He got me a nice seat pad because obviously I needed one.
Yeah, you were short. Not the shortest person there.
I was not. Tenek Rodrigo most definitely was, unless you're talking about Ewan.
No. I'm thinking more of what was her name? You needed like 4 cushions. Oh my god, I can't remember what her name
Charlotte.
was. Yeah.
Charlotte Bell.
Charlotte Bell. Bless her.
I think she was one of the ones that did the qualifiers on controller as well. I'm not entirely sure. But she did very well considering, because it's a big jump. Obviously to go from sort of, a controller to big gear that we had, obviously motion and force feedback and, low tail pedals and things like that. I mean, it's a big adjustment. She did all right.
She did absolutely fine. She did absolutely fine. And that obviously we are once again alluding back to the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition. No comment. Moving on. Indeed. TCR's coming into the pit lane. Norbert Leitner behind the wheel of the Impulse racing car now. As I think Obsidian also into the pit lane. So we're at that point with TCR's where they box. If you were in one of the 5 classes, which one would it be? Let me know.
I mean, it wouldn't be the GR86 purely because I despise driving them. I've always found that they're far too soft to drive. I mean, with the MX-5s, they're still quite stiff on the suspension, but at the very least for the base setup, the GR86, I just found it rolls far too much, and I just can't drive it. TCRs, I don't really like front-wheel drive cars. I say I don't really like, I can't drive them. That's a loose term, I can't drive much. Probably be the GT4. I've got it because the Porsche 992, my experience in Porsches, as much as they sound great, look great, and are great, I can't drive them. Probably would have to be a very stable GT4.
I don't know. No, you know which one I'd be in.
I don't. What, GT3?
Well, okay, right. So there's one of 2 things that I'd be in. And it depends on my methodology. Number 1, it would be a TCR because I'm a better touring car driver than I am anything else. Like, right. as in, like, I'm not. That's to clarify. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else in a touring car. I'm saying that my pace comparatively to the other is slightly stronger in a touring car than it is in any of the other categories we've got. However, I would, generally speaking, be in a GT3 above all else, and it is not a skill thing. I've always said this time and time again that I maintain that the easiest position to be in as a driver is the lapping car, because in that scenario you have all of the control, right? When you're brand new to sim racing and you jump in, and again, this is slightly counterintuitive, just follow my logic here. If you're brand new to sim racing, and let's say, for example, you take a GT4 round here, well, you've got to now overtake people and be overtaken at points. And understanding the very, very significant difference in what to do in both is tremendously difficult. At which point, then, you would say, maybe you should be in the GR86. Let's see how many GR86s we've seen be absolutely binned off the racetrack thus far today. Not really a nice time to jump into sim racing when all you're having is being thundered off straight down the escape road into Narnia. And thus, that leaves you with one other class, which is whatever the top class is, where you then have the control as to how to do the moves. You can do it in your own time. Yes, there will be mistakes. Fair enough. But at least you have the control over it.
You're not at the mercy of anyone else. If something goes wrong, you can 9 times out of 10 blame yourself, which is a good thing. Not necessarily, when it goes wrong, it is your fault. Maybe not a good thing, but at least you won't have the frustration. Again, most of the time of someone binning you off and being frustrated that you're a GR86 that have just been absolutely murdered by a GT3. But what also pays well is eventually to just do all of them, because to become a better GT3 driver, it would pay well to be, say, in a TCR or a GR86. To be a better GR86 or a TCR driver, it would pay well to be in a 992 or a GT3, because you get to put yourself in their shoes, give yourself a bit of their perspective, and it sort of allows you to think what they're thinking and put yourself in their shoes and do what you would hope to have done to you if you were the faster car or even the slower car. It just allows you to give yourself that perspective, that experience, and sort of negotiate yourself better, because I know full well if you were to jump into a GR86 brand new to sim racing, granted you wouldn't be in top split, but if you had touring cars, GT4s, 992s and GT3s all lapping you, you would absolutely panic and be overwhelmed.
Yep. Too right. Alternatively, you could just not do the race.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah, you could just come watch it on
iRacing or RaceSpot or Redline, where 6.3k people have already run back off to. Or Williams, that's true. That is true. Got to give a shout out to the load that are watching the Williams stream. Max is no longer in the car, has departed, and I believe will not be back in behind the wheel, as we're seeing Alex Arana behind the wheel of the Sontec car at the moment, having a little bit of a fight with Woodsy. Lewis Woods behind the wheel of the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car. Obviously, one of the Porsches that we've got in GT4. BMW seems to be the car to pick, but at the moment, the meme machine behind the wheel of that Sontec car. We know the Sontec as a team, when it comes to special events, have done very well. Of course, they did win the Coach Dave Academy 8 Hours of Fuji last year in a broadcast which was 90% golf talk, to be perfectly honest, between me and Arjuna. Sorry.
That's pretty much all you and Arjuna talk about most of the time, is it not? Just go.
Oh, it is the PGA Championship at the moment. Obviously, seeing if Rory McIlroy can finally get back. He's not going to. That's fine.
Well, I don't know anything about golf apart from what I've learned from playing it on the Nintendo Switch and the Wii, to be honest, which, to be fair, is very fun. But I'm
get VR when it comes to life, mate.
Yeah, but that's like 400 quid for a VR headset, and then again,
headset you get.
I've spent more than that since turning 18 on other things, so that's fine. But
what
yes,
things?
Inked up. Yeah. So maybe, because you can do a lot more than just golf on a VR headset. I like the is it Tarkov videos and stuff with the VR shooting and things. That seems like fun. So maybe you and Arjuna will have to show me the road to VR golf one day.
Exactly. I mean, I do love playing a bit of VR golf. Just easy to jump down, smash the ball around, stick in a score 10 under par, and bail on to the next one. Obviously, just keeping an eye on this. Meme Machine, obviously, the one I'm alluding to is the Was Cooking Racing Adventures. Because, I mean, a team name like that, with the livery that they've got on, and how they approach sim racing, it is a bit memey. But Lewis Woods, who I've raced with quite a few times in the old oval racing scene, actually, we've done a fair amount of that. He'd normally put a move like that on me, just drive past me as if I wasn't even there. Off he goes and up into the distance, moving up the spot there into 6th position on Alex Arana. That was pretty easy.
Not too much sense to fight that from Arana's perspective, I don't think. I mean, the pace was... we'll see now, obviously, as the Porsche's ahead, but it definitely seems as Lewis Woods has got the pace, and if you're going to have a hard battle, you don't want it to be still with just under 15 hours to go in the middle of the Nordschleife, particularly into that particular corner. It's better just to let them go, which I think is a lesson a lot of people could learn from earlier on in this race in regards to how hard to battle, because things can go drastically wrong. But yeah, that was Lewis Woods basically just putting his foot down, being brave, going around the outside and putting the trust in Alex Arana, which was very nice. So what's cooking? I mean, to be fair, even though they are the meme team, they have got some great success. They've got a couple of wins when it comes to VSO Infinity, other championships as well. My favourite thing about them, though, has to be their social media. Their posts are just great.
Yeah, no, they do have a good time when it comes to cooking around the Nürburgring and on social media as well. Like I say, it's good vibes in the Was Cooking Racing Adventures. Seen them do some solid stuff, be it here or in VCO Infinity. Back up to the fight for 2nd position, and that BMW M4 sat off the rear of it, trying to jump its way back in. That is Team Redline. George Morgan called us a BMW M3 yesterday. Can you believe that?
Really?
Yeah, he did. Which I obviously, as you know, I pounced on immediately.
Oh, you wouldn't. You would not give that man.
No.
Yeah, you don't give him a day off, do you? You just hound him any set. Was it Bono House as well? You jump on him straight on as well when it comes to pronunciations, because he was one of the people that called him Bono Huis.
Yes, even though I can't even say it correctly, but that's fine. Fine. Bono. Let's go with Bono.
BH.
BH. Yeah, indeed. Who was a little bit. No, I can't think of like an acronym that will work with like average. But he was average in ESLR1 last night. Whoops.
Savage.
But yeah, that's true though, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
I'm not here to make
I
friends.
suppose. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just really getting yourself in there with the BH camp, I suppose, which is fine. But
I've known Bono for almost as long as you've been alive.
really, 8?
No, I've known him for 11 years. Oh
That's
my
over
god!
half of my life.
Oh my god! I've known you. Oh wow! I am old.
I was in, year 3.
There's apparently someone on the grid in the 992. Sean Terre, 8th position, 17. Is apparently 14 years old. He was 3 when I first spoke to Bono on a small thing called Skype, if you've ever heard of it. Oh my god, that's taking it back to MSN Messenger. Was it MSN Messenger or was it Skype where you could nudge people?
Is that not just Facebook? Or is there other things? Am I too young to know that?
Oh my god.
Is there more? Have I just?
Oh, we've got to move on.
Have I given you one grey hair?
No, MSN Messenger is not Facebook.
No, the nudging. No, the nudging. I mean,
You can't do that on
MSN.
Facebook, can you?
you can or poke. Something similar, surely.
Nah, it was MSN Messenger. You could nudge people, and what it would do is it would pop up on the screen, and it would like shake things around. Is there a way you can do it on here as well? Hold on, yeah, like that. Cool. Perfect.
I've been poked.
He's been
and
poked.
Yes,
I remember there was a way to poke on TeamSpeak as well. That's fine. We are we're getting there.
That is yeah. Well, this is the pinnacle of iRacing broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen, where we poke each other on broadcast. That is great. I didn't appreciate the message after, but that's fine. We'll move on. I've never heard of MSN.
You're a DTS fan?
Well, no, yeah. Well, no. Well, yeah. That was. Well, yeah. Basically. I haven't got a comeback because I can't prove that I'm not a DTS fan. Because when I properly got into F1, it was around 2017, 2018, which was when Drive to Survive first came out. I say got into F1. I've always been into F1. I just not religiously following it. It was 2017, 2018, which, as I say, coincides with the release of Drive to Survive. So I haven't actually got any backing for it. I cannot. I can't say otherwise. It's just. I've got to own it, like everything else that's thrown my way.
Yeah, no, exactly. Got to take it on. But wow, I just honestly, I'm a bit taken aback by that. Wow, we really do need to move on. Do you remember High Five or MySpace? I actually nudging. Yeah, again, nudging was MSN. Yeah, it's fine. I actually never really used MySpace. I used Bebo though. Oh. Bebo back in the day. Bring back Bebo. I actually don't. It was terrible. I distinctly remember being in year 7 and that was all the talk of the town. Before the world of sim. Actually, I say before the world of sim racing. Probably about the dawn. Sim racing was definitely a thing back then.
Was it like a? Well, obviously not as big of a thing as it is now, but was there like a decent scene for it, or was it just like?
I have no idea. I wasn't really into. Mate, I only got into motorsport in 2012. But no, I do. See, the thing is, I do remember there used to be a channel on Sky, right? I think it was like xleague.tv or something like that. And it was a channel with games on it, right? And I remember because they had like World in Conflict and things like that. World in Conflict was a great game, but there was also races on Forza on there. That all appeared as well. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Forza is like sim racing and like the blah 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 blah. But the fact that you did have things like Forza, you had like GT Academy and stuff like that, like all that stuff did still exist back then. Like it's not as if sim racing has just happened in the last sort of 3 or 4 years. But it's just been a very. I feel that sim racing, the main thing is that until really not that long ago, sim racing was very separated. Right, we were all kind of all over the place, but then I'd say even it started getting a little bit closer about 10 years ago, and then obviously post-COVID, sim racing has become one proper community rather than lots of different little things doing their own thing.
Everyone was at home, and racing fans, it was just, well, what do we do? Well, we just do it and pretend. I think the two zebras are going to be swapping places. René Tavard trying to get back ahead of Felix Kronbach. This is at the end of the Dottinger Höhe, and that's the change for second place in GT3. Of course, it was Kronbach that was able to get ahead of Tavard after the nudge that Tavard gave to the GR86 leader, and they have to swap back, so Tavard back in front. And I think the two BS cars working really, really well together and showcasing how much it does pay to have, to work together, because they've been able to pull out over 2 seconds ahead of the 21 team Redline car.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, we can see if these. They're just going to sit with each other right now. There's no bump drafting happening between them, but it's kind of one of those ones. Right now, there's actually nothing they can really do right between these two. If they start taking more risks, we're sat here with 14 and a half hours left to go. Still over halfway left in the Nürburgring 24-hour of 2024. In that time, the likelihood, right, of drama is very high. The likelihood of one of these four, and let's be real here, of them reaching the checkered flag, of all four of these cars reaching the checkered flag, honestly, it's low. It is actually quite low. If I were to put an estimate, it's probably below 50%. That all four of these are going to reach the checkered flag. Certainly all four of these are going to reach the checkered flag without drama. It's exceptionally low, because this circuit, it just delivers drama. Whether that's in a solo incident, whether it's in traffic management. I mean, look, you're not that far away from that. Whether it's within just the confines of the simulator deciding that actually today's not your day.
There are so many things that can go wrong, and you are at the mercy of so many. I mean, like you said, there are so many things that can go wrong that are your fault. You can drop it, you can, be at fault for an incident or with traffic or whatever. There are so many things you can do that will put you at the race. But again, your PC could turn off. There could be internet issues. Your steering wheel could unplug. It could uncalibrate itself. That's happened to me a number of times, or I've gone into a corner and just straight lined it because the steering wheel's just decided it doesn't want to work, and there's a lot of time for that thing to go wrong. I mean, 20-minute sprint race or whatever, there's less opportunity for things to go wrong. But when you extrapolate that over hours upon hours and so many different drivers as well, you are sharing that possibility and, of course, increasing the chances of something going wrong. I mean, the chance of all four of these cars getting to the checkered flag is, there's a decent chance of it. I think the question comes, do they reach the checkered flag inside the top four? That probably isn't going to happen.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, like I say, there is always going to be drama in these races, but alas, that's how it goes. It's just sometimes you got to deal with it. I think that's part of the fun, isn't it? The not knowing. If we knew right now, and even if the drivers knew right now that we'd be rolling our way through to the checkered flag in this order, everyone would be like, what's the point?
It's too predictable. There's no uncertainty, there's no suspense, there's no tension. It's just, it's like with F1. Max Verstappen's going to win, so how many people switch off after lap one?
Yeah. Me.
It's how it goes. That uncertainty, that tension. Granted, you hate it when you're on the receiving end of it, but on the flip side, you've also had countless other opportunities where I had it in the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK at the first round at Silverstone, where I was in P4, I was in P5, chasing P4, and Kai Bikini, who was in P3, disconnected. And instantly, I was in a fight for a podium. And that completely changed the dynamic of the race for me.
Yeah, I mean, and then you end up getting through into the final, and then getting through into the final of the final, and then Ewan O'Leary appeared out of nowhere.
I'm going to blame Ewan.
Yeah, indeed. Me and Cam Rogers sat in a little back room whilst Ewan got on with his uni work for some reason.
Did it? Oh, no, he did, yeah.
He's a bizarre boy. Bless him. He's asleep now, it's fine. We can take the mick all we want.
He's not. Unless he's fallen asleep in a minute. He messaged a minute ago. So unless he's really quick at falling asleep, then I'm assuming he's still awake.
I'm assuming he just wants to watch the boxing.
I wouldn't take you in for a boxing man, but
I wouldn't take you in for a facial hair, man, but here we are in 2020.
Goodness me, that.
Sorry, that was just absolutely out of nowhere.
Talking about tension and uncertainty, and then the VCO Infinity broadcast, and it's just you and O'Leary with a beard.
I'm so sorry. At least he can grow facial hair, unlike you and Dan.
Don't. There was leading up to when I went to Donington for the Donington Historic Festival. It got to about a week before, and I was like, "There's no point shaving now because it'll grow back all weird, and I'll have to do it again before I go." So I saved it up, right, and it was disastrous. It looked horrendous. You know, just the slight, like, you got prepubescent. Yeah, just patchy. Like, some of it was peach fuzz, some of it was not. It was bad. My inability to grow a beard must be studied, because I'd rather be in Dari's shoes in the sense that I can't grow one full stop than be able to grow a patchy one.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I can understand. Let's be honest, it's not ideal either way. But again, I mean, I can't stand it. Unless you can grow like a proper mustache, like your boy Kevin Siggy, or to be fair, Moritz Lerner. He's got a rather solid tack. Or, and here's another one to chuck into the mix. Recently, he's always had a bit of facial hair. He's not in this race. He's always had a little bit of facial hair. He's grown it out a little bit. Jamie Fluke.
Yeah.
He's got quite a beard going on now. It suits him.
He's looking good, I think. Yeah, he's doing well. As it just continues to just progressively. I wonder if he'll keep it. Of course, Siggy with his mustache and things like that, people just become renowned for their facial hair, like Mansell and his mustache and things. So either you pull it off really well, or you just stay clean shaven forever. There's no in between. I don't think no one looks a 6 out of 10 with facial hair. You're either a 10 or a 0.
Yeah, indeed. Fair enough. We'll bring it straight back onto the race though, and keep our eyes on what you were saying. You've actually had an hour to think now, and I will give you one final 20 minutes actually. We'll drag it back on topic. Instantly, I'm going to drag it straight off topic. I'm going to give you an extra 20 minutes to think. I want you, Zach Sweeney, to give me a list of your top 5 circuits in the world before we end.
In order, or just the 5?
I'll allow just the 5.
Okay.
And the same goes for people watching. If you do have at least what is the best circuit on planet Earth, and I am not talking just about racing. I'm talking about the best circuit that you enjoy in flow, the raceability, whatever your attribute is for it. Like, what is your best? Do you actually know your 5? I
could probably give you a confident 3.
Okay, let's go with the confident 3.
I'm going to go with Spa. I know it's ridiculously overused in sim racing. It's everywhere and very much is oversaturated. But you cannot take away from the fact that it is an amazing circuit that drives really well. It was also the one that I was best at compared to my mates on GT Sport and would absolutely batter them at by about 3/4 of a second a lap. So that obviously really helped. So I love Spa in that sense. I'm going to go with Donington because I like the flow of Donington. Obviously, being there the other week as well, you really capture the undulation and things, and that was really cool. So I like Donington for the flow. And to be fair, yeah, it's just a fun lap to hot lap. I was doing it in an M3, one of the older ones, I think the E30 or something, which was, honestly, some of the most fun I've had on a sim. Number 3, see, I've always put Silverstone up there, but the more I've commentated on it, the more I've sort of leaned off the fact that it's a nice circuit, but it's got no, I don't know, it's obviously got Maggots and Beckett's and Chapel and things, but it's just flat. The racing isn't great. It hot laps well, kind of, sometimes, but yeah, it's a bit mid. So, well, I've got Spa, I've got Donny. I don't know, actually.
This is why you got 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes to think.
I've got 3 more to fill.
Baja 1000, Nürburgring 24, Bathurst, Cadwell Park. Okay, I can
Cadwell's
agree.
A shout.
Cadwell's a great shout. It's such an underrated track. The only problem with it, right, is unlike quite a lot of the other circuits, like say for example like a Bathurst or here or whatever, you're actually really limited with the kind of car you can take around Cadwell because it's too narrow. And also Cadwell's damn fast for a circuit. Is disliking Monza an unpopular opinion? No, I can't stand Monza.
I don't like Monza as much as people like Monza. I don't mind it. It's an alright circuit. There's been some good races there, but again, I think it's in a similar vein to Le Mans in the sense that there's just too many straights, get bored a little bit, too saturated, and yeah, overhyped maybe a little bit. But Cadwell, Cadwell is great, but you can't take anything quicker. I was going to say than a Formula 4 car, but you can't even take an F4 car there. That's even that's too quick.
I mean, I was going to say supercar, but then
supercars are good.
I guarantee a supercar will go around there faster than a Formula 4 car will.
Oh, they will. My friend Jack Tritton, he's racer. He was the Division 1 champion last year. He did the 125s the year before and won that as well. And watching his onboards, oh my word! Especially as you go down the hill into that braking zone, into the left. The speed and even over the jump as well. He full on pops a wheelie for half that little straight afterwards. Supercars are rapid, and the people that drive, the bravery they've got. You're going what, like 100? I think Div 1 maxes out like 125.
Yeah, they're quick.
You are sat on the floor, exposed, sat right next to the. I suppose it's similar to being on a bike or something like that. In that same vein, in terms of the bravery it takes, because the speed they carry and the downforce they have, the speed they take through corners is astonishing.
Yeah, indeed. It's absolutely crazy. We will, by the way, be having an interview in just a moment's time. Roland is setting his microphone up whilst he's driving around. Roland Alfredson, of course. We'll have a little chat with him in a moment. I will say with Cadwell, though, I think the lap record is actually set by a supercar as well, Roland.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Of how quick they are. I did see a few people have chucked in at least 4 of my picks. Obviously, the Isle of Man TT circuit's already been shouted out. Did see a Nordschleife, Bathurst, Road Atlanta. 3 of those are my pick. The other one's Monaco for the reasons I said earlier. It gives you something that a circuit nowhere else in the world can give you. Yes, I know people will say, but it's boring. And yes, it is boring. It's great to drive though. It's great to hot lap around. Yep. So there is at least that. Cool. Wow. I mean, look, it's fine. It's fine. We know that Will Chadwick absolutely hates Red Atlanta. That's the important bit.
That is, for anyone joining us, his Altus Esports debut, crashed into his teammate. That's the TLDR of it. He joins a new team and then crashed into his teammate and cost them a great result. And that is why he disdains it and absolutely hates it, which is fair enough. So Will Chadwick, there we go. I do wonder what his absolute favourite circuit. We know what his absolute not favourite circuit is. I wonder what his absolute favourite circuit is. I don't know. Maybe it's the Nürburgring because he's leading at the moment in the 992s.
Maybe. Obviously, they've been driving around very, very well in the 992s as the Share Esports car. Will Chadwick behind the wheel of that one. Again, gap still fairly close. This is obviously in the GT3 category where things are fairly tight, but it is between the 2 teammates that are just working together. It's more about them holding the gap to Silly Lully up ahead. They've been closing down a little bit, but it's been relatively equal between the grouping. I don't necessarily think the Team Redline's dropping off the back of that. They're not really. They're actually right on the rear end. Johnny Vecchio is fairly on the rear end of the Marla Racing Team car. Felix Quernbach.
He is. It's actually quite close. So that 3-car battle does. I mean, to be fair, I say 3-car battle. It's actually very close between Quernbach and Vecchio. 1.5 up to Rhineland-Palatinate though. So definitely proving which of the 2 sort of BS-backed cars are the quicker one. Tava, of course, able to get ahead. So only 0.2 of a second separating these 2. We are moments away, by the way, from getting good old Roland Alfredson into the commentary booth to have an interview. The solo man himself doing a absolutely sensational job in the GR86. I think he's running P2 in that respective class, so be great to talk to him. What an absolute achievement that is going to be. He's not necessarily the first person to do a mountain stint at the Nürburgring. Of course, Super GT did 200 laps of it on GT Sport and things like that in terms of charity, but nonetheless, it doesn't take anything away from the fact that he is an absolute hero for attempting it. And to be fair, to be nearly 10 hours in is remarkable and still running quite well.
Yeah, indeed. We will get an interview with Roland fairly soon. By the way, he's just making sure that his audio settings are set. He's streaming at the moment as well, so he's got to double check a few things. As soon as that's set, we'll drag him in. He said I need a straight, I think we'll give him until the Duttinger Her, and then we'll drag him in. We've still got plenty of time to get him in, at least before we jump out. Vince Cussy said scuba, 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 scuba. I think I've said that 4 times, so scuba. We'll try again. Do you know what? I'm going to say I got a moderately controversial opinion on scuba because I raced it in the Formula 4s fairly recently. And do you know what? Yeah. I did one race thinking this will be a bit of fun, this will be a bit of banter. I was like, this is good fun. And then I did another race. 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 Honestly, I thought it was excellent.
Did you do another one after that, or did you stop?
Yeah, I think I did like 11 races, 12 races. I got my iRating up to like 3.5k doing that.
Mate, that is... I mean, to be fair, the F4 is just a brilliant car. I will always back that as my favourite car in iRacing. But, I mean... I don't know if that says more about Tsukuba or the F4, but either way, you can have a ton of fun with Tsukuba. I mean, again, it goes back to similar to what we were saying about Cadwell, I suppose, in some aspects with Tsukuba, in the sense that it definitely does depend what you take there with how quick the car is, how wide the car is, wheelbase lengths and things like that. But if you get the right car around Tsukuba, it can be a lot of fun. I remember on GT Sport doing it a lot in the shifter karts and things. That was always fun at Tsukuba. Even in like MX-5s and things, Tsukuba's great. I think it is a bang. You know, memes aside, I think it's a fantastic circuit.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It is fair enough. Again, got to enjoy it. Now, whilst we're seeing Marla and of course Team Redline navigate their way around the Sontec machine, we are going to have a little bit of a chinwag because I do believe it is time to bring in Roland Alonefredson. We'll just again make sure he's in it. We'll see the G3s coming to the pit lanes. It's a perfect time to catch up with a driver who is doing the race entirely by himself. Roland, hello, welcome to the broadcast. I'm going to try not to startle you because obviously you're in the middle of a race. But talk to us about your about this solo race you're doing.
Well, good day. It's interesting so far. I don't know why I'm doing it solo. I just woke up on a random Saturday, decided, you know what, I'm not in a team. Well, let me do it solo. And here I am, I'm doing it, I'm suffering through it.
How hard is it to keep focused? Obviously, you know, we're nearly 10 hours into the race already and you did a fantastic job.
Yeah, to be fair, it's easier than I expected it to be. I can't lie. I was expecting myself to be dead sleeping by now, but I am indeed still going. I'm very much focused. I'm awake. I think Max Verstappen passing me every few laps and all these huge drivers passing me every few laps is keeping me awake, keeping the adrenaline flowing, and I've been watching the stream basically the whole time, and I'm very pleased to hear everyone else struggling with GT3s, fuel saving. Meanwhile, I'm just cruising and vibing.
Now, you do obviously have a stream of your own, so you've been chatting to a few people. Is that helping you kind of keep focused? You know, at least then you've got like people around to talk to, I guess. Yeah,
very, very much so. It's helpful to talk to people. I'm also chilling in. I'm floating around different Discord servers, talking with people. It's very helpful also. Just the support before, during, and hopefully after the race. It's motivating to keep me going, even though it's immensely difficult.
Now, obviously you've been dropping messages in our YouTube chat as well. Like you say, jump between various Discords. With it being a circuit where you've clearly got quite a few straights and stuff where you've got time on your hands, are those like the more dangerous bits of the circuit? Like when you're in the corners, you're obviously focused, but when you're on those straights, like nothing's happening?
Yeah, and on during the straights, I've got my keyboard on a tray next to me, and I've got my second monitor, so I can go and chat. I can do whatever on the straights, basically. I'm glad it's long straights. As well, I've got a wrong setup on, so I'm immensely down on top speed. That gives me even more time on the straights.
Well, at least it sounds like you're vibing, you're chilling around, still plenty of time left to go in the race, and I'm sure we'll be catching up with you at some point as well, because I definitely want to hear more of this story. Best of luck, though, at least from my end.
Thank you.
There we go. Roland Alfredson, of course, doing the solo race. And I don't normally do this on streams, but there's a lot of people watching. If you do want to go and follow, help, support, I mean, let's be honest, when you're doing a solo event on this, you need all the help you can get and all the company that you can get. Twitch.tv/Roland_Alfredson. It's just his name, but with an underscore in the space. Obviously, at least pop him a follow. Chuck him at least a little hello for a driver who is putting on an absolutely incredible feat round here.
I was going to say it's harder than people think. I think people already think it's incredibly difficult. And I mean, he's just shy of 10 hours in, running fairly well, keeping himself awake. But it pays so well to have some form of engagement. I mean, it's so easy for your brain to just switch off after a while of no different input of something. It basically needs change to stay stimulated. And yeah, to be fair, the Nürburgring does keep you going. He said, constantly dealing with traffic and things has to keep you awake. But even just responding to chat, keeping a conversation going is one really good way of staying awake and staying alert, staying focused. Again, having that conversation, having that interaction. So if not to show him some great support and grow his channels, then go and do it to keep him awake and cheer the underdog on to maybe go and, before he gets disqualified at the end, to finish on the podium in the GR86, which, to be fair, considering how many of them have been murdered, is a little bit spaced out. So if he's able to get to the end, I'd love to wake up and him still be running really well. If not, then he gave it a good go, and even to get this far is remarkable. But yeah, definitely go and say hello, because he definitely does deserve it, and he's been getting, I think, a healthy amount of praise from us in the commentary booth, and obviously from people in the YouTube chat. It's great when people just get behind a driver like that. I think it's always fantastic when we all rally in support of the one underdog.
Yeah, so someone just doing something absolutely crazy. I think that's the important bit. So obviously, big shout out there to Roland. Sure, we'll be catching up with. We'll keep our fingers crossed that he can make his way through. Do you know what my favourite bit of that whole thing was? Yeah, I just woke up on a Saturday morning and thought, cool. It's not do you know what? I've been prepping for weeks for this. I've made sure that, dieting wise, that I can get through a 24-hour period without eating too much. I've made sure that I've got everything ready, blah, 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 blah. It's I just kind of woke up and thought, this will be fun. Honestly, I love that. I think that is so funny.
The impulsive decision is the better one in the end. To be fair, I think I respect that more than if he did come in and say I've been prepping it for weeks, purely just for the banter, I think. But yeah, fair enough. That is sense, and I don't know. It's easy for that to be you wake up, you get on, a random Saturday. Oh yeah, I'll do the number, and then give up after 2 hours, because that's probably what I'd do, or anyone would do. Just that impulsive decision. Yeah, I'll do the 24 hours of the Nürburgring solo, and then hang on, no thanks. He's actually got the determination and the perseverance to not only be 10 hours in, but also want to get to the end and stay awake. I mean, he doesn't sound incredibly alert, and probably as alert as he would have done 10 hours ago, but he's got some life left in him. I've got faith.
Yeah, I can see already a load of you have jumped over. Thank you, because that's just really cool. Again, we're all here, supporting the community. These events are kind of more community-driven, style of events. It is more about that side of things. So obviously, thank you for jumping on and jumping over to give him some support, especially whilst we've got some excellent battles still happening on circuit. Was Cooking Racing Adventures still ahead of Sontech here in the battle for 6th position in the GT4s. Obviously, we did see the switch positions when Lewis Woods flew past on the way up towards the Mook curve. Alas, in that scenario, nothing else has switched drowned, and I don't think that's too much of a shock. Apparently, he always sounds like that. By the way, that's fair enough. Fair play.
That's even better then, isn't it? Because he always sounds like, so he sounds like that when he's perfectly awake, which means he's perfectly awake.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's
so
cool.
He's got loads of life left in him. That's great. That's even better. Let's see how much life this fight's got in it, by the way. I did anticipate that Woods was going to run away with this battle. Obviously, once he flew ahead and got ahead and there wasn't really much contention from Arana in the Sontec car, that Woods was clearly quicker. But I have to say that Arana's probably done the best thing here, which is just to sit back and be pulled along. I mean, again, the Porsche is a lot smaller than the BMW, so how much you can save in slipstream, whatever. But he's definitely going to be saving a little bit, and I don't think he's having to push too. I mean, there was a small mistake there, as he got lapped.
That's not a mistake.
That's why. Exactly, so it's even fine. But he's chilling, I think, as chill as you can be at the Nordschleife. Being behind Lewis Woods, saving some fuel, doing a decent thing. I think it was definitely beneficial to let him go.
Yeah, I mean, I say it's not a mistake. It was Will Chadwick who worked his way past. So read into that what you will, as he sneaks his way past Lewis Woods. Oof, that was a bit bold there. Flash of the lights there from Lewis Woods, who's not particularly pleased at what he's just seen there, but a bit of an audacious send there from Chadders. I don't know, it's a bit brave.
It was. I mean, there's no harm in it. There was no send, but definitely could have gone wrong. I mean, if you can get it done, you can get it done. But I think it definitely would have paid to wait a little bit longer. But at the end of the day, I mean, does he really want to? As Will Chadwick, he definitely has shown a series of impatience, i.e. that move on his teammate at Red Lantern on his debut for Alpha Esports. But that's fine. We'll move on. This is the fight that we've been following for quite a while. The 3-way fight in GT3. Phil Denez now at the wheel of the 89 BMW BS Plus competition. The Marla Racing still quite back at the wheel. Sam Coiter now in for Gianni Vecchio for the 21 team Red Line. So 2 new drivers, but still all 3 of them nose to tail.
Indeed, you've got 8 minutes of us left in the comms box before we hand our way over to Tall and Small and see what the next couple of hours are going to feature. I'm sure it'll be more chatting, waiting between bits of drama, of which there will be plenty, I'm sure. But at the moment, like I say, whilst this is a close battle, things are calm within it, right? We've seen them this close before. We've seen them separate. We've seen them this close before. At the moment, it's more about them ticking off the minutes, ticking off the hours, ticking off the laps around here, and making sure that the noses are clean every time they go through traffic.
Every time you go for an overtake, you run a risk, right? There's a probability that something is going to go drastically wrong. Depending on the aggression of the move, that can be 40% it goes wrong, 30% it goes wrong, whatever. There is always a possibility that something goes wrong. So you have to weigh up that risk versus that reward. What is there to gain from overtaking in a battle like this? What is there to gain from fighting? What is there to lose? If they fight really hard for this P2, what do they gain? Track position until they come into the pit lane? Unless they're 2 seconds a lap faster on the Nordschleife, does it make sense for them to find a way through? Absolutely not. Does it make more sense to just sit behind, put in some consistent laps, save some fuel, not run any risk, and stay close and competitive? Absolutely, because if they were to start battling really hard, go tooth and nail, and really want that track position, they're not going to gain anything, and the chance they lose everything is quite high.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I say, it's risk versus reward. Which, let's be honest, through this race, I don't think it's a controversial opinion. I think the risk versus reward judgments from various drivers this evening has been, well, questionable. There's been some interesting decisions made in all of this, but alas, we've had some exciting overtakes. We've had some drivers leaving this race through really silly decisions, but alas, at the moment we've got a nice little fight. But the important bit is that gap between first and second. It's still 25 seconds. It has been for a long time.
Yeah, it's not really changed too much since London got. To be fair, even when Verstappen was in the car, I mean, it just sort of stayed around that 25-second mark. So, I mean that's both a good thing for these guys, but also not necessarily a good thing. It means that they're running on lead pace, which is great, but it also means they're not quicker than lead pace, which means they're unable to close in that 25.6 second gap that they've got. If they were right in the back of Chris Lallam, it'd be happy days. They're running with him. They're not losing anything. Brilliant. but because they've already got a big deficit, it just puts everything at a stalemate and doesn't help their cause. I suppose the only good thing they can take is, as I say, they're not losing anything. So if something were to go wrong with Lallem, or over time with strategy and things, they can bit by bit chip away, or even a spin and run through traffic. They know at the very least they've got the pace to contend.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, look, the fact that everything's been running very equal just shows again the high level of quality between this top grouping. They're just not really separating each other really at all. Sam Koita, as we can see, riding on board through miss hit miss, staring at the two cars ahead of him. As we've said before, I don't believe at any point in this Sam Koita is thinking, I've got to go for a move. Right now, things are settled in second position and fourth position. In this battle for second position, things are pretty settled. It's more just about, again, ticking those laps off. If you've ever done a Daytona 500, or even to a certain degree the Indy 500, which of course back on iRacing as well, it's in the same vein as that. It's about staying in it, right? It's not necessarily about, you know, leading now or battling now. It is about surviving and staying in the race until the final 10 or 15 laps. Of course, less so because there's no safety cars and stuff to bunch things up. But at the same time, it's still like, this is just about getting to the end of the race. That is the important bit. That's when you can go on the attack. Before that point, crashing out because of silly incidents at this point is just absurd, and they're all well aware of that.
You've got it all to lose and nothing to gain at this stage. There's no two ways about it. Like I say, what benefit do you have from being second place, third place, or fourth place in this train? There's no difference. Net gain, there's no difference. It's not like if you're in second place at this point in the race, then eventually it's going to lead on to this. Chances are Sam Koita can sit here and still have just as good a chance at winning this race as he does if he were to move ahead of the two ahead of him. That is absolutely fine. But you're right, it's a game of attrition. It is an endurance race for a reason. It's not about how to put your best foot forward 10 hours in, it's how to put your best foot forward 23 hours in to then shoot yourself forward and play the long game. Because if you think, too quick too soon, all you're going to do is burn yourself out and wait that attrition. However, things can go amiss a little bit here as they lap one of the GT4s. I think that was probably my favourite car on the grid. Yeah. Nice, but considering how spicy that was, that could have gone quite wrong.
That was indeed the Williams Esports Academy.
It is the Academy car. See, I actually sometimes forget it is actually the Academy car.
Because we keep making that joke. It's absolutely fine. Show one thing. Well, before we go, we've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go of this. There was an interview with when Ewan O'Leary was on a little bit earlier on, and he interviewed Will Chadwick. And I thought it was an interesting thing that was said in that interview, which was about obviously Chadwick qualified the car and then someone else started the car, and that was an interesting decision which I didn't agree with until I heard Chadwick's interview, which was the reason why they did that was because it means then you can do the morning practice, right, where one person is practicing purely qualifying and then the other person is practicing purely race stuff. So it's not about jumping into the rhythm, it's more just like you're practicing the right bit for you at that given time. I thought it was very interesting.
It definitely pays well, and to be fair, it's not even like if you're practicing race stuff sort of like half an hour before a race that you're going to be out of rhythm by the time you start. You can jump in and still get yourself up to speed fairly quickly, and then of course while the driver that started the race for Share Esports can then do a quick stint or whatever in a practice session and then be ready for his stint a little bit later on, so he's more in tune with the race, not necessarily driving as quickly, and being consistent, being on the rhythm. Because the conventional thing, is you're in qualifying, you're in tune with the car, you're in tune with the setup, you jump into the race and you're raring to go. But I mean, sometimes the adrenaline of qualifying and driving as quickly as you can actually be a hindrance at the start of a race. Sometimes you do just need a calm, composed start that someone who has been practicing race stints would give.
Also, you've got to remember, quote here, Chadders just hasn't raced as much as the other guys, and they'll be way better on the starts than Chadders that likes to choke. I'm not going to say who said that, but it wasn't me. No, it's fine. It's fine. But no, it's chill. It's chill. Obviously, Chadders has done an excellent job and is riding around this race very, very nicely indeed. speed, obviously, at the airhead, regardless of whether it's qualifying pace or race pace, wherever he's navigating his traffic brilliantly, as we'll still see. There's a couple of looks coming in this, but nothing too major. Obviously, 14 hours left to go in the Nürburgring 24-hour. It is still Lullum leading in the BMW M Team red line car. For myself, Liz McGlade from Zach Sweeney, we're going to step aside for a little bit because it's time for Tall and Small to take you through the next couple of hours. They've not unmuted the microphones.
Adjudicating party alongside of Dara Thacker, ready to walk you through the next portion of the race. Was just getting all my timing screens ready to go and flicking my attention over to this one, Dara, because since the start of the race, when I was last here, the sun has set, and boy, has the race really settled into a rhythm that in some ways has started to intensify. But I go back to when a couple of hours ago there were only 2 cars split by less than a second. Sometimes what happens at the Nordschleife, the track tends to take its attrition and drivers just trying to survive the night.
Yeah, we've already seen that over the last 4 hours particularly or so, as the night has been cast over this circuit. It will start to get light though over these next 2 hours, I do believe. So that night phase starting to end, but you can just see already as we get onto our sim together, Arjuna, there's already some very tasty little battles going on.
Still watching this fight for second in the GT3 class, of course, but as Chris Lullum leads for the BMW M Team red line, it's a 25-second margin in the GT3 category. It's a 17 second advantage, of course, in the 992 class. Really no real battles right now. Of course, I'm still quite sad. The GR86s, about an hour in, Dara, we had 8 of them still all separated by around 4 seconds. Then the GT3s happened, and suddenly you've got a handful of them retired. And while we still have 8 of them running, not many still fighting out there on track, which, you know, they're the slowest cars out there. They're always out there at the jeopardy of what's going to happen to, when the faster cars come and pass them, which is why you would never see me enter into a race here in a Toyota GR86. I'm just saying that right now.
Well, I mean, we have done, haven't we, on Friday Night Primetime over the last couple of months, the GR86 races, and they've always been great. In the first hour, they were so close together, and then, and then the GT3s happened. I don't think there's any other way to put it, really. And unfortunately, it's meant that there's the biggest gaps. It's, nearly 7 minutes in the lead that Forgia TV have. So it's slightly unfortunate that we've had that split out in the GR86. It would have been nice to, of course, have them in a nice tight battle, but you know, we can't have everything, can we? We've still got some nice battles in the GT3s, these 992s, and in the GT4s as well. So, you know, where the GR86s have gone, we've picked up in other places.
Absolutely. The camera gets focused in on the track itself and some of that graffiti, which you can not really see in the nighttime with the conditions as they are. So, question pop into the iRacing Esports Network chat. What happened to the Geico Motorsports team? I believe it was probably about 5 or so hours ago, and they ran off the track and had a small moment while they were alongside with the Williams Esports Academy GT4 car. Saw them back into the wall at Arnav Forst, and since then have been slowly trying to work their way back up through the field, albeit now, I think, officially potentially down a lap from their class leader, or at least getting rather close to that time threshold at which they run. Now, because you run, you know, 1, 2, 3 like this in this battle for second, I actually think in some ways it's quite nice because you have someone else that's helping to set your pace. In these nighttime conditions, it can be very easy, even for these best drivers, Dara, to just, you know, start to slow down naturally. You know, some of us, especially nowadays, we like to talk about not having the delta being on, right? Because that's one of those pieces of information that, especially through traffic, you're starting to chase. And so maybe you'll just take it a bit easy. When you have other people around you, at least there's some pressure to continue to fight forward.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a long way, don't we? 14 hours left of this race to go. So you've just got to keep yourself, well, giving yourself reasons to keep that momentum going, to keep moving forward, to keep going after those drivers in front, and really to keep ahead on, really, because you don't want to be making any rash moves. You've got to realise we've still got 14 hours of this race to go. you know, the PGA Championship may be starting again by the time that this race ends. So you've got a long time, a long night and a long morning to go. You've got to just make sure that you're sticking around, not making any mistakes, and just keeping that line and that rhythm going, because that really is the worst thing that you can lose, isn't it? That is that rhythm around a track like the Nordschleife, because, you know, if you're missing a few apexes through part of the lap, you lose some confidence, and it's exponential from there, really, isn't it?
There are BMWs in this little battle that we're watching right now, so you'd assume that the second and third place cars, the Mahler and BMW M Team BS competition, probably running pretty similar setups in terms of downforce configuration, because as much as there are 170 something odd corners around this track and this configuration that we have, the corners all still have to be connected by straights, and where we head right now is one of the few places where it's really twisty, and some track maps that teams have built over the years. So just denote this section as the fun part. Be careful with the curves as well, as you really just try and maximize the usage of the track in various places. It can get rather slippery as well as you walk your way towards Brunchen, which is just a little bit further from here. The next right-hander on the left-hand side, it can be very slippery through Ice Corner, and then down to Flansgarden with that jump where the early hour of the race, very clean, and through traffic, actually, even the first passes through, not too bad. But after that, it was this section where everything really truly unfolded, and you'll see the cars actually get, that camera shot shows you, a little bit of airtime as well. And I am of the opinion it's safer to brake a little bit, don't go in the air, than jump, because sometimes what we do see is people over the course of 24 hours pick up small bits of damage that you can't actually fix.
Yeah, I remember seeing you put that in a chat somewhere earlier on, that probably safer just to back off and not launch the car over the crest, and just make sure that the car keeps intact. Of course, little bits of damage that you pick up really can be, again, exponential. You know, a little bit of damage can lead you to going a little bit wider than you might expect, bouncing over a curb a little bit harder, and that just snowballs into more and more tiny little bits of damage, and then you're finding yourself a couple of tenths, a few tenths, a second off of where you were before, and that's not what you need to be doing, especially in a track which demands such consistency in pace, and that is the first spin of the hour.
Was Cooking Racing Adventures, be careful. Oh, come on. Be careful, you've got an F3 relative box in iRacing, but apparently you can still sometimes forget to use it, and that would have been Lewis Woods, who is on loan from Team PGZ. That makes a small issue, and that would have been down just before the run-up towards Flugplatz, so in through Quiddelbacher Hohe. Meanwhile, GT3 battle for second, up towards the final corner, and that's what I was talking about with the curb usage. Oh, come on! We're murdering GR86s here. That's the Mahler Racing Team car. Felix Kornbach driving straight through. Ava Vervadik, I'm guessing there.
Yeah, myself and Ewan O'Leary saw something very similar about 3 hours ago, where we were on board with the GR86 and we didn't see a car coming behind us. All of a sudden we were being spun around, and yeah, very similar situation there. Somehow, I believe Franco Ruggieri in the 13 has been able to get away with pretty much everything, and is continuing on 7 minutes in the lead there in the GR86s. So he's been the one to just avoid all the carnage, just avoid all of the incidents, and yeah, carry on. And it's not great for these drivers, is it, Archie? You've just woken up and they're already making you sign across.
Oh wow, that's a bit ridiculous. Yeah, I'll be honest, I got straight out of my stint. I did the first 4 hours, turned on my TV, very excited to watch Indy 500 qualifying, and it was great. But because I had to wake up somewhat early in the morning, I may have dozed off a little bit, and so yes, had to wake up as well. I've got to say though, well, the thrill of Indy 500 qualifying cannot be replicated, and we have the Indy 500 qualifying grind here on iRacing coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Usually the iRacing Indy 500 would be this weekend, and the qualifying would have taken place Monday through Friday, but because of its late addition onto the schedule, the Nürburgring 24-hour race taking place the same weekend as the Indy 500 in the real world this year, this was the weekend earmarked for our trip to the Green Hell, And so instead, 2 weeks from now, we'll make our way to the racing capital of the world. And the week-long grind will see 33 drivers make their way into top split and earn their right as well, much like you used to do in the VLN series, as it used to be called back in the day here on iRacing, the 4-hour Nürburgring Endurance Series as it's known today. On board with Drago Racing in their BMW M4 GT4 machine, directly behind Door Esports and Lucas Muller, one of the standouts in many ways over the course of the race, up 4 positions. Same can be said though for second place Sven Haase, 6 positions gained there as they rise their way towards Bergwerk, one of the most important corners on the track, because all this momentum that you carry, Dara, gets you up towards the Mut Curva, and that's why you're always trying to get onto the power nice and early.
Yeah, these are some of the most important parts of the racetrack, and you want to be pressuring those cars in front of you because you don't really want to be letting them get away too easily when there's such a long race and such opportunity for little errors and little mistakes. You just need to try and pressure those drivers in front of you, not necessarily go for that move, just put a little nose in up here or there, nothing scary, nothing like what Marla did a few minutes ago, just a little bit of a look, maybe just scare your competitor off the road, and when you're off the road here at the Nürburgring, of course, you're going to find yourself in the wall, and then you might not have some lovely straight panels that you have. But I do have to ask quickly, Arjuna, because I was looking this up and I couldn't find the answer. Where did Callum Ilott qualify for the Indy 500?
Oh, wow, you're putting me on the spot right now. It wasn't bad. Now, they did get their first... They went out qualified once. Then they got the car inspected. It was maybe a little bit out of technical inspection regulations, and so yes, the time got invalidated. But after that, there was plenty of excitement. We had Rinus VK hit the wall. Then he ended up going out penultimate run, putting it into the fast 12. That was crazy. Callum Ilott, I think, got locked in, so he would have been between 13th and 30th.
Okay, that's fine for me.
Yes. My Google's just told me 15th. There we go. 15th.
Oh, that's lovely. It's nothing like last year. Not that I'm a Callum Ilott fanboy or anything. I think I've seen him driving near me.
Really?
Yeah, just I have met Oliver Jarvis. I know. I realised that in this scenario that may not be much for boast, but at the time I was absolutely thrilled.
Hey, in this place, in this broadcast booth, it is very much worth the boast, especially because Oliver Jarvis, didn't he race the Mazda DPI in IMSA?
Yes, yes. So I used to coach, or I still technically do coach, his daughter tennis, but I never really knew, I never really put 2 and 2 together as to who it was. And then I saw him, I was like, oh my word, that's Oliver Jarvis. And I very sheepishly went up and said hi. And he really knew my name. I was genuine. It was one of the best days of my life at that point.
Nice. No, he did. I've gone again to the Google. He did race the Mazda DPI. You know the Atlanta Motorsports Park, Dara, right?
Yes.
Can you imagine driving a Mazda DPI around that track?
No.
Yeah, you know they've done that.
Have they?
Yes.
Sorry, the Atlanta Motorsports Park that Racing Prodigy was at?
Yes.
That you were at last week?
Yes.
No, surely not.
I was in the broadcast booth, and they have a whiteboard where they have lap times written down. And so I was there back in October last year, and I just remember looking at, they had a Praga, they had Ben Collins, former Stig, out there driving it. And so I was like, all right, let's go see, let me go and look just before we start day one. What's happened since then? I turn around and I see Mazda Jost DPI, and I actually had to ask somebody, that's real, right? And they went, yes.
I just can't. I'm trying to picture it in my head, and even though I am slightly tired, I still can't picture it.
Trust me.
There's no way.
Oh, and then we started talking about, could you drive an F1 car around that track?
That's like you saying to me, could you imagine getting a hypercar around Snetterton? No, I can't.
Yeah, my guess was sub 60 seconds.
Do you know what it was?
No. For an F1 car, the DPI was.
I see.
Yeah, the DPI was a 109 something. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, fair enough. Gosh,
which is still.
Yeah.
I thought the car would break.
Did they get bored of Road Atlanta and thought, let's go up to Motorsports Park or something? Why were the cars there in the first place?
You know, I didn't ask that question, but it's a pretty valid point, actually. Someone probably bought it and said, let's go and have some fun. Let's focus in on some of the chat questions I see on the iRacing Esports Network, which all focus on Indy 500 qualifying. Rinus VK, yes, he did crash his car, went out then penultimate in the qualifying day. There was one more run after him, or two more runs, I forget, whatever it was. But from a crash car, built it back up. He got back in, shaken up as well, and quite remarkably, Dara, put himself into the Fast 12. So he'll get another chance tomorrow to try and qualify for the pole. That's just crazy.
Yeah, and Rahal will have a chance to make it 2 from 2, won't he, in not qualifying for the Indy 500. Let's see if he can do it. I'm surprised Marcus Ericsson was down there as well. I did see that. You know, social media, of course, alight with who got in the top 12 and who came in the bottom 4, but not anybody in between that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. Always a highlight of the racing year, isn't it, really, Indy 500 qualifying. And yeah, looking forward to it tomorrow. Big day of sport, really, isn't it, tomorrow?
What else is tomorrow? Sorry, I'm so focused on Indy 500 qualifying.
Well, I mean, I've heard enough about the golf from Lewis McGlade that I'm sure you'd be interested.
As much as I love golf, sorry, it does not compare to Indy 500 qualifying. Nothing does.
Oh, I even looked up the leaderboard just in case you had something to say about it. But yeah, no, there's that. Also here in the UK is the final day of the Premier League season.
Oh, fair. Yes, no, that is exciting.
Yeah. Manchester City versus Arsenal. Man City going to win the league, but we can all maybe see if Arsenal can. But, you know, we won't see. We'll know already. It's a bit like knowing that Max Verstappen's going to win the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix tomorrow.
Should we talk about its full and proper name? No, let's not. That will take us for another year to get us through that entire thing. And of course, there is the NASCAR All-Star race, and of course, you've got, you know, Kyle Larson, who's trying to do the double, and he's going to be qualifying tomorrow in the Fast 12. I mean, I'm just in utter awe of what he's doing there, and yeah, absolutely incredible to see. The logistics as well are something to remark on. You aren't able to do the double technically on iRacing, but next week we will have coverage here on the iRacing Esports Network of the iRacing Coke 600, part of the full-length season-long NASCAR iRacing series. Now, not all the races are full-length races, but there are 4 around the season, and one of them being the Coke 600. The week after, of course, the iRacing Indy 500. Have you ever tried to do the Coke 600, Dara?
No, I cannot say that I have. Not that I don't want to. I'd absolutely love to. I've never had the facilities for such an event. But I would absolutely love to participate in the Coke 600.
It's tough. It's just one of those races where, you know, 600 miles. It's longer than any of the other races on the season, you know. So
yeah, no, exactly. It's difficult, isn't it? Because there's these iRacing special events are great because there's different challenges week after week. We've got the Nürburgring 24 this week, and then we've got the Coke 600 in the coming weeks. You know, you couldn't really get much more different, could you?
No, absolutely not. And, you know, back half of the year in terms of the special events also does show the diversity just that little bit more, because you have, you know, more of the dirt oval, dirt road events to look forward to as well. The Bathurst 1000 will come later in the year with the V8 supercars, so plenty of excitement still left to come there, as still watching in this GT4 fight with Door Esports and Drago Racing. If you're just joining us though here for the 2024 iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours powered by Extreme Sim Racing, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights of what has happened since the start of this race, when the sun was shining and we had 53 drivers at the start, locked and loaded. Already chaos as we got underway, as Elvis Rankin in the VRS Coanda machine found himself spun around and pointed into the gravel, with Alejandro Sanchez getting just that little bit too aggressive and feisty as he tried to fight his way on forward. Then, well, it was a bit of chaos for Williams Esports as the Chill Blast car, being driven by Vasilius Belitsiotis, ran wide at the Much Curver, just being that little bit too brave. And the second look at the replay will just show you the margins that we're talking about. Fast hands at work there, not just for Pato Award, but for the driver of Belliciotis as well. Then, in the GR86s, we had this long conga line, and yes, 8 drivers at one point were involved, but then one by one there were going to be issues that would see them drop out. First, Team Redline got involved with one of the touring cars. That was Team Carlar that got unfortunately tangled up at Flansgarden. And then meanwhile, GT3 leaders battling, and unfortunately for the Apex Racing team, alongside of Williams Esports Chill Blast, it was going to be trouble out of Bergwerk. Coming to a complete stop was Chris Lullen and the BMW M Team Redline machine. Did not want to get involved, and since then, they have continued to build up their gap, with Max Verstappen taking over control. Ricardo Rico in one of the Drago Racing BMW M4 GT4 entries. 3 of those Drago Racing cars. Unfortunately, it was not to be for them, and unfortunately for Miguel Freitas, you saw hard left hand down. Technical issue for him. Immediately snaps into the wall. For the Nürburgring Esports crew, the 487 Toyota GR86 was fighting up towards the front, but drama in the night saw the rear suspension break, and a bit of drama as well, just to continue seeing the GR86 field get slightly decimated. And most recently, well, we just saw this on the broadcast. It was the Mahler Racing Team car, Felix Quirnbach behind the wheel, running into the back of, we believe it was Ava Vervatic. And well, GR86 doing the best they can. Faster cars, responsible for passing safely, not doing so all the time. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker as we walk you through towards the middle portion of the race, here live from the Green Hell, the second of our 24-hour races. And Dara, the next time we go racing twice around the clock, it's for the 24 hours of Spa, a very different sort of a special event, not just because of the track, but also because of the cars involved.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly different. Spa, of course, of course, it's in the Ardennes forest. It's in the mountains, as is similar situation. Not actually too far, is it, from the Nürburgring here in terms of as third flies, but very different circuit in terms of how it races in town, in terms of how you can drive a car around there, and the cars we're going to have, like you said, very, very different, and going to create different dynamics between a lot of the cars. But going to be interesting to see how that one works. Of course, 24-hour races. We all know how these big boys work now. Very long. Don't want to make mistakes. Don't want to cause too many collisions. But when you're going to be, around that many more cars on a smaller circuit, it's a little bit more room for a little bit of incident to occur.
And one of the changes with the iRacing, stewarding system, the post-race stewarding system, where it used to just be, suspensions and whatnot that we would end up seeing handed out. Well, slight shift from the side of iRacing, and a needed shift in many ways, to now where they can do a bunch of things behind the scenes to actually impact the results of races and move drivers to the back and disqualify them. And so, for the first time, I've now commentated on an iRacing special event since I started commentary back in 2020 for 4 full years. These special events have existed a lot longer than that in one form or another, going back to the original iRacing World Tour, back to 2012, 2013 as well. So a long history of that. First time we are going to talk about results being provisional. Down to pit lane, by the way, for the GT4 Apex Racing Team machine. And I believe a driver change there as well, as Maxence Godino going to jump in and take over responsibilities from the rock and rolling Frenchman, Maxime Briand, as you see car up on the Jackson. Tires and fuel being done at the same time, which, Dara, have we talked about this? What are your opinions on the strategic implications on tires and fuel being done together?
Well, it kind of takes away, doesn't it, a little bit of the drama of the pit stops, takes away a bit from the strategy. And we've seen a bit of a monotone strategy, haven't we, all the way through from quite a few of the classes, where tires and fuel come together, everyone pretty much pits on the same lap. Of course, being such a long lap here at the Nürburgring, you're hard pressed to go one extra or really push hard to do one less, and you'd never want to do that around the Nürburgring. But it does take away a bit, doesn't it? Well, we've seen the 992 category, they've had a little bit more difference in terms of the pit stops. There's been some cars in a lap earlier, some a lap later. We've kind of been on our toes guessing when they're going to come in, so we've at least had that. But I think in general, we've not had too much to talk about really on the strategy, particularly with the GT3s. We saw, particularly when Max Verstappen was in the car, And even now with Chris Oliver in the car, the top 4 split by 24 seconds. They've all come in on the same lap, every single lap. And we've not really seen that ability for an undercut or an overcut because there's just not really been a possibility of one.
Rolling through onto the main straight as a little bit further behind for Sam Coiter than I think he's been in quite a while. Mahler Racing and BMW M Team BS Plus competition trying to get the jets turned on and roll their way into turn 1, but that's the Drago Racing M4 GT4 machine, at least one of the still remaining ones. Rolling back out onto track now. I did see that Door Esports in the GT4 class going 1 lap longer, so they have taken over the lead of class, and in the touring car category, the sole remaining Impulse Racing by GTU entry still does have a somewhat sizable lead over Team Hoisingveld, with Obsidian Racing, who led for the first 2 or 3 hours with Michael Polishek behind the wheel, dropping to third and almost, 90-odd seconds behind of the race leaders. Now, Guy Valera and Patrick Hingston have been bouncing back and forth in the car of late. I suspect that we will see Michael Polishek jump back in at some point. We still have to see Daniel Herrera also in that entry. Just keep an eye on them as to when we will see the relative pace unwind, and through the night as well, could we see the setup maybe just be a little bit better for that 122, which is seemingly coming on just a little bit stronger. Meanwhile, I did see down the back of the grid, Moyai Regards, great team name, but one that's always going to make me chuckle, and I said it would from the start of the day. Thomas Bellerman has jumped in. Now, he was back with me at the Atlanta Motorsports Park driving a Radical SR1, and he's got some interesting stories about his pursuit of going racing. Dara, can you believe that he is so committed to going racing that he has put off his college by 1 year to try and pursue the dream of going racing? That is how committed he is.
That is impressive, to be fair. A full year, that is. I mean, you got to prove the commitment. It's a good effort that he's putting in, and yeah, full credit. All the best for him. Hope it goes well to him, and hope that he doesn't end up needing to go to college, because I think the plan really there is to not go in the end, and I think he'll be have a bit of a sour taste in the mouth if he ends up going.
No, definitely not. The crazy thing, right, is sometimes it's just about your persistence, and he said the way that he got into doing some spec Miata racing, which many people can do if you are in the US at the SCCA sort of a level, is he went up to a team owner, they started talking about their goals and dreams, and the team owner said, I'll put you in the car for some test days. From there, it actually progressed to races, and he's now done a wet race on slicks, which ended up being quite useful when it started spitting it down at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they had to go out in relatively changing conditions in Radical SR1s, which... how tall are you, Dara? I know you're small, as Lewis put it, but how tall? Come on.
Do we have to go through this?
Can you fit in the Radical SR1 is what we're trying to figure out.
Almost certainly.
How tall? Come on.
I am 5'5". You
are racing driver size. That's the way to describe you.
I make Yuki Tsunoda look average size. That is often how I describe myself to other people. But yeah, I could probably fit in. I can fit in most boots. I fit in the boot of a Mini Cooper. I wasn't put in there willingly. It was against my will, but I did fit in there.
Oh, no. So you would definitely fit in a Radical SR1, which I apparently cannot. So we'd have to chop my feet off to get me in there. So take that as an advantage of your somewhat lack of height, Dara, right? So, there's pros and cons.
I do want to say, though, I think we'd be... if we were in a commentary booth together, we'd look absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
I saw an image early when I was watching the Formula 1 coverage of Harry Benjamin in the commentary booth with Karun Chandok.
Oh,
and
yes?
Harry Benjamin was sitting down, but he looked the same height as Karun Chandok, and I just think it would be worse, frankly, if me and you were there, but it would look fantastic.
So, I've commentated with you and O'Leary in person. He needed 2 boxes to still be shorter than me.
I've heard you tell me about this. And I relish in any story about someone's height that doesn't involve me. which is why I will fully get behind any kind of Zach Sweeney slander on that front. Having mentioned Zach Sweeney, I should say he's just messaged me. He's gone to the gym. It's just gone midnight here in the UK, and he is off doing some weight training.
Look at him. A lot more motivated than me. What am I going to do after?
It's mid-afternoon for you, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of, but what did I do? So I had 4 hours of commentary, then 6 hours of watching Indy, 4 more hours of commentary, then I'll probably go eat, dinner, might try and sleep a little bit, and then I've got 4 more hours of commentary. I am attached to the microphone for the next 24 hours, which means that, no chance of going to the gym. Back during, lockdown times, I bought one of those bikes that I could sit,
Oh, wait, like a Peloton bike?
No. I bought a bike and then you take the rear wheel off and you attach it to something.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so the intention being when things opened up, I'd actually go and ride it outside. Fat chance of that. Golf is my idea of a workout, okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Very different. I was a tennis. It's probably because yes, before from what I said, I was a tennis child, so that's probably more of a workout than golf, if we're being fair. But I can see that. Over lockdown, I was lucky enough to have a forestman effectively in my back garden, so I had a lot of bike rides out there. But I don't think I've used the bike since, so I could fully feel you on that one.
I've just tried to send a message to our producer, and you can tell that I've just been watching motorsports all day because I kept getting all my motorsports mixed up there. I just saw that the Door Esports car that was running at the front of the GT4 class, it is still there, albeit now potentially having lost a little bit of time. There was an incident with it and a faster class car down at Mutkirva. And that was a moment into the grass down at Galgenkopf. The run on towards the Dottinger, definitely not where you want to be putting 2 wheels into the grass. And that is Lucas Muller getting ready to bring that car to pit lane.
Yeah, it's not ideal, really. The GT4's, he's got enough of a lead. Well, he's not really got enough, really. 40 seconds. I mean, if he was Franco Ruggieri, he'd be laughing. He wouldn't have a care in the world, leading by pretty much a lap there. But Lucas Muller having a bit more worries, I think it's fair to say, with his gap not being the largest in the world. But it's all right. 36 seconds. I mean, that's more than enough. You can make a cup of tea if you're fast enough in that time.
Can you?
No, you couldn't. That's far too fast.
I mean, technically, if you had the water already boiled, then...
Oh, yeah. Oh, it just depends how strong you want it, because if you want it brewed, then absolutely not 36 seconds.
Yes, no, that is asking for a bit much as onto pit lane. That klaxon, by the way, it helps so much here at the Nordschleife to actually know when a car is down on pit lane. It's not just for safety for the people actually in the box in the real world. It's great for commentators as well. So now, expect him to be in there for probably around 55 seconds. I'm not expecting it to be any longer than that because you can take some damage repair after the tires have been changed and the car sits and waits for the fuel to be topped off. And so it's about 30 seconds for the tires to be changed. Give it about 20 seconds to then fix whatever damage happened. And that's a 992 class car, which has a bit more speed. And is that the Scherer Esports machine that leads in the category?
It looks like it, doesn't it? The 992 lead change. Oh, that was a little bit... Oh, my word. That was forceful, that move, I think, to put it nicely. And there's the lights flashing. That doesn't surprise me too much. But, yeah, Cherry Sports Blue back into... Or are they back into the lead? I feel like they were leading before, weren't they? In that class, ahead of the Autos Esports Nürburgring car. But been a bit fluctuant. Is that a word? Been fluctuating.
I think that counts as a word.
Yeah, well, we'll make it count.
I would not be surprised if there was some rather angry things said, and Will Chadwick, unfortunately. I do think that indeed was the Scherer Esports machine, so we'll see what the communication is maybe when Chadwick gets out of the car and comes to join us for a quick chat as we near the halfway point of this race. If you are just joining us, Max Verstappen has already driven in this race, and I don't know if we're necessarily expecting him to drive once more. He did a pretty quick triple stint, all things considered, and since then, I get the feeling it's probably time for him to get some shut-eye and get ready for tomorrow's Formula One Grand Prix. If anything, Darrow will be lucky if he jumps back into the car in the early hours of the morning and graces us with his presence once more. Because let's be honest, he was flying when he was out on track.
Yeah, I remember that when I jumped into the booth, he had just jumped into the car, and I was looking at the lap times, and I'd written down Max Verstappen dropping a little bit of time to Nürburgring, 0.8 seconds on last lap. The second I'd written that, of course, you and O'Leary was doing an interview at the time, so it took a couple of minutes to look back at the timing screens, and then he gained 1.2 seconds on Kish on that lap. So that point went out of the window. It took about a lap to get his eye in, and then he was absolutely flying. The reason that Team Redline are in a 22-second lead to the BS competition car is really down to Max Verstappen, who put them in such a great position over the course of his stints. But the lap times have been coming down. We have started to see in the last half an hour or so the fastest times of the race so far, dropping underneath 8 minutes 10, and in fact it's the Team Redline car of Sam Keiter in the 21 car in P4 that is lapping the quickest at this stage. So yeah, full credit to him. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I'm back on comms in about 6 hours time, Max Verstappen might be on for a quick morning stint, but then again he might need some sleep because he won't have Nico Hülkenberg to help him out tomorrow.
Yes, I heard about some of the games played in Q2 and Q3 in qualifying, and I actually haven't watched F1 qualifying. I was so locked in, literally, to Indy 500 qualifying. I've just realized that when you are back on comms, I will probably be grabbing my couple of hours of sleep. So if that's when Max Verstappen's going to be in the car, what will probably happen is, because the Grand Prix doesn't start until after we are well and truly off the air, right? So we finish probably around 1 p.m. UTC.
Yeah, but we finish, we and Ewan worked this out, we only finished about 10 minutes before the start of the Grand Prix.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's quite a tight turnaround.
Okay, so what he will be doing is watching the race until about an hour to go while he's doing some of his media coverage. And then probably what's going to happen is he'll find out at the end of the Formula One Grand Prix, someone's going to tell him in the media scrum, oh, did you know that your sim team either won or insert other results here for Team Redline number 20.
I did say this a couple of hours ago, though. I'd love to see if he was doing or if grid walks were happening. I don't know if Martin Brundle's there this weekend, but if there were grid walks happening and they approach Max at the side of the
and he's just got a phone and something
and he sat down on his phone watching the race. It'd be fantastic. And I could also envisage it happening. I can see that happening far more than I can see a GTI at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Yeah, no, absolutely. DPI, you mean?
DPI, thank you. Sorry, I can see
GTI there, definitely.
I've been looking at the screen too much. Seen GT3, GT4, GR86. It's too many Gs.
You can come up with all sorts of wacky names for classes and cars as well. Now, doing the math, when do we expect the sun to be up? Because it has just gone past 2 a.m. virtual standard time. So probably 3 hours or so before we start to see the first signs of sunrise. 4-5 hours before we're into the day itself.
I think it might be slightly earlier than that. I'm just double checking time and date just to see, actually, because of course we are a couple of hours ahead in virtual standard time. I'm just trying to see when the sun rises there, because of course being the summer, being the 1st of June when we are in game, I do believe that it actually may start to get light in about an hour or so, if that, because of course the sun doesn't dip too far below the horizon, and sunrise should be in about, I'd say, 2 hours time or so. Please don't quote me on that, but that means that it will start to get light over the next hour and a half, I think, relatively.
Okay. I think we'll find out. And again, I always say never trust a commentator. Never trust a commentator's math in particular. But even as I found out at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, a broken clock is right twice a day. You can throw something out there and hope it sticks with a bullseye, and sometimes it lands. Now, Phil Denez has had a few slip-ups in that BMW M Team BS Plus competition car on this lap, and so suddenly they're all just stacked on top of one another. And I would not be surprised if we're not far away from the pit stops either. They're on the 6th lap, I do believe, of the run, and as they filter past some traffic up the inside, down in through the double left-hander, now building up towards Brunchen, just in a handful of corners time. Here they go, up through the right. I would not be surprised if you are one of these drivers. You're just saving copious amounts of fuel now, and maybe we'll see some change arounds in pit lane.
Yeah, this could be quite exciting. We've seen Redline jump a couple of cars, particularly in the early stages when it was Williams Esports, and before those two cars effectively got wiped out of contention. So can Sam Kiter do it again? I feel like I remember this number 21 car being in the lead at some point rather than the number 20, and then it swapped around. So maybe something can be done here by the 21 to make moves in the pit stops. I have done some maths, and like you said, don't trust the commentators' maths, but if my maths is correct, it should be about 2:40 a.m. virtual standard time in this race, and I've checked time and date, and it says that nautical twilight, which is really when it starts to get somewhat light, will be in an hour. So I think we may start to see some sunrise in an hour. But again, don't quote me on that. If I'm right, I will take all the credit. If I'm wrong, I didn't say it.
No. You don't get to play it both ways. No. You can't sit on the fence like that. You either take all the credit or all the blame. That's how it works. Okay,
well,
clear?
I've already been thrown in it by you and O'Leary to give my opinions on that incident between Williams Esports and Apex Racing. So
did he?
Yeah, he did. Then I tried to throw him right back in it as well. So,
what was the opinion? Come on, I'll throw you under the bus again. You've already said it, I guess.
I did say that I thought that it was a miscalculation from Apex Racing team, because I don't believe they thought they were alongside at all, because they never would have tried to make that move around the outside, and realised far too late that they were ever so alongside, and by that point, there was a collision.
The more I've watched it, because I did go back and watch it a few times on my end after my stint was done, the more I agree with you. Now, you got to remember that corner curves to the left is, by the way, into pit lane as expected. GT3's in unison. Pinto takes over from Lalum, and expect driver changes for a few more, but it is a corner basically, right? You're still technically curving to the left, and a GT3 car has downforce, but it doesn't have the grip, the mechanical or aero grip to stick to the inside like that, and often you will see the corners be arced out just a little bit more. And so I don't know if Apex intentionally were pinching or if Apex were just trying to hold a tighter line. They thought that the Williams car was going to hold on, but ultimately the real issue was the fact that I think Apex just, like you say, I don't think they were trying to go for the move there. It just played out like that. By the way, Sam Coit Fildener is going to stay in the cars as Diogo Pinto is off and away. And there is the change that was expected. Sam Coit saves a bit of fuel and releases himself just in front of the pair of BS competition-powered machines.
Yeah, Redline, another masterclass in the pit lane from them, promoting themselves from 4th to 2nd without even having to put a nose up the inside. So, Sam Coiter carrying on there. Diogo Pinto now in the other Redline car. Let's see if Sam can try and pull away from the BS competition car. It's going to be difficult, very difficult, especially as we've seen these three run around together for quite some time now. But this could really be the hour or two in the race where Redline can try and solidify a 1-2 position, because when the sun rises with, 11 hours to go realistically when the light does start to appear, it's a long, long way to go. And if you're seeing the two red lines in front of you starting to get away, and you see how much time is left, it might be a little bit crushing for the EBS competition cars.
Yeah, I wonder if this ends up coming down to traffic management, because 20-25 seconds around the Nordschleife disappears in the blink of an eye. It really does, because you can have 2 laps in a row where you lose 3 or 4 seconds, just, no fault of your own, and suddenly, 25 seconds, it's 16 seconds. Happens once more, it's under 10 seconds, and those are the quick changes to think about. TCRs, by the way, back into pit lane, and for the Impulse and Team Hoisingveld entries, I think driver changes for both, and so Norbert Leitner jumps out for the 122 race leading machine, and Cesar Nagy is going to jump into the Impulse machine. Steven Scheller, is going to take over for Team Hoisingveld, replacing Marcel Tai. Quite interestingly, only did a single stint. Quite often, no matter what class that we're talking about, you would see double stints. But in the touring car class, 10-lap stints, and 10 lap stints that take you, what, about 90 minutes or so. So doing a single stint may be a little bit more expected.
Yes, I mean, it's this kind of stage of the race where we're seeing lots of these driver changes, lots of drivers swapping in, swapping out. Of course, it is kind of that period, isn't it, where it's 1:30 on the European continent, midnight here in the UK, Ireland, Portugal, and parts of Western Africa. But then, of course, you jump all the way back to 7:30 Eastern time and 4:30 Pacific time if you live out in California, who I know no one who does that. But yeah, lots of drivers changing around at this stage of the race, and it'll be interesting to see if that really impacts the pace, the rhythm of some of these drivers, and if we might see a little bit of an ebb and flow between some of the cars. What's
California?
I never heard of it.
Definitely don't know where that is. What is hilarious, by the way, is I'm about 15 minutes or so away from San Francisco Airport, but as of sometime this year, there are now going to be 2 airports known, or potentially known as San Francisco Airport, because an airport across the bay has decided it also needs to be called San Francisco. It's very, very confusing. Why can't we make airport names much more simple? Just like the quest to make corner numbers and track names and corner names a little bit more simple as well. Great thing about the Nordschleife is there's no corner numbers here. There's no confusion. And for the most part, corners only have one name. So Dara, this track does as many things right as possible to make our lives easy.
Yeah, well, this is not the first time that we've talked about how good corner names are compared to corner numbers. It's easier to remember. You're not trying to think in your head of the track map, trying to count all the corners in front of you. You can just know. You see the corner, you know, I know exactly what that is. I know exactly where we are, and I know exactly how to call it. So always nice that we have corner names rather than numbers. And yeah, it's always an experience when you go from corner names to corner numbers and then you realise, I've got that wrong quite a lot of the time, because you cannot remember for the life of you where it is. And another example is when series like Formula 1 go to places like Spa and they start talking about turn 8, turn 9. Where is that? I don't know where turn 8 is at Spa. Not a clue.
We will have, when Dara leaves, we will do a full lap around the track where I'll talk through various things to keep an eye on in terms of driver, you know, what they're looking for, where they're trying to make some time, and we'll talk through some of the corner names as well, and try and as well just talk around distance, where they are around the lap at various parts, and what is important as well to keep in mind for some fuel saving, if that is what some of these teams are going to be thinking about when the temperatures start to rise. But at least for the time being, we will enjoy this, and hopefully we will do it when the sun has risen. That is what we're waiting for, just to be clear. Sorry, Dara, it's not that we don't love you.
No, it's all right. I've already got the message from the hours that I've been given.
Yeah,
no, I'm really joking. No, I'm only no. I do not mind. I do anything.
So what Dara is saying, by the way, and he's quite right, is the poor guy is going to get what, 2 hours of sleep at most?
3.5 at a push.
Yeah. So you're saying after you finish commentating, you're going straight to sleep?
Absolutely not. I cannot get to sleep for the life of me.
How long is it going to take?
I have had, at least half an hour, bare minimum, and that's if I'm lucky. I've had it before where a few friends of mine, I was at a sleepover years ago, and they all said, let's watch a film. I said, well, I'm going to be asleep by the end of it. And they went, no, we'll be fine. And the only person not asleep by the end of the film was me. So I am well accustomed to knowing how it is to not be able to sleep. But hopefully I can get to sleep, because otherwise my conversations with Lewis are going to be drivel in the morning.
It's okay. You can just let him carry everything then.
Oh, I do that anyway. Come on. We all do, don't we? We don't tell him that, but we do.
Do we? Does that guy know what he's talking about? Sometimes, occasionally.
Well, he's a two-time VCO Stimmy winner, isn't he?
Yeah, but then apparently so am I, and I often get things very, very wrong. So you know, there's that.
I had to set you up for that one, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You're making me feel a little bit better about myself right now.
I'll write down. I've got some brownie points from that one then.
Yep. No, exactly. And by the way, one thing that I have never done before, but because during Prodigy Week, I was, you know. In the sim world, we are spoiled with the amount of data. Like, I can go in and I can look at the lap times for every single driver in the field at every single point, and in many places, sector times, everything is available to me. If I go to timing 71, there's like analysis on top of that. But the timing setup at the Atlanta Motorsports Park was a lot simpler. Very, very simple. And I had to download an app on my phone, Race Monitor, which is not a bad app by any means, but it's just not, you know, the same as being in the sim world. So what I did was I went old school. Piece of paper, printed it out with like a table to write down the lap times as they came, and just helps you, you know, figure out consistency from the various drivers. It was the first time I've had to do that, Darren. It was so difficult trying to look at the timing screen, write down what was happening, look at what was happening on the broadcast, talk about it, listen to what the other commentator was saying, listen to what the producer was saying as well, look down on pit lane to make sure nothing was going crazy, etc, etc, etc. Basically, real world, it's so much easier in every way than the sim is easy. It's just so much better, isn't it?
Yeah, we can sit here with all of the snacks that we've got. You know, our feet up on a cushion. I don't actually have my feet up on a cushion, but, you know, we can sit here nice and comfortably and have everything we need in front of us all generated online. But sometimes, and I have to say, you cannot beat a nice bit of pen and paper.
True.
Sometimes it works wonderfully. But other times it can be quite irritating, can't it, when you're, like you said, multitasking about 15,000 things, and then realising, oh, I didn't write that down, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and then you have to try and ask somewhere else for it, look it up. It can be a nightmare, but yeah, it's a pleasure that we do get all of this information just handed to us on a platter. And there are lots of different, aren't there, for sim racing? There's lots of different timing providers and different uses of timing pages. I know that some are better than others, but I will not name any names.
Yes, there are definitely some that are better than others, and that holds true in the real world as well, trust me. I remember just watching over the shoulder of the team at Radio Show Limited, and even in the real world, seeing some of those little details that they do and do not have available. It's the same thing even in the sim world when it comes to the various platforms and whatnot. We are 10 minutes away from the top of yet another race hour, and that will bring us into, well, within 1 hour striking distance of the halfway mark of this race. 53 teams attempted to take to the green flag in this top split of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. We still have a remarkable 43 cars left fighting. Let's talk quickly about retirements and go from, well, the back to the front in terms of classes. Starting with GR86s, 3 unfortunately have retired. Most recently, Ava Vervatic, maybe no surprise after the Mahler Racing team, rather, let's be honest, whacked them in the rear and did nothing the GR86 could do. It was all, unfortunately, on the GT3 in many ways. Outside of that, it's been a while since XCM and Medicious Kiwi Racing retired from the class. We still have 8 of them out there and running. Then in the touring cars, Impulse Racing by GTU. Miguel Freitas had his technical issue. Hard left out into the opening corner. Instantly, I think that car was done. And, well, going back even further, a handful of hours, AWK Racing became the second retiree in the 9-car touring car class. In our GT4s, we still have 11 out there and running. In fact, it is the biggest sole surviving class, but only Drago Racing and Ricardo Rico, the big issue for them, out through the Hudson back, retiring the 269, and outside of that, all drivers still seemingly on the lead lap as well. That is a very, very close class, being led by Max Enskadino for the Apex Racing team. But in the 992s, 1 retirement for SimCity Racing. Outside of that, 9 Cup cars still running. GT3s. GridandGo.com Esports, we saw Nicholas Rubilar had a technical issue, drove through a handful of GR86s, retired that car not shortly after that, and then the Apex Racing team and Williams Esports Chill Blast came together. Instantly, both cars needed a tow back to pit lane, and while Vasilius Belitiotis did head back out onto track in the 150 an hour or so ago, that car is very much retired, and the 3-car train that we were watching slightly earlier on in the fight for second has broken up, but the gap for the lead is down to 21 seconds as Diogo Pinto runs at the front. And Dara, it's that phase of the race now as well, where if we're expecting the sun to not be far away, these drivers are about to get into golden hour, when the temperatures will be at their coolest and when the visibility is going to start increasing. It's a great time to be in the car.
Yeah, I'm going to live on my sword and I'm going to die on my sword, that we will get to see a little bit of light before the end of my stint in just over an hour's time. And I really hope that that is correct. But when the sun does start to rise and we kind of get that picture emerging of the race, of course, we already have it. But when it's dark, the race can feel a little bit tighter because you can't see so fast, but it just feels a little bit... smaller. The race, your race is your race. You can't really see anybody behind you. You might be able to see anybody in front of you, and it just feels like you've got to pound the lap times in. When the sun starts to rise, of course, it opens up a bit. You're able to see more cars around you. Of course, you can see all the cars with the headlights, but just to get a bit of a extra feel of where the cars are, the lines they're taking, it just opens up a bit more. It allows you to get into more of that, okay, this is the race, these are where the cars are, this is the kind of pace I'm looking for, that you didn't have overnight. So a different dynamic coming up for sure, but we are still not even halfway through this race yet, and we're already talking about the light emerging.
It, along with Spa, is... they're probably the two biggest, longest races, rather, in terms of the amount of daylight that we have, just because they race, during the summer when the nights are at their shortest and the days are at their longest. So that's definitely something to keep in mind in terms of, balance of the setup. And back in, 2020, when so many races had to get shifted around, you think about Le Mans, when that, had a very different complexion. I think about Bathurst as well, when that race shifted from its traditional summer date in Australia to a bit more of a winter date, and so you went from having 30 minutes of dark running at the start to closer to 90 minutes. These are those things that make these races so unique, and I've got to say, very, very glad to see Diogo Pinto patient behind that Toyota GR86. I believe that's the Nürburgring esports car driven by Gregor Kinski, running in third right now. It would have been very easy at the top of the track at Hoak to run into the back of the slower class car, but does so safely, and now heads through the fun part of the track. This is where you really just sling the car around.
Yeah, you just have to kind of hope it sticks, really. If you go offline a little bit, you can be in a world of pain, and by that I mean either just losing a little bit of time in the following corners or really putting yourself into the wall. But really, really nice when you get it 100% right, and satisfying as well on the back end of the track. You kind of get through the carousel, and it's kind of, okay, I'm into the fun bit for the Dothringer Hoa. So, yeah, nice to see going through hit, miss, hit. Miss it, miss. That's it. Sorry. It's only 1 o'clock. Don't blame me.
No, I don't, because you know what? I have always been of the opinion that you could do either way.
Oh, I've got it right both times then. I'll claim that as a moral victory. I will.
We say it's miss, hit, miss because that's the ideal line maybe through the corner, right? But imagine you're through traffic. Maybe you want to actually, instead of miss, miss, it's hit, miss, hit. Maybe you're slightly changing how you apex the corner. Anyway, Gaio Valero giving us a look at the webcam now. He's not racing from the Apex Racing Team facility. And you know what I'm most disappointed about? Do you know what my nickname for Gaio Valero is?
What is it?
The Apple Man. Now, do you know why we call him the Apple Man?
No.
Oh, wow. Now, I'm trying to figure out...
Is he favourable to a Granny Smith?
He is very favourable to an Apple. Now, I'm not sure if Granny Smith is his favourite, but there was a race probably 2 years ago, 24-hour race, I think it was, where we just check in with Gael's webcam over the course of the race, and there was an Apple on the desk behind him that would slowly... it'd just be eaten into a little bit more every time we check it out. And so... it was a great story. He had a bunch of games behind him. I believe it was for an Xbox. Maybe it was a PlayStation, either one. But, we would try and figure out what was on what the games were, and so over the course of the broadcast, he'd show us the games as well by staging the background. Basically, he is a showman, is what I'm saying. Traditionally races for the Apex Racing Team, but I believe he's on loan for Obsidian Racing right now. And the reason is, he likes driving a touring car, and so he's alongside a great outfit, although right now, 60-odd seconds off of your race lead. I think that car has got a lot of work to do if they want to be contenders for the win. Remember, they put it on pole.
Yeah, again, we're talking about, we're not even halfway through, but 60 seconds off the lead, going to be difficult to pull that back towards you. There's only so many times we can say consistency and getting the rhythm done. It just really depends on what your competitors are doing. Some part of you will be hoping that something goes awry for the cars in front, but you just got to focus on what you're doing and keep your pace up and just make sure you get to the end of your stint and over to your teammate in the best possible position. Talking about drivers in their own cameras that they've had, I don't think I'll ever be able to forget. I know it was recently, but the Sven Hauser hotbox that we saw during BCO Infinity was definitely something that will stick in my mind. And I wonder if the next time we see him, whether he's got any kind of ventilation in that room, or whether it will still be quite warm in there. But it's always nice to see, isn't it, the drivers as they're driving. It has a nice little bit we don't really get in real life racing, because you can see the drivers behind the helmet, but in sim racing you can really get a feel of the drivers, as we see here, just sat in their rooms, their sheds, their attics, their basements, wherever they are racing. It's just nice to see their emotions there. You can really see how they're feeling: anxious, happy, calm, and it really adds a bit of depth to the race that we have.
Yep, absolutely. And I hope more of the drivers would send the webcams to us for these special events. And there's a couple of reasons why, but when I write my rule books for series and events that I get to help run, for example, IMSA Esports, we require the drivers to send us their webcams. It's both for competitive reasons, but also just for the broadcast, because we want to see as many of the faces and stories as possible. And also to see the t-shirt, so that we can, in certain cases, try and ask the teams for one. I'm very happy to say that Javi Guerrero made sure that I left Atlanta with a Williams shirt, and Dara, he made sure to give me the new Williams shirt as well, so I feel very, very special.
Well, I'm too new. I don't have any shirts, so
we'll get you there. Come on.
I was gonna say, if you have any hand-me-downs, then I'd be delighted. But I think they'd reach below my knee if I took any of your shirts. So that may not be the best idea. Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, I think my shirts might not be your best.
You and O'Leary, if they have any, because that might be more my size.
Oh, you know what? I know Ewan's got a BMW M Motorsport hat. I don't know what else he's managed to swindle, though, from teams. I don't think that he's been as persuasive, a.k.a. as buggy, as Lewis and myself have been. As officially, we have crossed our way on over into the final hour before the halfway mark in this 24-hour duel around the green hell, the iRacing 2024 Nürburgring 24 hours, powered by Extreme Sim Racing. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker walking you through this current mid-portion of the race. At one point, we had a 3-car battle for second. Now, there is no car within, 2 seconds of their closest rival. So we have unleashed the podcast mode, and hopefully they start to close things up in a little bit of time. It is closing up for the lead, though. 25 seconds when we jumped into the broadcast booth. Dara, 19.5 seconds. Sam Coiter on a mission.
He is on a mission, but I really don't want to be that kind of guy to kind of ruin a party, but it is, of course, back to another Team Redline car, so the likelihood that those two would work together if they did find themselves on the track is high. But having said that, you're right in saying that the Marla Racing team and the BS competition car are also closing on Diogo Pinto in the number 20 Redline car, so opportunity, possibility. The gap is only 22 seconds. We've been going for 11 hours. The gap being 22 seconds. I mean, if you cast your mind back to qualifying, I remember loading up the timing screen and looking at the top, and there was 5 thousandths for pole position. I mean, it's some incredibly fine margins at such a long track, so there is still possibility. But I think it would take a couple of mistakes from Team Redline, because they've looked good in the pit stop phase. They've looked good when defending their positions, and generally they've not really seemed flustered, even when they didn't qualify particularly well. Williams Esports dominated that qualifying session, you would say, getting pole and third. They didn't seem flustered. They always seemed calm, and with the likes of Pinto, Sam Coiter, Max Verstappen, they've just looked in control, and really it's theirs to lose at this point, isn't it?
It is. We, by the way, have been tracking a commentary sheet across our team of commentators. We have, myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Dara Thacker alongside right now. Ewan O'Leary, Paul Smith, Lewis McLeod have all commentated alongside of Zach Sweeney so far. And we still have Lorenzo Bonder and David Haynes to join us. But a sheet that basically notes down various incidents. In the first hour, we noted down, about 7 things in the first 30 minutes. And then not much after that. And the event list has become increasingly sparse through the night, which in many ways is a good thing. We're going to see plenty of drivers see the daylight. It's also just that phase of the race, though, where Everyone's just trying to see the sunrise, and from there we will go into battle, into the carousel. Oh, that was aggressive from Koiter. Did not want to hang around. Carlar Esports in the TCR machine, forced a little bit high, did not want to get involved by any means. And next up, Marla and BMW M Team BS Plus competition going to filter through as well. Already, though, I think that indecision, that hesitation might have cost a couple of seconds, maybe half a second or so, for Koiter in his charge.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be too worried about it at this point, but every little tenth or two counts in a race like this, especially when you can look back and go, well, there were a couple of these laps getting through the traffic where we lost a second or two, and that really could impact on a pit stop much later on into this race, possibly into the last couple of hours. You were talking about that spreadsheet. To give people at home a bit of reference, I believe there is 15 things we've written down for the first 3.5 hours, and since then, so we're looking at the last, nearly 8 hours, there's been 6. So it really was quite top-heavy, wasn't it, in terms of the action? But hopefully, it'll be bookended with action. We'll have some great stuff at the end of the race with the closing couple of hours. We've still got close battles in quite a lot of these groups. I mean, don't look at GR86s. There's a lap between first and second. But looking at the GT3s, they're quite close. The TCRs aren't that far away. And the GT4s as well are kind of in that ballpark. So there is still opportunity for some good races in terms of the classes towards the end.
We have a taker into pit lane as Will Chadwick hands over the Scherer Esports leading Porsche 992 Cup car into the very capable hands of Luca Alpert. So going to look forward to seeing that car out on track, and of course best class mainly because fuel and tires done separately as it should be done. So now Alpert's going to just wait. The car will go up on the jacks at some point, and at a minimum it's going to spend 2 full minutes from cone to cone in the pit lane. It's a lengthy time to spend in the pit lane, yes, but that is sometimes what you see. Although he's put the car into gear, are they going to not take tires, and are they about to fire back out onto track? This might be a very, very interesting call, because you can risk not doing any tires. Just better have a driver that's capable of handling the car.
Yeah, well, at least you could see that there was a driver in that car. You and O'Leary a couple of hours ago was sitting here looking and saying, I can't see anybody in the car. There's no one driving this car. So at least you've ticked that one off. But yeah, Luca Alpert got a little bit of work to do. Hopefully for the Scherer Esport Blue team, he's able to do this stint pretty nicely, but he's been very consistent so far in this race. I've seen him in the lead for quite a while and never really looked at any kind of risk. So this 992 category looking like it's relatively comfortably in the hands of Scherer Esport Blue for now. But that can all change as we are coming out of this night phase. But the drivers in behind, maybe giving them a little bit of kick up the rear. Adaltos Esports Nürburgring 24-hour team, maybe seeing that gap at half a minute and trying to gain, but again, still a long way to go. I mean, you can kind of rest on your laurels a little bit if you're confident in pace later on.
So that was a full service there. So we caught the car after it had already dropped off the jacks and got its 4 Michelin tires put on. And so Luca Alpert is now 36 seconds in front of Xander Reed, who of course has already come down pit lane. Full service in the Altus Esports number 43 as well. And next up, just going to be curious to see when Valkyrie Competition, 6 laps into their run, end up in pit lane, and we get a pretty good sense for how far these front two are pulled away from the rest of their class. Let's ride on board for the first part of the Nordschleife with Luca Alpert, recently crowned champion in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring class of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series in the Scherer Esports team, of course, with some real-world affiliation. Scherer Sport going to be out there and racing in the real world next week for the real 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and this is where as well in this Porsche Cup car, with its lack of ABS, lack of traction control, relatively little downforce as compared to the GT3 class that runs at the very top end of this series, and this individual race of course as well. This sort of a section, tight, twisty, high curbs to manage as well. You've got to be so precise as a driver, and this is the car that Porsche uses to figure out who its next crop of factory drivers for the future will be.
Yeah, it's crunch time, really, I think it's fair to say, and everyone going to be looking to impress and looking to attract some attention onto their name. And maybe that was just normal. It looked like a little bit of an extra bump there for Luca Alper. May just be my eyes at this early hour in the morning, but very nicely negotiating his way through some traffic and not really looking at too much risk. These 992s have been pretty much on pace with the GT3s, haven't they? They've only been a couple of seconds off every single lap. There was a point where I think they were only about a second and a half off a couple of the GT3s, so going nicely is Scherer Esports Blue. Of course, they have been overtaken by Williams Esport Huysingfeld, who were all the way towards the back of the field, but now back 7th in class, 7th overall. And really, they've only got to worry about Hours Nürburgring, who are 35 seconds behind, because 1 minute 45 back to Valkyrie at this stage of the race, not too much of a concern.
And will it be a punch heard around the world, or will it be something that potentially, for Xander Reed behind, will the stint just be holding at bay? I do feel as though it's going to come down to these two cars, though, as long as things hold as they are. It's basically been pretty steady for Altus in terms of the driver rotation. 2 stints apiece. First Simone Marcheno, then Gnozzo Tasdellen, Dino Lombardi was up next, and Xander Reed is into now the second of his stints in the car. Down in through the chicane. Whoa, be careful on the curb. Maybe I'm getting too excited. Luca Alpert, such a veteran of the track, he's probably exactly aware of what he's doing. Slowest part, though, of the Nordschleife. Not down initially to first gear, though, because Alpert's trying to maintain some traction at the rear as he gets back onto the loud pedal and brings it down towards Exmüller, and such an important section as you run your way towards Bergwerk.
Yeah, we've seen a few incidences down towards Bergwerk, but don't think there's any concern for that for Luca Alper now, with pretty much nobody around him. Having said that, though, I remember when myself and you and O'Leary were watching on board with the GR86, and all of a sudden we got spun around by a car behind us. So I doubt that's going to happen in one of these fast-paced 992s, but you can never say never at the Nordschleife. But we're still ticking down, aren't we? It's looking good at the moment for all of our leaders. No one really seeming at any kind of risk, at any kind of danger, particularly Franco Ruggieri over a lap ahead of, well, not actually over a lap ahead, 7.5 minutes ahead of Roland Alfredson at this stage of the race. And you've got to give him credit. One thing I was thinking about for Roland Alfredson was, how's he getting food?
Well,
because I'm just thinking he could be shouting at someone, and I don't know, obviously I presume Roland is a European, so I don't know what's open, but he might just be shouting for a chicken kebab or something to someone in the back room. But apart from that, I don't know how he's going to get anything.
Well, so I've done my fair share of endurance races here. I've done plenty of 4-hour races solo, and I do remember when I've had to answer the call of nature a couple of times. Now, your pit stops are decently lengthy in most of the cars around here, right? So if you're spending 60 seconds stationary, as long as you're not going to spend too long in the facilities, you have enough time to bring your car to a stop, go handle what you need to do, wash your hands importantly as well, and then return to the seat without losing too much time. And when you're doing the race solo, let's be honest, you're not actually that concerned about where you finish, because as soon as you cross the line, iRacing disqualifies you for not doing your fair share. So definitely something just to factor in. Let's go, though, as we ride on board with Josh Thompson. Let's go have a chat with Chatters. Will Chadwick joins us now. Will, congratulations on pole position. What a lap that must have been. How are you feeling? 50 minutes to go before we hit the halfway mark, with your car leading by, 36 odd seconds?
Yeah, thank you for the congratulations on the lap. Good stint really there. Of course, sorry to the Dory Sports car that we had some contact with, but yeah, I would have never not gone for the move. But I don't know if you saw that on stream, but it's been going pretty good.
How are you feeling in terms of the balance of the car? I'm guessing you're here joining the Scherer team a bit for a one-off race. How's it been, joining a team that has so much experience at this car, with this track combo? I know you've got plenty of experience with both, but maybe they've got a little bit more of the experience in terms of traffic and whatnot. Have you learned stuff from them? Have you been helping them as well, find a little bit here and there?
Yeah, certainly we've helped each other in terms of bringing our performance. You know, we're up against a car that's had all 4 drivers inside the Pro Series of the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup Contender Series. I think all of them were in that. I don't even know. I can't remember how close Sander was to getting in the main championship, but you know, I think it's important that we just keep to our strategy, and yeah, they've helped us out a lot me out a lot from the strategy side of things, and from the way that we set the car up ready for the double stint. But you know, there's things that I've helped them with as well, I guess.
Glad to hear it. Now, what's the plan for the rest of the race? Not talking strategy, because I know you teased me with your Discord message. You said there was plenty happening with strategy. You just didn't want to tell me. You've done, 2 stints already so far. You've gotten out of the car. Luca back in. What's the plan? How are you going to sort your driving out for the rest of this race?
Yeah, so we're doing doubles. I've noticed that the Altas seem to be doing triples, but we're doing doubles in our car. We've got 3 drivers, so we've got Luca in for another 2, then it'll be Julian, and then I believe I'll get back in. All I know then is that after I get back in again, I think then I finish the race and the final stint, providing we get there. Really happy with how things have been going and how we've managed the tyres mainly. I think that's obviously people know what the strategy to run is, but it's how well they're executing it, which is why we've currently got an advantage. We've now gained 2 laps of fuel advantage over the 43 Altus car, so that's really helped us out in terms of general